Of course it's true. So, can we be friends? Zhang Haoding asked. He was sure that he would succeed and Leng Xiaoyao would agree. But it seemed to be a difficult decision for Leng Xiaoyao, and she gave Li Machun a glance. In the eyes of Zhang Haoding and his friends, Leng Xiaoyao seemed to be hesitating about whether to form a good relationship with Zhang Haoding or Li Machun. However, Li Machun understood Leng Xiaoyao's scheme. Zhang Haoding was going to get in trouble. Li Machun was happy because Leng Xiaoyao schemed against Zhang Haoding for him. But what? Are you afraid of Li Machun? Tell you what, he's been abandoned by his family. He's merely a nobody now. If the Li family wants to ruin his life, it couldn't be easier. But I'm different. I'm the most important member of my family. I can have whatever I want, Zhang Haoding said. He clearly disdained Li Machun very much and was quite satisfied with himself. I'm not talking about that. I mean, I don't make friends with dogs, especially those that bite people for no reason. What if it has rabies and bites me? I'm afraid I'll be sued if I kill it by accident, Leng Xiaoyao said, acting innocent. However, what she said was really humiliating. You, Zhang Haoding was furious. He pointed a finger at Leng Xiaoyao, trembling in anger. To his astonishment, this girl dared to humiliate him. How dare you say that Haoding is a dog? That's rude. Feng Yan criticized Leng Xiaoyao as well. Only Wei Nanxi stayed calm. After all, he wasn't humiliated, and he disliked Zhang Haoding and Feng Yan's behavior. Therefore, he felt that they deserved it when Leng Xiaoyao swore at them. At the beginning, he also thought that Leng Xiaoyao was a gold digger, so he disdained her too, but unexpectedly, she was just fooling Zhang Haoding. Slap, slap. Leng Xiaoyao wanted to knock their hands away, but someone did it before she could. It was Li Machun. He hit their hands away, causing their hands to swell immediately. They frowned from the pain. Don't point your finger at her. Li Machun coldly stared at Zhang Haoding. You, Zhang Haoding and Feng Yan were mad. However, they found it hard to breathe once they met Li Machun's angry eyes. They could barely speak and felt extremely stressed. Afterwards, Zhang Haoding came back to his senses. He didn't think that he should be afraid of Li Machun. As a result, he shouted angrily, Li Machun, how dare you hit me? You're really bold, but you'll pay for that. Saying that, Zhang Haoding attacked Li Machun. Unfortunately, Li Machun easily caught his fist and held it tightly. Zhang Haoding couldn't move or withdraw his hand. It angered Zhang Haoding more than ever. Li Machun said nothing, but didn't let Zhang Haoding go. You, Zhang Haoding was angry. The next moment, he moved his other hand to hit Li Machun. At that moment, Li Machun suddenly let him go. But he used a lot of force, causing Zhang Haoding to stumble. Luckily, Feng Yan supported him or he would have fallen. Li Machun, good for you. How dare you treat me like this? Zhang Haoding clenched his teeth. However, this time he didn't dare to fight back because he could see that Li Machun wasn't weak. I already did. Li Machun frowned and looked at Zhang Haoding as if he was an idiot. You? Zhang Haoding was full of anger. You? Zhang Haoding had the same reaction, but he didn't have a problem with speaking. He was simply too angry to speak. Li Machun, how dare you treat us like this? Aren't you afraid that we'll kick you out of the capital city? Feng Yan threatened. Do whatever you want, Li Machun said. He wasn't affected by Feng Yan's threat at all. You? Feng Yan was too angry to say anything. He didn't expect Li Machun to be so arrogant. Brother Machun, let's go. I feel disgusted having to stay with trash for too long, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she grabbed Li Machun's hand and walked away. Li Machun gave a glance at his hand, which was being held by Leng Xiaoyao. He didn't hate it. Instead, there was a slight smile on his lips. Zhang Haoding and Feng Yan were unwilling to let them go, but they couldn't do anything about it. They were no match for Li Machun. If they continued to bother him, they wouldn't get anything good for them. Anyway, they harbored grudges against Li Machun. As soon as they had a chance, they would pay him back. Leng Xiaoyao also remembered their faces. If they dared to attack Li Machun again, she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. She didn't carry a laptop with her. If she did, she would have made them unable to board. They are so hateful. If I go to the capital city in the future, I will definitely teach them a lesson. But what if they bully me with their power now that I messed with them? Brother Machin, can you handle it? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She knew that Li Machin was powerful, but she didn't know how powerful he was. After all, those men were from the top families in the capital city. If they bullied her with their power, she would be in trouble. After all, violence couldn't solve every problem. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that she was scared. You can do whatever you want to do. If you can't handle it, just leave it to me. Even if you forgive them, they won't let you go once they see you again. Therefore, you don't need to hesitate to punish them, Li Machin said. He knew them very well. If they met Leng Xiaoyao again, they would definitely make things difficult for her even though she was a girl. If they used violence, they couldn't defeat Leng Xiaoyao. However, if they used their power, Leng Xiaoyao might not be able to handle it. Anyway, the existence of the Wolf Gang was enough to make those powerful families in the capital city stand in awe. If they knew that Leng Xiaoyao had the support of the Wolf Gang, they wouldn't dare to make things too difficult for Leng Xiaoyao. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao was angry because of him, so he was very happy. Can you really handle it? Will it cause you trouble? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She was still afraid that it might have a bad effect on Li Machin. It's fine, Li Machin reassured, since Li Machin said that Leng Xiaoyao believed him. At this time, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly realized that she was still holding Li Machin's hand. The next moment, she loosened her hand and said in slight embarrassment, "I'm sorry. I didn't do that on purpose." "I don't mind," said Li Machin. It was the truth, but he was a little upset when Leng Xiaoyao said that. After what had happened earlier, they weren't as depressed as before. Li Machin sent Leng Xiaoyao back to the Leng family's mansion in City Chong. Then he immediately flew back to City Qin. Although it wasted a lot of time and money by sending Leng Xiaoyao home, he was happy to do it. When Leng Xiaoyao got back to the Leng family's mansion, it was about 5 p.m. Because it was Sunday today, the other family members were also home. Leng Yuchen was home too, and they were in the living room. Leng Xiaoyao was absent, so Leng Chongyuan wasn't in a good mood. Even if Leng Yuchen was chatting with him, he still had an absent expression. As a result, Leng Yuchen was very unhappy. But he didn't show it in front of Leng Chongyuan. Leng Yuchen didn't understand it. In many other families, they usually valued boys over girls. However, in the Leng family, Leng Chongyuan cared more about Leng Xiaoyao, who was going to marry into another family sooner or later, than him who was the Leng family's grandson. He would be a member of the Leng family forever, whereas Leng Xiaoyao would leave. In fact, Leng Chongyuan treated Leng Yuchen very well. However, the treatment he received wasn't comparable to what Leng Xiaoyao received. After all, Leng Xiaoyao didn't have a mother, so Leng Chongyuan needed to take care of her. Even if Leng Chongyuan didn't focus, Leng Yuchen still continued to talk with him. He simply wanted to be close to him. At that time, Leng Chongyuan suddenly heard Leng Xiaoyao's voice from outside. He was excited and immediately stood up, leaving Leng Yuchen, who was still talking to him, at the side. Leng Yuchen was embarrassed, and so were his parents. "Yao Yao is home. How was your day?" asked Leng Chongyuan with a beaming smile. "It was very pleasant." Leng Xiaoyao also smiled. "I have a gift for you." She carried a paper box about 20 inches long. It contained the wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms that she had found on the island of Bones. "What is it?" asked Leng Chongyuan. "You'll know after you open it," Leng Xiaoyao said with a mysterious smile. "Is it heavy?" asked Leng Chongyuan. The box was big, so he was afraid that it was too heavy for Leng Xiaoyao to carry. Before Leng Xiaoyao said anything, Leng Chongyuan snapped at Leng Yeqing next to him. "Are you blind? Take the box from Yao Yao's hand already." "It's not heavy. It's very light," Leng Xiaoyao said at once. However, Leng Yeqing still took the box from Leng Xiaoyao's hand. Even if he knew that she could carry it, he didn't want to be criticized by Leng Chongyuan again. Leng Yeqing was more than willing to do that, but he still complained to himself that his father totally forgot that Leng Xiaoyao was able to carry a large stone of over 50 kilograms, whereas he just recovered from his injuries. Anyway, Master Leng cared about Leng Xiaoyao very much, so he had to bear it. Luckily, this box was indeed light, or he might have gotten injured again. Upon hearing that Leng Xiaoyao brought a gift for Leng Chongyuan, everyone was curious about it. After knowing that Leng Xiaoyao sent Leng Chongyuan jade last time, they didn't dare to disdain her again. Without delay, they moved closer. Even before seeing the gift, Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi got jealous because they knew that it couldn't be bad. Leng Yeqing put the box down on the ground, then opened it with a knife. The things inside were all packed, so they saw many small wooden boxes after the box was opened. Without hesitation, Leng Chongyuan opened them on his own. After seeing reishi mushrooms in those wooden boxes, everyone was surprised. The others knew little about reishi mushrooms, but Leng Chongyuan knew a bit. He could tell the age of these reishi mushrooms at a glance. They were obviously very valuable. Leng Chongyuan was surprised and excited. No one would dislike valuable things. Do these wooden boxes all contain reishi mushrooms? Leng Yeqing asked, opening another one. There were indeed reishi mushrooms. Yao Yao, did you buy them? Asked Leng Chongyuan. If that was the case, it must have been very expensive. Nevertheless, he was still very happy to receive a gift from Leng Xiaoyao. Not at all. I found them on a mountain, Leng Xiaoyao said. Your luck is extremely good, Leng Yeqing exclaimed. He believed Leng Xiaoyao's words because he knew she had the ability. Leng Chongyuan agreed with him. Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing didn't doubt it, but the others couldn't believe it. It wasn't easy to find reishi mushrooms. Therefore, Song Meiyu said, Is it so easy to find reishi mushrooms? Where did you find them? I have good luck. Leng Xiaoyao gave a perfunctory answer. Song Meiyu was struck dumb for a second, then stopped speaking. Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing continued to open the boxes. In addition to the reishi mushrooms, they also saw wild ginseng, surprising them again. The wild ginseng wasn't small at all, so it must be very old. Yao Yao. Did you find this wild ginseng from a mountain too? It must have grown for many years. Leng Chongyuan was so excited that his hands were shaking a little. Yes, this wild ginseng should be over 500 years old. I think it's about to take on the shape of a human being. When I dug it out, it tried to run away, but I caught it at once, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, everyone gasped in shock. It was said that wild ginseng could run, but no one had seen it before. Therefore, nobody was sure whether it was true. Anyway, as the news spread, some people were convinced to some extent. Accordingly, they were willing to believe it even though it was still quite shocking. Moreover, this wild ginseng was over 500 years old. It should be worth several million yuan. It was true that wild ginseng of over 500 years old would be worth at least 5 million yuan. Song Meiyu's family was envious, especially Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi. Why was Leng Xiaoyao so lucky? Can wild ginseng really run? Leng Chongyuan asked in surprise. Yeah, that's why people tie it up with red threads so that it can't escape, Leng Xiaoyao said. It was true, but only ginseng that was hundreds of years old could run. If any random ginseng could run, it would be much harder to catch ginseng. In that case, everyone believed it. It was true that precious ginseng was always tied up to prevent it from running away. Is there more wild ginseng? Asked Song Meiyu acidly. She was unwilling to believe it, because what was shown already filled her with jealousy. If there was more, she didn't know how to live. I found 2 pieces of wild ginseng and 6 reishi mushrooms this time. All of them are at least 300 years old. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and explained. She wasn't affected by Song Meiyu's words. Anyway, Song Meiyu would see them after the boxes were opened. Leng Xiaoyao could anger her by answering her questions for fun. Song Meiyu was indeed mad and was even about to faint. Leng Yuqi's face was also distorted in jealousy. 2 pieces of wild ginseng and 6 reishi mushrooms that were at least 300 years old? How much money would they be worth? Wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms over 100 years old were extremely valuable. These 2 older pieces of wild ginseng could be worth about 7 million yuan. The 6 reishi mushrooms that were several hundred years old were worth about 10 million yuan in all. Wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms that were several hundred years old were very effective in medical treatments. Wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms on the market could only improve one's physical condition over a long time. Yao Yao, you're amazing. You found so many of them. Leng Yeqing was short of words to describe his admiration for Leng Xiaoyao. Of course, like grandfather, like granddaughter, Leng Xiaoyao said with satisfaction. Her words pleased Leng Chongyuan, making him laugh. Are these all for your grandfather? Is there any for me? Said Leng Yeqing. He had great interest in these wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms. He didn't want to eat or sell them. He simply wanted to collect them. This wild ginseng and these 2 reishi mushrooms are for you. The rest is grandpa's, said Leng Xiaoyao. She gave a younger piece of ginseng and 2 random reishi mushrooms to Leng Yeqing. She didn't forget him. Really, thank you, Yao Yao. Leng Yeqing was just saying it, but Leng Xiaoyao really gave some to him, so he was very happy. Leng Xiaoyao didn't share them with Leng Yehua's family, so they were displeased, especially Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi. They held the strongest hostility towards Leng Xiaoyao. Song Meiyu directly said, Xiaoyao, shouldn't you give some to your Uncle Yehua after giving them to your grandfather and Uncle Yeqing? She scolded Leng Xiaoyao for not treating them equally. Her husband and Leng Yeqing were both Master Leng's sons. How could Leng Xiaoyao treat them unfairly? Shut your mouth. Leng Yehua felt extremely embarrassed, so he immediately snapped at Song Meiyu. Although he was also displeased when Leng Xiaoyao gave nothing to him, he clearly knew the reason, so he said nothing about it. After all, it was Leng Xiaoyao's stuff. She could decide whom to share with, and he had no right to judge her. Now Song Meiyu pointed it out, which only embarrassed him more. Don't you know why Yao Yao would do that? Did you forget how you treat Yao Yao? Leng Chongyuan coldly asked Song Meiyu. Song Meiyu opened her mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Even if Leng Chongyuan was right, she was unwilling to accept it. I'm going back to my room now. Leng Yehua felt that he shouldn't stay in the living room any longer, so he walked away. The others felt the same and returned to their rooms. Humph! Leng Chongyuan snorted. Although he was upset that the family was arguing with one another, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was Leng Yehua's family's fault, so he obviously sided with Leng Xiaoyao. It was already very nice of him that he didn't chase them out of the house. After all, Leng Yeqing paid for this house. Even if Leng Yehua was a senior official in the government, his salary wasn't very high. He could afford a 100 square meters house, but he couldn't afford a large house. However, they weren't grateful at all and even wanted to steal it. Leng Xiaoyao was unwilling to talk with them. She didn't want Leng Chongyuan to be affected either. Therefore, she immediately changed the topic. Grandpa, you're in a good condition right now, but you can be physically stronger. Don't eat too much at a time, or it'll damage your health. I'll write down a food therapy prescription for you later. You can eat them 2 or 3 times a week. Isn't it a waste if I eat them? Leng Chongyuan asked. They would only be wasted if you don't eat them and simply put them away. We don't lack money. Your health is more important, Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Chongyuan agreed with Leng Xiaoyao, so he no longer thought it was a waste. At the same time, he was very touched. Great, you can make the decision. Leng Yeqing didn't want to eat them, so he decided to put them away. Song Meiyu followed Leng Yehua back to their room. Then she complained. Leng Xiaoyao showed no respect for you. Has she forgotten that you're her uncle? Song Meiyu felt that Leng Xiaoyao shouldn't treat them like this, even though they had treated her badly before. Even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't give them ginseng, she should give them 2 reishi mushrooms. Enough! After Yui did those things to her, do you think Leng Xiaoyao will still be nice to us? Although you're dissatisfied, why did you have to say it aloud and embarrass me? Leng Yehua was mad. I know Yuqi has stolen Chu Jianan from Leng Xiaoyao, but it was Chu Jianan who preferred Yuqi to her. If Chu Jianan had chosen Leng Xiaoyao, Yuqi wouldn't have successfully stolen him. I think Yuqi has helped Leng Xiaoyao. If Leng Xiaoyao really married Chu Jianan, she would have lived a bad life. And, if it hadn't been for Yuqi's relationship with Chu Jianan, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't have become so different. Song Meiyu argued. She felt that Leng Xiaoyao should thank them because she changed so completely because of Leng Yuqi. Enough, whatever you're thinking about, don't tell anyone. Don't humiliate me. Leng Yehua snapped at her. In fact, he agreed with Song Meiyu even if it was immoral. However, no one was completely selfless. If they weren't selfish, they would have stopped Lung Yuqi from having a secret relationship with Chu Jinan. Or if Chu Jinan was born in an ordinary family, he wouldn't have let them be together. However, Chu Jinan's family was very rich, so he didn't oppose it and even went against his father to support Lung Yuqi. Anyway, he still wanted to save face and didn't want to say it aloud. After Lung Yehua finished, he walked out of the bedroom to the study. He wanted to be alone for a while. Song Meiyu was reluctant to accept the result, but she could do nothing about it. Lung Xiaoyao went back to her room later and only came out for dinner at 6 p.m. Back in her room, Lung Xiaoyao turned on her laptop and continued to investigate Zhang Yihan and Chu Jinan. Without surprise, they stayed in Chu Jinan's apartment yesterday. Lung Xiaoyao directly sent the evidence to Lung Yuqi's phone and waited to see the drama. When Lung Yuqi was in her room, she played on her phone, so she saw the message at once. It was a message with pictures from an anonymous number. Lung Yuqi thought that it was an ad or virus, but she immediately read it as soon as she noticed Chu Jinan's name. It was a text attached with a video. The text was very short. Chu Jinan's secret relationship with Zhang Yihan. Upon seeing those words, Lung Yuqi was struck dumb. What did it mean that Chu Jinan had a secret relationship with Zhang Yihan? What could happen between them? Lung Yuqi refused to believe that Chu Jinan had any secrets with Zhang Yihan behind her back. After all, one of them was her boyfriend, while the other was her best friend. Lung Yuqi didn't believe it, but she quickly played the video to see what it was. She rushed to do that, not because she didn't believe it, but because she was doubtful. She couldn't wait to see the content of this video. At the beginning of the video, Chu Jinan supported Zhang Yihan out of a private room from a clubhouse. Seeing that, Lung Yuqi was shocked and found it hard to breathe. No, it couldn't be true. It wasn't true. It must be a coincidence. Chu Jinan must have met Zhang Yihan by accident and sent her home after she was drunk. However, why did they drink together? Why didn't they tell her? Before Lung Yuqi could figure it out, she watched them stepping into an elevator. They didn't leave but went upstairs. There was a hotel upstairs. Why did they go to a hotel? Afterwards, they went into the hotel. Lung Yuqi said to herself that Chu Jinan simply helped Zhang Yihan book a room. He would leave after placing Zhang Yihan down. Unfortunately, the video was skipped to the next morning. At about 7 a.m., Zhang Yihan left the room, then Chu Jinan left 2 hours later. Seeing that, Lung Yuqi was shocked. Lung Yuqi didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't persuade herself to not believe it. She loved Chu Jinan and always trusted him. However, she wasn't dumb and couldn't fool herself with a random reason. Besides, she had called Chu Jinan that day, but Chu Jinan didn't answer it. The next day, he told her that he was drunk that night and didn't hear her call. Back then, she didn't doubt it at all, but now the truth came out. Before Lung Yuqi thought of a reason for that, the video showed Zhang Yihan going to Chu Jinan's apartment. She didn't leave until the next morning. It wasn't over, but Lung Yuqi was very sure that they had a sexual relationship behind her back. In an instant, she burst into tears. Lung Yuchen heard it when he went out of his room at that moment. He immediately knocked on the door of Lung Yuqi's room. "Yuqi, are you all right?" Lung Yuqi didn't reply and continued to cry. Lung Yuchen called her for a while but heard no reply, so he went downstairs to see their parents. As soon as Lang Yehua and Song Meiyu heard that, they went upstairs and knocked on the door of Lung Yuqi's room. They called her name too, but Lung Yuqi still gave no response. This time, Lung Yehua and Song Meiyu were anxious. Coincidentally, Lung Xiaoyao walked out. She leaned against the frame of the door, looking at them with great interest. It was true that people shouldn't do unacceptable things because they would be paid back. Lung Yuqi was bearing the result right now. Song Meiyu couldn't care less about Lung Xiaoyao and continued to knock on the door and call Lung Yuqi. The noises on the third floor alerted Lung Changyuan and Lung Yeqing on the first floor. They went up as well. "What's going on here?" asked Lung Changyuan with displeasure. "We don't know. Yuqi is crying inside. She sounds very sad, but she refuses to reply to us," Lung Yehua said anxiously. He was afraid that Lung Yuqi was hurting herself in the room. "If she doesn't reply, kick the door open," said Lung Changyuan. No matter how much he disliked Lung Yuqi, He was also worried about her in such a situation. Will she be scared? Asked Song Meiyu worriedly. It's not important. What if she's in danger because you delay it any longer? Lung Chongyuan shouted in anger. He felt as if they were idiots. Without hesitation, Lung Yehua kicked the door of Lung Yuqi's room. Lung Yehua used a lot of force, so the door was kicked open in a second. The loud sound scared Lung Yuqi, so she stopped crying at once. However, when she saw Lung Yehua and the others walking inside, she shouted, "Go out! You all go out!" She didn't want to see anyone at this moment. The others stopped, but Song Meiyu ran to her bed and asked her with worries, "Yuqi, what happened? Tell Mom. Go out! Go out!" Lung Yuqi didn't answer her mother's question. She simply wanted them to leave. I think she must have been dumped. At this time, they heard Lung Xiaoyao's voice from outside, gloating over Lung Yuqi's misfortune. Lung Yuqi immediately stopped and turned to look at Lung Xiaoyao with extreme hatred. "Shut up!" Because Lung Xiaoyao pointed the truth out, Lung Yuqi got angry. "Well, it seems that I guessed correctly," Lung Xiaoyao sneered. "Go away!" Lung Yuqi roared. She felt that Lung Xiaoyao came to laugh at her. She was betrayed by Chu Jianan and her best friend. So Lung Xiaoyao must be very happy and satisfied. Song Meiyu was angry with Lung Xiaoyao's guess and wanted to argue with her. But she noticed Lung Yuqi's reaction and asked Lung Yuqi at once, "Yuqi, what happened? Did Chu Jianan really break up with Lung Yuqi? If so, it must have been Chu Jianan's idea. After all, Lung Yuqi loved him deeply. If it was Lung Yuqi's idea, she wouldn't cry her heart out. If Chu Jianan dumped Lung Yuqi, it was his fault." Within a few seconds, Song Meiyu thought of a lot of things. Seeing Lung Yuqi's reaction, the others agreed that it might be true. Therefore, all of them were unhappy. "Yuqi, what exactly happened? Tell me, did Chu Jianan hurt you? If so, I'll teach him a lesson for you," Lung Yuqin said, his voice laced with hatred. Lung Yuqi refused to tell them and only wanted them to leave. "Go out. You all go out. You can go out. I'll stay here with Yuqi," said Song Meiyu. If they all stayed there, Lung Yuqi wouldn't tell them anything. Hearing that, the others went out and closed the door, leaving Lung Yuqi and Song Meiyu in the room. Lung Yuqi didn't chase Song Meiyu out because she wanted to talk about it with her mother. "Yuqi, what happened? Tell Mom, or Mom will be worried about you," Song Meiyu said. Lung Yuqi said nothing. She grabbed her phone and asked Song Meiyu to look at it by herself. After watching the video, Song Meiyu was furious. It turned out that Chu Jianan betrayed Lung Yuqi with her best friend, Jiang Yihan. They're so shameless. How dare they betray you like this? Aren't they afraid that they'll be punished? They're trash. Song Meiyu swore and her face distorted in anger. It seemed as if she was going to kill them. When Lung Yuqi was betrayed, Song Meiyu blamed other people. However, when Lung Yuqi betrayed Lung Xiaoyao with Chu Jianan, she supported them and felt that it happened because Lung Yuqi was very charming. It was Lung Xiaoyao's fault that she wasn't attractive enough to Chu Jianan. "Mom, what should I do? What should I do?" asked Lung Yuqi. She was heartbroken at this moment and didn't know what to do. "Since Chu Jianan has betrayed you, you can't be with him any longer. But he must give us an explanation. And your friend, I can't believe she's such a bitch. How dare she sleep with your boyfriend? Did her parents tell her to do that?" Song Meiyu said furiously. However, she didn't realize that she was the type of person she was criticizing. Her daughter was also a bitch. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others were locked outside, they didn't leave right away because they wanted to know what had happened. Leng Xiaoyao knew, but wouldn't say it, otherwise she would be exposed. Lung Yuqi was heartbroken and Song Meiyu was furious, but Leng Xiaoyao had no sympathy for them. She didn't feel guilty and believed that they deserved it. They should feel lucky that they were members of the Leng family, so she didn't punish them seriously for Leng Chongyuan's sake. If they were outsiders, they would have received a much worse punishment. Knowing why Lung Yuqi cried so sadly, Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing weren't mad. Instead, they felt it was a good result. Even if Chu Jianan didn't betray Leng Yuqi, Leng Chongyuan wouldn't allow them to be together unless Leng Yuqi cut off her relationship with him. Nevertheless, they felt that Song Meiyu was shameless too. Now Yuchi is going through the same thing as Yao Yao, but she thinks Chu Jinan and the girl are shameless. When Yuchi and Chu Jinan betrayed Leng Yuchi, why didn't she think they were shameless? Leng Chongyuan snorted. In his eyes, Song Meiyu was the most shameless. Leng Yehua and Leng Yuchen were embarrassed. Even if they had the same idea as Song Meiyu, they were aware that it was immoral, so they wouldn't publicly support her. After learning about the situation, Leng Chongyuan didn't want to stay there any longer. He called Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing to go downstairs with him. As they walked away, he continued to complain about them. When Chu Jinan and Yuchi betrayed Yao Yao, why didn't they criticize Chu Jinan? I'm not surprised that he betrayed Yuchi now. I simply didn't expect it to happen so fast, Leng Chongyuan said. He had a very bad impression of Chu Jinan and even felt disgusted by him. Leng Yuchi deserves it. I'm very happy right now, Leng Yeqing said, voice thick with satisfaction. Leng Chongyuan also felt that Leng Yuchi deserved it, but she was his granddaughter, so he didn't feel pleased no matter how much he disliked her. In Leng Yuchi's room. But I really like him, said Leng Yuchi. Even if she was very hurt and heartbroken, she couldn't get over Chu Jinan right away. If she didn't like him so much, she wouldn't have gone against her grandfather and Uncle Yeqing to be together with him. Song Meiyu had a big frown. Do you want to forgive him? Song Meiyu couldn't accept it. I don't know. I'll be in a lot of pain if I have to leave him, but I also can't accept the fact that he betrayed me with Zhang Yihan, Leng Yuchi said. She didn't know what to do. I'll call Chu Jinan right now to see what he says about it, said Song Meiyu. She immediately picked up Leng Yuchi's phone and called Chu Jinan. Leng Yuchi didn't stop her because she also wanted to know what Chu Jinan wanted to say. Chu Jinan didn't answer it until Song Meiyu called him the second time. Once he picked up, he said, What is it? I'm busy right now. You're busy? Busy doing what? Dating Zhang Yihan? Chu Jinan. What's going on between you and Zhang Yihan? Song Meiyu questioned him. Chu Jinan was struck dumb for a second, but didn't think that Song Meiyu and Leng Yuchi had already found out about his secret relationship with Zhang Yihan. He thought that Leng Xiaoyao told them about their meeting. There is nothing between Zhang Yihan and me. Did Leng Xiaoyao tell you anything? I only hung out with my friends and met Zhang Yihan by chance, said Chu Jinan. He blamed Leng Xiaoyao for interfering in his business. Nothing happened these days, so he thought that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't say that, but unexpectedly she still did that. Chu Jinan. Song Meiyu gritted through her teeth. I'm talking about your sleeping with Zhang Yihan in the same room. Zhang Yihan has stayed in your apartment several times. Did you think you could keep it a secret from us? Chu Jinan was stunned. To his astonishment, they already knew. Anyway, since they already knew, he didn't bother to keep it a secret any longer. After all, he already lost interest in Leng Yuchi. However, he was curious about how they found it out. So he asked, How do you know that? It's not important. I need an explanation right now. Have you ever thought about Yuchi's feelings? Song Meiyu questioned him again. There is nothing between Yuchi and me. Why should I care about her feelings? Chu Jinan said airily. He refused to admit that there was something between Leng Yuchi and him. Besides, it sounded like he didn't care about her at all. What did you say? Song Meiyu was furious. What do you mean that there is nothing between Yuchi and you? Aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? Jinan. How could you say that? Leng Yuchi also questioned him and began to cry again. What did it mean that there was nothing between him and her? Weren't they boyfriend and girlfriend? They had slept together. If they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, were they friends with benefits? She would never do that. In fact, Leng Yuchi made a joke out of herself. Before Leng Xiaoyao ended her engagement with Chu Jinan, they had already had sex. Didn't your family say that Leng Yuchi can't be together with me? I don't think anyone knows that Leng Yuchi has a relationship with me, Chu Jinan said disdainfully. When they were unaware of his sexual relationship with Zhang Yihan, he decided not to tell them right away. Even if he had to tell them, he planned to do it after Leng Yuchi finished the National College entrance examination because he had sincerely liked her. He would care about her feelings. Unfortunately, His affection for her faded away and he already lost his patience for her. He never forced himself to accept anyone. Even if he still liked Lung Yuqi, he would still dump her if she displeased or angered him. Song Meiyu was struck dumb for a second. They had indeed said that to him, and no outsiders knew that Lung Yuqi was still together with Chu Jinan. However, Chu Jinan replied to her that they would secretly be together. "Aren't you secretly together? How could you deny it?" Song Meiyu was mad. "I haven't seen Lung Yuqi in a long time. Don't slander me. Alright, I'm busy now. Don't call me again," Chu Jinan said impatiently, then directly hung up. "You?" Song Meiyu was furious and continued to call him, but Chu Jinan refused to answer her calls. When she called him the third time, she couldn't get through to him at all because Chu Jinan blacklisted Lung Yuqi's phone number. Song Meiyu was so mad that she almost smashed the phone. However, it was Lung Yuqi's phone, and there was evidence of Chu Jinan's betrayal. Even though Lung Xiaoyao was in the living room at this moment, she used her magical senses and clearly heard Song Meiyu's conversation with Chu Jinan. She felt it was extremely funny. To her surprise, Chu Jinan was so shameless and cold-blooded. She had thought that he would at least feel guilty. She had to admit that Chu Jinan was really an awful person. Lung Yuqi couldn't accept it and cried her heart out. She was short of breath. Then she passed out. Outside the door, Lang Yehua and Lung Yuchen heard her and immediately rushed inside. Because the door was already kicked and broken by Lang Yehua, it couldn't be closed and stayed ajar. "How's Yuqi?" asked Lang Yehua. "She fainted," said Song Meiyu. "Send her to the hospital now," Lang Yehua exclaimed. Then he picked Lung Yuqi up at once. When Lung Yehua hurriedly carried Lung Yuqi downstairs, Lung Chongyuan and Lung Yeqing went to see what had happened. "What's wrong?" asked Lung Chongyuan with concern. "Yuqi passed out. We need to take her to the hospital right now. No need to wait for us for dinner," Lung Yehua said. Without delay, he ran outside, followed by Song Meiyu and Lung Yuchen. Lung Chongyuan and Lung Yeqing were also worried about Lung Yuqi, especially Lung Chongyuan. After all, Lung Yuqi was his granddaughter. He hoped that she could learn a lesson from it, but he didn't want her to be hurt. Although Lung Yeqing disliked Lung Yuqi, they were family, so he was unhappy right now too. Only Lung Xiaoyao felt nothing because Lung Yuqi only passed out and wasn't in danger. Lung Xiaoyao didn't think that Lung Yuqi would commit suicide because Chu Jinan betrayed her. If Lung Yuqi did that, Lung Xiaoyao would try to rescue her as long as she wasn't dead. She would teach Lung Yuqi a lesson, but didn't want her to die. She wasn't that evil. However, it was necessary for her to tell Lung Yuqi what Chu Jinan was doing. Anyway, Lung Yuqi would know sooner or later. Even if she didn't tell her, she would be told by other people. "Fine," Lung Chongyuan sighed with an absent expression. "Grandpa, don't worry, she's fine. She simply fainted." Lung Xiaoyao comforted Lung Chongyuan. "Even if she's hurt this time, she asked for it. We told her not to get together with Chu Jinan, but she wouldn't listen," Lung Chongyuan said, although he said that he was still worried. "Oh, what Chu Jinan has done really humiliates us. He betrayed you first, then betrayed Yuqi. Does he think we're easy to take advantage of?" Lung Chongyuan said in anger. Lung Yuqi deserved the result, but Chu Jinan's behavior was humiliating. The Lung family couldn't accept it. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Chu Jinan will be punished," Lung Xiaoyao said. After telling Lung Yuqi about the bad news, Lung Xiaoyao didn't plan to stop there. After all, only Lung Yuqi was hurt while Chu Jinan was still playing around. In fact, Lung Xiaoyao decided to give Chu Jinan a more serious punishment. For Lung Chongyuan's sake, Lung Xiaoyao didn't punish Lung Yuqi seriously. She only told Lung Yuqi the truth that she would have found out sooner or later. As an outsider, Chu Jinan wouldn't receive such a light punishment. He would pay a big price for what he had done. Lung Yeqing understood that Lung Xiaoyao was going to pay Chu Jinan back. He was curious about what she would do, but knew that he shouldn't ask. No matter what Lung Xiaoyao was going to do to Chu Jinan, he wouldn't stop her. He had the same opinion as Lung Chongyuan and believed that Lung Yuqi deserved it, but he was also mad at Chu Jinan for humiliating the Leng family. If Chu Jianan had broken up with Leng Yuqi before getting together with another girl, it would still be acceptable. However, Chu Jianan deliberately humiliated them. On the way to the hospital, Song Meiyu told Leng Yehua what Chu Jianan had said to her on the phone. Leng Yehua was angry, but he said nothing. Leng Yuchen decided to beat Chu Jianan. He didn't say it, because he knew that his family would stop him, but he couldn't accept it. Leng Yuqi woke up before they reached the hospital, but they still went to the hospital. Leng Yuqi didn't cry after waking up. She looked really hopeless and depressed. Song Meiyu talked to her, but she ignored her. They were all scared and were afraid that she became dumb from the shock. Yuqi, say something to me. Don't scare Mom. Song Meiyu cried out in fear, shaking Leng Yuqi. All right, if she's unwilling to talk, stop shouting. We're about to arrive at the hospital. Let's see what the doctor says, Leng Yehua said impatiently. Song Meiyu was too noisy, so he was irritated. Go home. We should go home. I don't want to go to the hospital. Don't go to the hospital. As soon as Leng Yuqi heard that they were going to the hospital, she struggled and shouted to go home. Be quiet, Yuqi. You need to have a medical checkup at the hospital. Song Meiyu comforted Leng Yuqi. No, I don't want to go to the hospital. Leng Yuqi struggled and wanted to open the car door even though the car was driving. It seemed as if she was too scared to go to the hospital. Because Leng Yuqi struggled constantly, Song Meiyu and the others finally gave in. They didn't go to the hospital and instead went home. Most importantly, Leng Yuqi looked fine, so they relaxed. When they came back so quickly and Leng Yuqi was awake, the other family members understood that she must have woken up and didn't need to go to the hospital. Once Leng Yuqi was home, she went back to her room. Song Meiyu was still worried about her, so she followed her. The others could do nothing, so because the meal was ready, they went to eat first. Other than Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yeqing, nobody had an appetite. Leng Yehua and Leng Yuchen barely ate anything. Although Leng Yuqi was fine, she was very hurt by the news. It didn't mean she would still be fine later. Chu Jianan, on the other hand, felt quite relaxed after making it clear with Leng Yuqi. However, he wondered how Leng Yuqi found out about his secret relationship with Zhang Yihan. Did Zhang Yihan leak it? After all, only the two of them were aware of what they were doing secretly. Chu Jianan called Zhang Yihan immediately after having the call with Song Meiyu. He asked Zhang Yihan whether she had told Leng Yuqi about their secret relationship. Zhang Yihan was struck dumb for a second. Leng Yuqi knew about her affair with Chu Jianan? In an instant, Zhang Yihan became excited. She wanted Leng Yuqi to find out early on, but Chu Jianan didn't allow her to say anything. She didn't dare to do that either. However, she didn't leak it, so she immediately explained. I didn't tell anyone about that. You didn't allow me to, so I didn't tell anyone. Did Leng Xiaoyao see us and tell the Leng family about it? Zhang Yihan was also suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao. Otherwise, who would do that? Leng Xiaoyao only saw us at the circuit, but Leng Yuqi's mother mentioned that we stayed in the same hotel and apartment, Chu Jianan said. Did Leng Xiaoyao spread rumors about us and tell the truth by accident? Zhang Yihan guessed. Yuqi must be heartbroken. Jianan, what should we do now? Zhang Yihan asked anxiously. Honestly, she wanted to know how Chu Jianan would deal with it. Since Leng Yuqi already knew, she hoped that Chu Jianan would leave Leng Yuqi for her. So, it has nothing to do with me, Chu Jianan said airily. He was not worried at all. Jianan, do you mean you're totally over with Yuqi? Asked Zhang Yihan. Yeah, Chu Jianan answered. After hearing Chu Jianan's answer, Zhang Yihan was even happier. After hanging up the call with Chu Jianan, Zhang Yihan laughed out loud. It was extremely good news. After Leng Yuqi found out, she must be very sad and heartbroken. Upon thinking that Leng Yuqi was in a bad mood, Zhang Yihan was happy. After dinner, Leng Changyuan was slightly gloomy, so he went back to his room. Leng Yehua and Leng Yuchen went upstairs too. In the living room, Leng Yeqing and Leng Xiaoyao were left alone. Leng Yeqing asked Leng Xiaoyao in a low voice at once. Are you going to punish Chu Jianan? Yeah. Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to keep it a secret and admitted it with alacrity. Although I've done nothing to Chu Jinan recently, it doesn't mean that I'll forgive him. I'm going to pay him back. I agree with you, but what do you plan to do? Asked Leng Yeqing. He also wanted Leng Xiaoyao to pay Chu Jinan back because he never liked Chu Jinan. Uncle, do you think I should trap him or beat him? Or should I attack his family's company? Asked Leng Xiaoyao in excitement. Isn't it too much if you attack his family's company? Said Leng Yeqing. After all, it was Chu Jinan's fault and had nothing to do with the Chu family. Then I'll just beat him, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Chu Jinan's parents weren't exactly innocent, it was mainly Chu Jinan's fault. Therefore, it was indeed too much if she attacked his family's company. Do you plan to pay some people to do it or do it yourself? Asked Leng Yeqing. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao was skilled and strong. If she did it on her own, she could easily teach Chu Jinan a lesson. However, he was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao would be exposed. I'll do it by myself. I'm strong enough and no one is a match for me in City Chong, Leng Xiaoyao said proudly. That was the truth unless she ran into cultivators who were at higher levels than her. You must be careful. Leng Yeqing trusted Leng Xiaoyao, but he was still worried about her. I know, said Leng Xiaoyao. A while later, Leng Xiaoyao found where Chu Jinan was. He was having fun with his friends in a bar. Afterwards, she changed into a black suit with a baseball cap and a mask, then went out. Leng Xiaoyao went to the bar that Chu Jinan was in, but she didn't go inside immediately. She came when they were almost finished, so she decided to wait outside to beat Chu Jinan. If she did it in the bar might get damaged and its business would be affected. As long as she had a choice, she wouldn't cause trouble for innocent people. Leng Xiaoyao waited in the trees next to the parking lot. Within 2 minutes, she heard a conversation from a nearby car. Shang, it's a little risky this time. Do we really need to do that? Neither the Ling family, the Feng family, or the Pei family are easy to take advantage of. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We already took the task. If we pull out now, we won't be able to stay in the industry. Shang is right. Anyway, we don't live in City Chong. No matter how powerful those families are, they can't find us so far away. Upon hearing the names of the Ling family, the Feng family, and the Pei family, Leng Xiaoyao thought of Ling Tianqi, Feng Rui, and Pei Heron. Who sent these people? Qin Wentao? Qin Wentao was highly likely to do that in her opinion. Leng Xiaoyao moved away from them and called Ling Tianqi. However, no one answered her call, perhaps because it was too noisy in the bar and no one heard it. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao didn't call Ling Tianqi again. He should reply to her once he saw her calls. It was true that the music was too loud in the bar, so Ling Tianqi and the others didn't hear the calls. Before Ling Tianqi and the others left, Chu Jinan showed up. He was alone. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao directly went forward to beat him. Because she was dressed in all black with a baseball cap and a mask, no one knew who she was. Leng Xiaoyao understood that Chu Jinan would be suspicious of her even if he couldn't recognize her. But she didn't care. Even if he was suspicious of her, he should first have evidence to sue her. Chu Jinan had drunk a bit and was slightly tipsy, so he could barely see the person who rushed out to beat him. He only felt the pain all over his body and screamed. Onlookers were all shocked. Although they couldn't see Leng Xiaoyao's face, they could tell that it was a girl. They had never seen such a strong girl before. They wondered why she was beating the man and thought that they must be a couple and that the man must have betrayed the girl. As a result, the girl got mad and beat him up. Thinking that, no one felt sympathy for Chu Jinan and nobody stopped Leng Xiaoyao from beating him. Besides, Leng Xiaoyao seemed aggressive and skilled. None of the onlookers wanted to get injured. Leng Xiaoyao chose the most vulnerable spots to hit Chu Jinan, but left no wounds on his skin. She deliberately did that so that Chu Jinan couldn't get any useful evidence even if he went to have a medical checkup. Unfortunately, the pain would torture him for a long time. He wasn't just physically hurt, it was also mental injuries. Leng Xiaoyao stopped half a minute later, then walked away. However, she didn't go far because she wasn't done with the matter concerning Ling Tianqi yet. If she didn't know, she wouldn't have bothered to get involved, but she had to do something since she heard about it and was there. Chu Jinan almost passed out from the pain, but he was still conscious and had to bear with it. He didn't see who beat him, so he had no way to get back at the person. Before long, security guards from the bar heard that he had been attacked. They called an ambulance for Chu Jianan at once, sending him to the hospital. Ling Tianqi was still not there even a long time later, but Leng Xiaoyao stayed patient. She played on her phone while she waited outside. Although she could directly catch those men, they hadn't done anything yet. If she went to beat them, it might just cause trouble. The best solution was for Ling Tianqi and the others to come out. When those men tried to attack them, she would stand out. By then, she would have a reason to beat them. Even if it caused a scene, she would still be fine. A few minutes later, her phone rang and Ling Tianqi called her. "Xiaoyao, is anything up so late?" asked Ling Tianqi. He obviously sounded a little drunk. "Are you in XX bar?" asked Leng Xiaoyao to make sure first. "How do you know that? Are you in the bar too?" Ling Tianqi was struck dumb for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, but I'm outside. I saw 6 strange men and observed them for a while. I heard their conversation. They plan to hurt you," said Ling Xiaoyao. "What?" Ling Tianqi was mad. "Is it Qin Wentao?" Ling Tianqi thought of Qin Wentao as well because he had the most conflict against Qin Wentao. It was just a guess, and it was possible to be other people. After all, he had conflicts against more people than just Qin Wentao. "The first person I thought of is also him, but I'm not sure of it," said Leng Xiaoyao. They couldn't jump to conclusions before they had evidence. However, she didn't bring a laptop with her, so she couldn't do an investigation. "I can't catch them right away because they haven't done anything yet. So after you come out, they might take action. By then, I can stand out for you," Leng Xiaoyao said. "No problem. I'll go out right now." This being the case, he wasn't in the mood to continue to have fun. Anyway, even if there was no trouble, he would still want to go outside to meet Leng Xiaoyao. He had no other purposes. He simply took Leng Xiaoyao as his idol. After speaking with Leng Xiaoyao, Ling Tianqi returned to his seat and told Feng Rui and Pei Heron about what happened. Afterwards, they left. Once Feng Rui and Pei Heron heard about it, they thought of Qin Wentao as well. Whether or not it was Qin Wentao, they needed to ask those men to find out. As soon as they walked out, the 6 men in the car focused on them. They didn't take action right away, but waited to see where Ling Tianqi was going. Because Ling Tianqi was aware that some people were waiting for them outside, he and his friends stayed alert even though Leng Xiaoyao was also outside and they would be fine. When they got outside, they walked to the parking lot because Leng Xiaoyao told them that she and those men were there. If they wanted to catch those men, they had to give those men a chance to take action first. The 6 men saw that Ling Tianqi and his friends walked towards the parking lot. It was exactly what they wanted, so they prepared to take action. They wanted to be quick, so they all had an iron stick in their hands. When Ling Tianqi and his friends got close, the 6 men got out of the car at once. As soon as possible, they surrounded Ling Tianqi and his friends. "Damn! They have iron sticks." Seeing that scene, Ling Tianqi and his friends were scared, especially since Leng Xiaoyao was still absent. They were quite panicked. Anyway, they trusted Leng Xiaoyao, so they didn't run away. Even if they wanted to run, it was impossible. All 6 men were skilled and quick, while Ling Tianqi and his friends had all drunk a little. They had no strength to run away. Right as the 6 men raised their iron sticks to beat them, several stones suddenly flew through the air, but none of them noticed them. The next moment, the stones accurately hit the 6 men's hands. They felt a sharp pain and involuntarily dropped the sticks. The iron sticks fell to the ground at once. No one knew what was happening until that moment. They had been ambushed. Afterwards, a person showed up like lightning and attacked the 6 men. The 6 men were indeed skilled, so they immediately came back to their senses and fought back. Unfortunately, they were no match for the person. After that, the 6 men noticed that the person was the girl who beat a man earlier. All of them were shocked. They could see that this girl was very strong, but they were still surprised by her skills. Ling Tianqi and his friends were also astonished, showing great admiration. Although Leng Xiaoyao wore a baseball cap and a mask, they knew that it was her. "No one else could be so awesome. We have no grudge against you. Why are you interfering?" one man questioned angrily. There is indeed no grudge between us, but you tried to attack my friends. I won't allow you to do that. If you tell me who the mastermind is, I might punish you lightly. Otherwise, you'll learn an unforgettable lesson. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. She used magical energy again, so she wouldn't leave wounds on their skin, just like she had done to Chu Jianan. Show us what you can do. The man called Shang argued. Although the 6 of them were no match for Leng Xiaoyao, their dignity wouldn't allow them to give in easily. Great, let's see, Leng Xiaoyao said. Without delay, she used greater force and quickly beat them to the ground. They were in great pain all over their bodies, so they could no longer fight back. This time, they were really frightened by Leng Xiaoyao's ability. It was not only them, other people around were also shocked. Xiaoyao, you're so awesome. Ling Tianqi and his friends walked over exclaiming with astonishment and admiration. I know, Leng Xiaoyao answered at once, but no one thought that she was being arrogant because reality proved everything. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoyao turned to look at those men and coldly asked, Tell me, who sent you? Those men said nothing, but they were hesitant, seeing that Leng Xiaoyao threatened them. If you tell me who the mastermind is, I can let you go. If not, you'll live the rest of your life disabled. Those men were scared and exchanged glances. Finally, the man called Shang said, It's Qin Wentao. It's really Qin Wentao. Can't he stop already? Even though Ling Tianqi and his friends were aware of it, they were still angry when they heard the answer. We let him go, but he won't stop causing trouble, Pei Heron said. Right, it is always him who makes things difficult for us every time. But he blames us, Feng Rue agreed. Are you sure? You didn't lie? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Although she didn't really doubt them, she wouldn't just believe it at once. If so, tell me more. How did he find you? When and where? How much did he pay you? How did he give the money to you? Show me the record, Leng Xiaoyao demanded. Even if she heard that the mastermind was Qin Wentao, she still needed evidence in addition to a witness. Without solid proof, no one would believe their words. Shang was struck dumb for a second. He didn't reply until he thought about it for a while. About 10 p.m. 3 days ago, at XX Bar, a friend of mine introduced Qin Wentao to us. He paid us 100,000 yuan to beat Ling Tianqi, Pei Heron and Feng Rue. He gave us 50,000 yuan first. After it's done, we'll get the rest. We made the deal in cash, so there is no record. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao and the others had no more questions. They didn't beat them any further. It was a public place, so they couldn't be too violent. Did you take a video? Leng Xiaoyao asked Ling Tianqi when they left. Before questioning those men, Leng Xiaoyao told Ling Tianqi to record their confession as evidence. Yeah, Ling Tianqi answered. I'll conduct a more thorough investigation after I get home. Although they confessed to the crime, we need more evidence, Leng Xiaoyao said. Sure, thank you, Xiaoyao. Ling Tianqi thanked her. Then he asked, Xiaoyao, are you hungry? Why don't we go to have some night snacks? I should thank you for rescuing us tonight. Let's go. Since he said that, Leng Xiaoyao felt like eating something, so they went to have night snacks. Xiaoyao, you don't seem to be having fun outside in such clothes, Feng Rue pointed out. You're right. I knew that Chu Jianan was here, so I came to teach him a lesson. He got together with Leng Yuqi after ending the engagement with me, but he betrayed Leng Yuqi for her best friend. It is humiliating for my family, so I beat him up, Leng Xiaoyao admitted frankly. Hearing that, Ling Tianqi and the others were angry too. Chu Jianan is so shameless. He's extremely shameless, right? I think it's not enough to only beat him once. After Chu Jianan was sent to the hospital, the doctor immediately gave him a medical checkup. However, he found nothing, but Chu Jianan was obviously in excruciating pain. When the doctor said that he found no injury inside or out, Chu Jianan wanted to swear. Unfortunately, his entire body was in pain. As soon as he moved, the pain became worse. Before long, Chu Xiaofeng and his wife came. Seeing their son struggling in pain, they were extremely worried and angry. Who dared to beat up their son? They couldn't understand when the results showed no injuries on Chu Jianan's body. Jianan, what exactly happened? asked Mrs. Chu. I went out of XX bar, but a person suddenly rushed over to beat me. I didn't see the person's face, Chu Jinan said furiously. He wanted to tear the person who attacked him to pieces. All of a sudden he thought of something. Does it have something to do with the Lung family? The Lung family? Why would it have something to do with the Lung family? Chu Xiaofeng was confused. Was the Lung family still mad at them because of what they had done to Leng Xiaoyao, so they paid someone to beat Chu Jinan? If so, they couldn't forgive the Lung family. It has been so long. Why would they still blame them for that? What else could it be? The Lung family must be mad at us for Leng Xiaoyao. So they paid someone to beat Jinan. The Lung family is so evil. It has been so long. Why can't they get over it? Mrs. Chu was angry and hated the Lung family more than ever. At the beginning, she felt slightly guilty for ending the engagement with Leng Xiaoyao, but she no longer felt that. However, that was just Chu Jinan's guess. He didn't have any proof yet, so it was unreasonable for Mrs. Chu to jump to conclusions. I didn't mean that, said Chu Jinan in a deep voice. He guessed that it must have something to do with the Lung family, but it wasn't related to Leng Xiaoyao. It must have been done by Leng Yuqi's parents. After all, Leng Yuqi had a bad relationship with Leng Xiaoyao, so Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't stand out for Leng Yuqi. As a result, Chu Jinan didn't think that it could be Leng Xiaoyao. He had no idea that his actions humiliated the Leng family. In fact, he was beaten this time not just because of what he had done to Leng Yuqi. Not because of her? Then who? Asked Mrs. Chu. She was confused and frowned. They didn't know what the reason could be if the Leng family didn't hate Chu Jinan for what Chu Jinan had done to Leng Xiaoyao. Chu Jinan didn't dare to keep it a secret, so he told his parents about what had happened between Leng Yuqi and him. He didn't want to do that, but he was left with no choice. What? Knowing the reason, Chu Xiaofeng and Mrs. Chu felt a little guilty. Their anger also lessened a lot. However, Mrs. Chu was still displeased. After all, it was her son who had been beaten. Even if you did that, they shouldn't have paid someone to beat you. They can't force you to be loyal to Leng Yuqi. I know, but Jinan has betrayed Leng Yuqi. It's his fault. Even if the Leng family is mad and wants to beat him, it's understandable. Anyway, Jinan isn't really injured, so it's equal, said Chu Xiaofeng. Although it also hurt him when Chu Jinan was beaten, he felt that he shouldn't criticize the Leng family for that. After all, he cared about his face. Honestly, he disagreed with Chu Jinan's behavior and felt it was extremely wrong. So he was also mad at Chu Jinan. If the news went abroad, the Chu family would be embarrassed. He's not injured? Can't you see that Jinan is in pain right now? Do you really think he's not injured? Mrs. Chu exclaimed. Seeing Chu Jinan in so much pain, she was hurt to the core. It's Leng Chongyuan who forbade Leng Yuqi to be together with Jinan. Why couldn't Jinan get together with other girls? She played the blame game. Shut up. Enough. No matter how much pain he's in right now, the medical check shows that he's not injured. If you want the Leng family to take responsibility, they might sue you for slander instead. And there is no evidence to prove it was done by the Leng family. It's unreasonable for you to rush to pin the blame on the Leng family, Chu Xiaofeng said in anger. He cared about Chu Jinan too, but they needed evidence. Mrs. Chu didn't realize that until this moment. She quickly closed her mouth, feeling less angry. Chu Jinan was suspicious of the Leng family and even believed that it was done by them, but he had more enemies than just the Leng family. Therefore, he couldn't say for sure that it was done by the Leng family. Therefore, Chu Xiaofeng went to conduct an investigation first. They would see what they could do afterwards. Leng Xiaoyao and the others went home after having night snacks. Because they all drank a little, they didn't drive. Anyway, Leng Xiaoyao was so strong. She would be safer than them. So they weren't worried about her safety, and on one offered to send her home. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao walked away, Ling Tianqi and his friends suddenly became angry. Pei Heron said, Tianqi, shouldn't we teach Chu Jinan a lesson for Xiaoyao and the Leng family? I feel what Chu Jinan has suffered today was not enough. I agree. Feng Rui chimed in. Although they hadn't spent much time with Leng Xiaoyao yet, Leng Xiaoyao had helped them a lot. They sincerely took Leng Xiaoyao as their friend and idol. Therefore, when the Leng family was humiliated, they were also angry. No wonder we're brothers. We have the same idea, but Chu Jianan is already injured. We can't beat him again. What else do you think we can do? Asked Ling Tianqi. After finding out why Leng Xiaoyao beat Chu Jianan, he had the idea of teaching Chu Jianan a lesson, but he didn't tell Leng Xiaoyao right away. Isn't the Chu family bidding for the Chengtian project? I heard that Chu Jianan is in charge of it and he got it using connections, but they haven't signed the contract yet, said Feng Rui. I'll go get it and rob Chu Jianan of it, Ling Tianqi said evilly. The Chengtian project wasn't very important, so the Ling family had no interest in it and didn't bother to compete for it. However, in order to teach Chu Jianan a lesson, Ling Tianqi decided to bid for the project. Facing the Chu family and the Ling family, smart people wouldn't hesitate to work with the Ling family. After all, one was an average rich family, while the other was a second-class rich family. There was a big difference. The surveillance cameras outside the bar were already damaged by Leng Xiaoyao. As a result, Chu Xiaofeng's people couldn't get a clue from the surveillance cameras. But from witnesses they learned that it was a girl dressed in black with a baseball cap and a mask. Chu Xiaofeng and his wife subconsciously thought that Chu Jianan might have hurt another girl. Do you have a sexual relationship with other girls in addition to Lang Yuqi and Zhang Yihan? Chu Xiaofeng asked unhappily. It seemed that his son lived a life with wild abandon. He knew that it was Chu Jianan's fault, but he didn't bother to heavily criticize him for that. It was normal that men were disloyal. Moreover, Chu Jianan's relationship with Lang Yuqi wasn't public. However, if Chu Jianan paid for sex and spent too much energy on that, he would be extremely disappointed. A man who paid for sex all day couldn't be the Chu family's heir. Chu Jianan was talented in business to some extent, but he wasn't outstanding, so he needed to focus and couldn't be distracted by prostitutes. If Chu Jianan couldn't be a qualified heir, he had to, because Chu Xiaofeng hadn't proven it yet. He didn't continue to think about it. After all, it was an embarrassing secret. No, Chu Jianan denied. It was the truth because he had no interest in paid sex. He only needed women to satisfy him physically sometimes. Chu Xiaofeng was relieved. If not, it must have something to do with the Leng family, said Mrs. Chu. Hard to say. You might have messed with some men. Have you had conflicts against anyone recently? Asked Chu Xiaofeng. Even if he was suspicious of the Leng family, he wouldn't jump to conclusions. Sometimes, the person they were most suspicious of might not be the criminal. Chu Jianan frowned. He thought of what had happened these days, then said, I argued with Mo Jinlin last week, but it's not serious. We only had an argument. However, he didn't think that Mo Jinlin wouldn't pay him back because Mo Jinlin loved playing dirty tricks and harboring grudges. Obviously, Chu Xiaofeng clearly knew what kind of person Mo Jinlin was, so it was possible that Mo Jinlin paid him back even if there was no serious conflict between them. Mrs. Chu was aware of that too, so she guessed. Is it Mo Jinlin? I don't know, but it's possible. We will only know after Lin's investigation, said Chu Xiaofeng. He wasn't sure whether it was Mo Jinlin. Lin was Chu Xiaofeng's secretary. He had outstanding abilities, so Chu Xiaofeng assigned the task to him. However, Lin hadn't found any useful information yet. Did they have to bear it? No, they were reluctant to do that. Unfortunately, they could do nothing about it. Could they directly question the Leng family? Leng Xiaoyao didn't go to bed after she got home. Instead, she investigated those men who tried to attack Ling Tianqi and his friends tonight. About 10 p.m. 3 days ago, Shang and his brothers were indeed in XX bar. His friend really brought a man to see them, but the man wasn't Qin Wentao. This man should have been sent over by Qin Wentao. Otherwise, someone must be scheming against Qin Wentao. For the time being, Leng Xiaoyao felt that it was more likely for Qin Wentao to be schemed against. Since the man wasn't Qin Wentao, why did he introduce himself as Qin Wentao? Normally, people who paid to beat someone tended to keep their identities secret unless they were familiar. Without delay, Leng Xiaoyao investigated the man who claimed to be Qin Wentao. After an investigation, she found that the man was indeed not Qin Wentao, but Qin Wentao's cousin who served Qin Wenming. Leng Xiaoyao knew little about the Qin family, but the current situation proved everything. Qin Wenming sent some people to attack Ling Tianqi and the others using Qin Wentao's name. He tried to frame Qin Wentao by making Ling Tianqi think that it was done by Qin Wentao. Afterwards, Qin Wentao would be paid back. Leng Xiaoyao collected information of what Qin Wentao was doing recently, then found that he just got a project last week. In that case, Qin Wenming must have felt that he was being overshadowed by Qin Wentao and wanted to frame Qin Wentao. After the investigation, Leng Xiaoyao immediately called Ling Tianqi, although it was very late. Right after Ling Tianqi fell asleep, his phone rang and scared him, but he wasn't unhappy. Yeah, the mastermind isn't Qin Wentao, Leng Xiaoyao said. What? It's not Qin Wentao. Ling Tianqi was shocked. After all, Shang already confessed that Qin Wentao paid them to attack him, so he thought it was the truth. Unexpectedly, the mastermind turned out not to be Qin Wentao. Then who is it? Asked Ling Tianqi. It's Qin Wenming. They're competing against each other, and you were dragged into trouble, said Leng Xiaoyao. Oh, then we must let Qin Wentao know. We can get them to beat each other, but we can't let Qin Wenming go so easily, Ling Tianqi said with displeasure. He wasn't a weak man, and was actually more vicious than his peers. Therefore, he was determined to punish Qin Wenming too. Do you need me to send the evidence to Qin Wentao anonymously, or do you want to handle it yourself? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Just leave it to me, said Ling Tianqi. He had bothered Leng Xiaoyao a lot, so he decided to do it on his own. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao sent the evidence to Ling Tianqi after hanging up the call. The next day, Leng Yuqi was still in a bad mood because of Chu Jianan's betrayal, so she didn't go to school. When Leng Xiaoyao arrived at school, she met Zhang Yihan at the gate by accident. As soon as Zhang Yihan saw Leng Xiaoyao, she subconsciously observed her surroundings to see whether Leng Yuqi was there too. Leng Yuqi didn't come in the Leng family's car, which meant she wouldn't come to school today. Therefore, Zhang Yihan didn't need to see Leng Yuqi. Although Zhang Yihan was happy when Leng Yuqi learned about her affair with Chu Jianan, she felt anxious after thinking about it twice. If Leng Yuqi exposed it, she would be humiliated. Luckily, Leng Yuqi was absent, so she was slightly relieved. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoyao was here. Even if Leng Yuqi had a bad relationship with Leng Xiaoyao, they were both members of the Leng family. As a result, Zhang Yihan didn't dare to meet Leng Xiaoyao's eyes. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about Zhang Yihan. Although Zhang Yihan also humiliated the Leng family, she wouldn't have been able to do anything if Chu Jianan didn't give her a chance. Since Leng Xiaoyao wasn't looking at her, Zhang Yihan finally relaxed. However, when Zhang Yihan saw Chu Jiayu, she panicked again. She wondered whether Chu Jiayu would hate her after knowing about her affair with Chu Jianan. After all, Chu Jiayu was Chu Jianan's younger sister, so she didn't want Chu Jiayu to hate her. She even wanted Chu Jiayu's support. Because Chu Jiayu didn't seem to be in a good mood, Zhang Yihan was very anxious. However, she still asked with concern, "Jiayu, what's wrong? You look unhappy." Chu Jiayu pouted and said unhappily, "Jianan was beaten by someone last night. He's still in the hospital right now." "What? Jianan is injured? Is it serious? Do you know who did it?" Zhang Yihan was scared. Seeing Zhang Yihan's emotional reaction, Chu Jiayu felt that it was a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. The doctor can't find any injuries, but he is in a lot of pain all over. We don't know who did it. Was it done by the Leng family? That was the first idea Zhang Yihan had because Leng Yuqi found out about their affair yesterday. It was possible that the Leng family punished Chu Jianan for that. If so, would the Leng family injure her too? Thinking of that, Zhang Yihan was afraid. Although the Zhang family was rich too, she had hurt Leng Yuqi first. When class was about to start, Leng Yuqi was still absent. Chu Jiayu asked curiously, "Why didn't Yuqi come to school today?" Zhang Yihan panicked a little and lowered her head to avoid Chu Jiayu's eyes in case Chu Jiayu saw through her. "I don't know. Let me call her." Saying that, Chu Jiayu took out her phone and wanted to call Leng Yuqi. Zhang Yihan opened her mouth and wanted to stop Chu Jiayu, but didn't know how to say it. Once she said it aloud, Chu Jiayu would ask for the reason. At that time, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Luckily, before Chu Jiayu made the call, their head teacher came, so Chu Jiayu had to stop. However, she sent Lung Yuqi a message on WeChat. Lung Yuqi paid no attention to her phone. She sat by the side of her bed, gazing out of the window. She was quiet, but no one knew what she was thinking. Song Meiyu was worried about Lung Yuqi, so she asked for leave from work and stayed at home to take care of her. The door of Lung Yuqi's room wasn't repaired, but Song Meiyu and the others did it on purpose. If the door was repaired, Lung Yuqi might lock herself in the room. At that time, they wouldn't know what she might do to herself. Zhang Yihan focused on Chu Jiayu the entire time. When Chu Jiayu received no reply from Lung Yuqi, she was slightly relieved. However, she knew that it wouldn't last long. Once the class was over, Chu Jiayu would call Lung Yuqi. She hoped that Lung Yuqi wouldn't answer the call, and that her dirty secret wouldn't be exposed right away. Without surprise, as soon as the class was over and their head teacher left the classroom, Chu Jiayu called Lung Yuqi, leaving Zhang Yihan extremely nervous. After a few calls, Lung Yuqi still refused to answer. Zhang Yihan was relieved, but Chu Jiayu was very worried. What happened? I called Yuqi 3 times, but no one answered. Did anything happen? Yihan, why don't we visit the Lung family this afternoon? Zhang Yihan stammered. She obviously didn't want to go, but Chu Jiayu would ask her why if she refused. She honestly didn't know how to explain it. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Yihan's reaction, Chu Jiayu frowned. An idea dawned on Zhang Yihan and she made up an excuse. I'm on my period right now. I don't feel comfortable. Isn't your period at the end of the month? It's just the beginning of the month right now. Chu Jiayu was surprised. Zhang Yihan panicked and answered afterwards. Yeah. So I'm going to ask for leave to go see a doctor this afternoon, right? Do you need me to go with you? Chu Jiayu asked with concern. Although she was worried about Lung Yuqi, Zhang Yihan was also her friend. No need, I'll go alone. My body is fine right now. I can take care of myself. Zhang Yihan turned her down at once. If Chu Jiayu went with her, she would find out that she was lying. Since she made up that excuse, she had to ask for leave this afternoon. At noon, both Zhang Yihan and Chu Jiayu asked their head teacher for leave. Zhang Yihan used the excuse that she was on her period, while Chu Jiayu said that she needed to see Lung Yuqi because she couldn't get through to her. However, their head teacher didn't allow Chu Jiayu to leave, because Song Meiyu had already called him that morning. Lung Yuqi was sick and would be absent for a few days. Although the National College entrance examination was around the corner, the students' physical condition mattered, so their head teacher agreed. After all, if the illness got more serious, it would be even worse. The school couldn't bear the consequences if Lung Yuqi was really seriously sick. Knowing that Lung Yuqi was sick, Chu Jiayu was even more worried. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave without their head teacher's permission. She had to wait till the evening class was over and her family's chauffeur could drive her to visit the Lung family. Zhang Yihan didn't dare to go back home after leaving the campus. She went to sit in a cafe, but she was extremely anxious. Leng Xiaoyao ran into Gao Qilu on her way to the canteen at noon. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, Gao Qilu seemed normal but malice flashed in her eyes. Leng Xiaoyao noticed everything. She paid no attention to Gao Qilu, but felt it was ridiculous. She had done nothing to hurt Gao Qilu, but Gao Qilu took her as an enemy. Women really got jealous for no reason. Qilu, Leng Xiaoyao is honestly hateful, a girl next to Gao Qilu said. Humph! Gao Qilu snorted and said nothing. She was envious of Leng Xiaoyao as soon as she saw her face. However, she didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao would be so beautiful for long. Ling Tianqi called Qin Wentao that morning. Because Qin Wentao was busy recently, he didn't cause Ling Tianqi trouble again. So he was very surprised when Ling Tianqi suddenly called him. Although he knew that it couldn't be good news, he still answered it. Qin Wentao, some people tried to cause me trouble yesterday, Ling Tianqi said lazily. He wasn't angry, and didn't question Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao was struck dumb for a second, then asked seriously, Why are you telling me that? Are you suspicious of me? I'm not suspicious of you, but the man told me that it was your order, Ling Tianqi said. Bullshit. I'm too busy to even remember you these days. How could I have time to cause you trouble? Don't pin the blame on me, Qin Wentao said angrily. He was loud because he didn't do it. I have a video of their confession, said Ling Tianqi. That could just be your act. Ling Tianqi, I've honestly been busy recently. I don't have time to waste on you, Qin Wentao said. He really didn't do it, so he didn't panic at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up on Ling Tianqi. He felt that Ling Tianqi was deliberately making things difficult for him. Before long, Ling Tianqi sent him a message with an attached video of the men's confession. Qin Wentao actually didn't want to watch it, but he still played it after thinking for a while. He didn't know the men in the video and had never met them before. When he heard his name from their mouths, he almost smashed his phone in anger. He had never gone to the XX bar before. He didn't pay them 100,000 yuan to attack Ling Tianqi and his friends. Although he really hated them, he was too busy to do that these days. As a result, it was just slander. However, if this wasn't slander, could it be? Did someone try to frame him? Qin Wentao wasn't dumb and immediately had that suspicion. He felt that it was highly likely. After all, Ling Tianqi shouldn't be bored enough to orchestrate this act simply to cause him trouble. Who could the person be? After thinking for a while, a name dawned on Qin Wentao. It was Qin Wenming. Upon thinking of Qin Wenming, Qin Wentao felt that it was possible. He never got along with Qin Wenming and they competed for the same project the other day. He won, so Qin Wenming must be mad at him. Therefore, Qin Wenming might want to frame him. If he were Qin Wenming, he would do the same thing. Qin Wenming. Very well. How dare he play such a dirty trick? After figuring it out, Qin Wentao called Ling Tianqi at once. It was the key moment for his business, so he didn't want Ling Tianqi to cause him any trouble now. Therefore, he needed to tell Ling Tianqi who the real mastermind was, so that Ling Tianqi would go to pay Qin Wenming back. In that way, Ling Tianqi could help him remove an obstacle too. When Qin Wentao called back, Ling Tianqi wasn't surprised at all. He answered it without hesitation. Ling Tianqi, I didn't pay them to attack you, but I know who did. I can tell you who the real mastermind is and you can handle it yourself, Qin Wentao said. Oh? Who is it? Ling Tianqi asked with great interest. Qin Wenming, Qin Wentao said. Are you sure? Asked Ling Tianqi. He's most likely trying to frame me by attacking you, said Qin Wentao. Although he didn't have evidence yet, he was very sure of it. Funny, Ling Tianqi sneered. He knew what Qin Wentao was thinking, so he said mockingly, Qin Wentao, I'm not dumb. Even if it was Qin Wenming's idea, his target is you. It means that I, Heron, and Rui were dragged into trouble because of you. You're not innocent. Qin Wentao was struck dumb for a second. He didn't think that Ling Tianqi was dumb. He simply wanted Ling Tianqi to pay Qin Wenming back because he didn't have time to do that right now. And why should I believe you? Ling Tianqi said. Then why do you believe them? I can make the same video and say that you're the criminal. What will you think? Qin Wentao argued in annoyance. It was frustrating that Ling Tianqi pinned the blame on him. Oh! Ling Tianqi sneered. He wasn't mad because Qin Wentao's words made sense and he was aware of the truth. However, this time he wasn't only going to pay Qin Wenming back, he was also going to teach Qin Wentao a lesson. Therefore, he wouldn't forgive Qin Wentao just because his words made sense. If so, I can only hand it to the police. We can wait and see, said Ling Tianqi. As long as he called the police, Qin Wentao would be interrogated, which would affect him. Even if it was not your order, it happened because of you. So, you're not innocent. You? Qin Wentao was angry. However, Ling Tianqi was right, so he didn't know what to say. If Ling Tianqi really called the police, he would be in trouble too. What do you want to do? Qin Wentao gritted through his teeth. Qin Wentao said nothing. He was obviously mad at Qin Wenming. He even wanted to find the evidence and expose it, so that their grandfather would know Qin Wenming's real colors and be disappointed with him. It would be the best if Qin Wenming lost the right to inherit their family's wealth forever. Unfortunately, he was too busy recently and no one could win his trust in his circle. He honestly had no energy to investigate it. As a result, he was irritated too. Although he was competing against Qin Wenming and had the idea of playing dirty tricks, he understood that their grandfather was very smart. If he really played any dirty tricks, he would be the main suspect once Qin Wenming got in trouble. By then, the loss would outweigh the gain. For the same reason, if their grandfather heard what Qin Wenming had done to him, Qin Wenming would receive a serious punishment even if he wouldn't be deprived of the qualification to be the heir. Anyway, Qin Wentao had to have evidence of Qin Wenming's bad deeds. If he didn't have evidence, he wouldn't get the result he wanted. Qin Wenming paid some people to attack Ling Tianqi and the others under his name because his grudges against Ling Tianqi wasn't a secret. As a result, everyone would immediately be suspicious of him. Even Ling Tianqi and the others thought of him right away. On the contrary, in the Qin family and outsiders' eyes, Qin Wenming would never do that. Therefore, if Qin Wenming succeeded this time, he would have to carry the blame. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to be mad. I'll conduct an investigation, but I need some time. In case Ling Tianqi really called the police and caused him serious trouble, Qin Wentao had to take action. After having afternoon classes, Leng Xiaoyao didn't stay on campus. She had an appointment with Xin, so she went out once the classes were over. Xin drew jewelry for the main characters and needed Leng Xiaoyao to check whether it was good enough. If Leng Xiaoyao was satisfied, she would go on to make the jewelry. Although Leng Xiaoyao believed in Xin, she still needed to see it. After all, it was business, so she had to take it seriously. Leng Xiaoyao and Xin met at the appointed restaurant. When Leng Xiaoyao arrived, Xin had been waiting for her for a while. "How long have you been here?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. "Not long. I came just a few minutes earlier." Xin said, "Let's order some food. What do you want to eat?" Leng Xiaoyao read the menu for a while, then ordered a light meal. Xin did the same and ordered assorted fresh fruits along with juice. After they finished placing their order, Xin took out her painting album and handed it to Leng Xiaoyao. "I finished the jewelry of the main characters. You can have a look." Leng Xiaoyao took it, then read it. Xin continued, "I don't know what jade you have, so I painted them with the most common colors. There aren't many. We can decide what colors we can use after I cut out the jade, because I don't know what jade I have either," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Leng Xiaoyao could read fast and had a good memory, she observed every detail of Xin's designs. Xin's designs were very beautiful, so Leng Xiaoyao was satisfied. "After eating, you can go to my home with me. We can cut out some jade first. You can make the jewelry with it," said Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't realize that she had left those raw jade materials to the side for a long time after bringing them back until now. She hadn't gone to see them once, let alone cut them out. In fact, she should have cut the jade out beforehand, but she was too busy these days and barely even had time to cultivate. Upon thinking of cultivation, she remembered Li Machin. She wondered how he was doing recently. She couldn't wait to regain her abilities so that they could visit the Guiyun land. She badly wanted to go there. "No problem," Xin answered. As the chief designer and engraver, she had machines to cut and engrave, but she didn't have a stone cutter. After all, the stone cutter was too large and noisy. Most importantly, Xin rarely played stone gambling. She didn't need to cut raw jade materials by herself. Normally, she just directly engraved the jade. The Leng family's house was very large and there was a distance between the houses in the block. No one would be affected except for people living in the house. Even if she cut those raw jade materials at home, Leng Chongyuan wouldn't blame her. As for Leng Yehua's family, she didn't care about their opinions. Therefore, when she brought those raw jade materials back last time, she bought a stone cutter as well. It made it convenient for her to work. After all, there was jade in every raw jade material, so she didn't want to give them to other people to do the job. If the news went abroad, it could cause trouble for the Leng family. Enemies often crossed each other's path. A short while later, Leng Xiaoyao saw Shi Yuran. Although Leng Xiaoyao paid no attention to her, Shi Yuran had a different attitude. Shi Yuran still remembered what had happened at the Mo family's party last time, And she didn't give up the idea of teaching Leng Xiaoyao a lesson. She had even paid people to do that, but she couldn't find Leng Xiaoyao recently. Therefore, when Shi Yuran saw Leng Xiaoyao, her expression was malicious, but she didn't confront Leng Xiaoyao face to face. Right after Shi Yuran seated herself nearby, she made a call. Even though her voice was low and people near her couldn't hear what she was talking about, Leng Xiaoyao could hear her conversation. Xiong, I found Leng Xiaoyao. She's in XX restaurant, Shi Yuran said. Leng Xiaoyao was struck dumb for a second. Xiong? Who was that? Leng Xiaoran believed that there was no grudge between her and the man called Xiong. Therefore, she wasn't Xiong's target, but Shi Yuran's. She was right. Great, I'll take people there right now. Miss Shi, we won't disappoint you, said the man at the other side of the phone. Thanks, Xiong, Shi Yuran said. Leng Xiaoyao put on a resigned look. Did she really have bad luck? Why were there always people trying to cause trouble? Nevertheless, she understood why Shi Yuran wanted to. Although Shi Yuran wanted to hurt her, she did it because she had embarrassed her publicly. It was understandable that Shi Yuran harbored a grudge against her. However, even if it was understandable, Shi Yuran was digging her own grave. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think that she was wrong. It was impossible for Shi Yuran to hurt her. When Leng Xiaoyao and Xin Xin left, it was half an hour later. Xiong was already waiting outside 15 minutes after he received Shi Yuran's call. The moment Leng Xiaoyao and Xin Xin went into the parking lot, four men surrounded them. Xin Xin was scared. Although Leng Xiaoyao was present and could protect her, she was still slightly worried because she didn't know how strong these men were. Once they showed up, they attacked Leng Xiaoyao. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoyao fought back, quickly defeating them. The four men were shocked. Looking at this scene from the window upstairs, Shi Yuran panicked. To her astonishment, Leng Xiaoyao was extremely skilled and defeated them within seconds. This wasn't the first time that Shi Yuran had paid Xiong to do things for her. He had completed the tasks very well before, so Shi Yuran thought that he had some ability. Unfortunately, he was quickly defeated by Leng Xiaoyao. Shi Yuran couldn't believe her eyes. Which one of you is Xiong? Why did Shi Yuran pay a bunch of useless people like you to attack me? Leng Xiaoyao asked disdainfully. Hearing that, they were struck dumb. It turned out that Leng Xiaoyao had heard of Xiong and knew that they were sent by Shi Yuran. How did she know that? None of them answered Leng Xiaoyao's questions. So Leng Xiaoyao continued. Which gang do you belong to? The Qiao gang or a small gang? The four men shivered. They somehow felt that she had a relationship with the Qiao gang. When she mentioned the Qiao gang, she seemed very calm. She didn't look scared at all. Tell me. When they remained silent, Leng Xiaoyao became serious and put pressure on them. The four men felt stressed. The Qiao gang. One of them replied finally. You're bold. How dare you pretend to be a member of the Qiao gang and do bad deeds outside? I heard Ji Yanxi say that he doesn't allow the members to take tasks in private. However, you dared to break the rules. If you are a member of the Qiao gang, do you know Zhang Zhengshu? He tried to hurt me last week, but was punished by Ji Yanxi in the end. I thought you would learn something from that, but it turns out that you don't really listen to Ji Yanxi, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Xiong and his brothers were frightened. They were indeed members of the Qiao gang, so they had heard about Zhang Zhengshu. Therefore, they behaved themselves recently and didn't dare to take tasks in private. However, Shi Yuran was a frequent client and had a high status. Since Shi Yuran's target wasn't as important as her, they decided to try it after considering it for a while. Unexpectedly, this girl wasn't ordinary. She had a relationship with their leader and caused Zhang Zhengshu to be punished. In that case, she must be very important. If they messed with her, their leader would be furious. Thinking of that, Xiong and his brothers were covered in a cold sweat and trembled in fear. They realized that they made a terrible mistake this time. Even though they had doubts, not many people knew about it. Most importantly, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell the truth, it was true that they were no match for her. No matter what the situation was, they couldn't go against Leng Xiaoyao any longer. Miss Leng, I'm sorry, we failed to recognize a formidable person. Please forgive us this time. Xiong begged. Miss Leng, I'm sorry, please forgive us. The other men chimed in at once. I can forgive you, Leng Xiaoyao said. After that, she moved to Xiong and his brothers, then said in a low voice, whatever Shi Yuan wanted you to do to me, do the same to her. Anyway, you have the evidence of her crime, you shouldn't be afraid of her. Although she wasn't hurt, it didn't mean that Shi Yuan didn't commit the crime. Leng Xiaoyao decided to pay Shi Yuan back. Xiong hesitated, but he knew what he should do after thinking for a while. Leng Xiaoyao didn't waste more time on them and left with Shinxin. Shi Yuan watched from upstairs, but didn't know what they were talking about. She only hoped that those men wouldn't betray her. If Leng Xiaoyao learned that it was her idea, she would be in trouble. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao walk away, Shi Yuan called Xiong at once and asked him about the situation. Given her relationship with Xiong, she believed that he wouldn't blame her even though they failed. After all, she paid them. Xiong, are you all right? Shi Yuan asked with concern. We're fine, Xiong answered. Does she know that I paid you to do it? Asked Shi Yuan. She didn't dare to ask Xiong whether they had betrayed her. She doesn't know, Xiong said. Shi Yuan believed him and felt relieved. Xiong, don't worry. Even though you failed, I'll still pay you for it, said Shi Yuan. Although she was reluctant to do that, she was afraid of Xiong. After all, he was a gangster. In addition, she still needed him in the future, so she didn't want to argue with him. Great. See you in the park at the front later, Xiong said. He needed to take action in a place without surveillance cameras to avoid trouble. No problem. Shi Yuan didn't doubt Xiong's words at all and agreed at once. About 10 minutes later, Shi Yuan arrived at the appointed place. She took out the 30,000 yuan in cash that she just withdrew. It was the final payment. She had paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan beforehand. However, right after Shi Yuan gave Xiong the money, two men next to him attacked Shi Yuan. They covered her mouth first in case she alerted other people. Shi Yuan rounded her eyes in fear. To her astonishment, Xiong and his brothers attacked her. She kept on struggling. Unfortunately, she was an ordinary and weak girl, so she couldn't get rid of them. Shi Yuan, don't blame me for doing this. You should blame yourself for messing with someone you shouldn't offend. Do you know Leng Xiaoyao's background? She's our head's friend. One of our members offended Leng Xiaoyao last week. Do you know his outcome? He paid a compensation of several 100,000 yuan and was seriously beaten by our head. If we don't pay you back, we'll be punished. After all, you caused everything to happen, so we can only attack you, Xiong said maliciously. He didn't feel guilty at all. After all, this was caused by Shi Yuan and they were dragged into trouble by her. Afterwards, he threatened, don't think you can get revenge on us by calling the police. We have something on you. If you dare to call the police, you will be put in jail instead of us. Shi Yuan abruptly shook her head. She didn't want to be put in jail, nor did she want to bear the consequences on her own. She didn't want it. Xiong didn't care about her feelings and ordered his people to take action. Shi Yuan asked them to disfigure Leng Xiaoyao's face, so they would do the same thing to her and beat her afterwards. Shi Yuan had paid them to deal with women many times, and they never hesitated to injure them. As a result, they did the same thing to Shi Yuan today. After that, they dumped her on the ground and left. They didn't know whether the Shi family would punish them for it, but it was better than being punished by Leng Xiaoyao and Ji Yanxi. At least they had something on Shi Yuan. If the Shi family wanted to punish them, Shi Yuan would be affected too. However, if Leng Xiaoyao and Ji Yanxi punished them, they would have to bear everything. It seems that we have to behave ourselves in the future, Xiong said, thinking of something. They took this task because they thought that they could get away with it. Unexpectedly, it went wrong. Although they were beaten by Leng Xiaoyao, they didn't hate her. After all, they went to cause her trouble first. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't let them go, they would have been seriously punished. As for what had happened earlier, Shinxin didn't ask much. Anyway, she learned that Leng Xiaoyao was skilled and had powerful connections. Because of that, she admired Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. When they returned to the Leng family's mansion, only Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing were present. They were chatting in the living room. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao come home, they were a little surprised but didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was different from other students. She didn't need to go to school regularly. Grandpa, uncle, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Xin. She's in Qinjuan's girlfriend as well, Leng Xiaoyao said. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Leng, Mr. Leng. Xin politely greeted them. Nice to meet you too, Miss Xin. Please have a seat, said Leng Chongyuan. No need, we're going to cut the raw jade materials in the underground room now, Leng Xiaoyao said. It would take a long time to cut those raw jade materials, so they had to hurry up so that Xin could go home early. She would be worried about Xin's safety if Xin went home with the jade late at night, so she would send Xin home later. What? I want to see it. Upon hearing what they would be doing, Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing were excited and stood up. Sure. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said, but I need to get the key from my room first. Leng Xiaoyao asked Xin to wait in the living room. Then she rushed to her room for the key. Outside her room, she saw Song Meiyu talking to Leng Yuqi in Leng Yuqi's room. Leng Xiaoyao sneered and paid no more attention to them. When Leng Xiaoyao opened the door of her room, Song Meiyu heard and immediately closed her mouth. She didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to hear their conversation. She knew that Leng Xiaoyao must be gloating over their misfortune and was very unhappy about it. Leng Xiaoyao didn't stay in the room. She quickly fetched the key, then went downstairs. Why do you want to cut those raw jade materials now? You've placed them there for so long and never gave them a look. I thought that you forgot about them. Leng Yeqing joked. I almost forgot them, but I need them now, said Leng Xiaoyao. Why do you need them? Do you need money? If you need, Grandpa or your uncle can give it to you, Leng Chongyuan said. He thought that Leng Xiaoyao might need money, so she wanted to cut out jade to sell it. Leng Yeqing rolled his eyes resignedly. It was impossible for Leng Xiaoyao to lack money. He might lack money, but it was impossible for Leng Xiaoyao to lack money. However, he wouldn't say that aloud. No, actually I bought so many raw jade materials to do business. I want to establish a jewelry brand on my own. Xin is my partner. She's also a jewelry designer and engraver. She needs the jade now, Leng Xiaoyao admitted. Leng Yeqing knew it early on, so he wasn't surprised, but Leng Chongyuan was astonished. What? You want to do business? Leng Chongyuan felt that it was unbelievable. Yeah, Grandpa, I hope you can support me, Leng Xiaoyao said, looking at Leng Chongyuan in excitement. Leng Chongyuan immediately gave in, but he still had some worries. But it's not easy to run a business, especially in the jewelry industry, Leng Chongyuan said. He didn't want to disappoint Leng Xiaoyao, he was simply being realistic. Jewelry isn't a daily necessity and is very expensive. Not everyone can afford it. Only rich people are potential customers. Although there are many rich people in our country, there are many jewelry brands. Rich people prefer famous brands. Grandpa, I know, but no one knows whether I'll succeed if I don't try. Anyway, you should be aware of my ability to stone gamble. It won't cost me much. Even if I don't succeed, I won't lose a lot of money. I know when to stop if it's not profitable, said Leng Xiaoyao. Before, Leng Xiaoyao was confident that the game produced by her company could become popular and could be a platform. She honestly didn't think that she could successfully build a jewelry brand. She wouldn't make such a decision either. However, now she had the game as a platform, so she didn't need to be worried. Even if she couldn't start a big business, she wouldn't lose money. Leng Chongyuan agreed with her, so he understood at once. You're right. So, you can do whatever you want. As long as you have the ability, don't lose your confidence even if this business fails. Am I clear? If this business isn't profitable, you can try another one. Leng Chongyuan wasn't worrying about the business right now. Instead, he was worried about Leng Xiaoyao's mental state. After all, many people lost their confidence and hope after failing to run a business. Grandpa, don't worry. I have confidence in myself. Even if I fail, I can bear it. I can easily make over 10 million yuan by cutting out a piece of jade. Even if I lose, I can bear the consequences, said Leng Xiaoyao. Don't be unrealistically optimistic. Do you think you can continue to cut out jade after getting a few pieces? What if you can't cut out another piece? What would you do then? Leng Chongyuan disagreed. He didn't want to rain on Leng Xiaoyao's parade, but she seemed a little too self-confident. If she couldn't succeed again, she might lose her mental balance. All right, I'll listen to you, Grandpa. Now, let's go cut those raw jade materials. Leng Xiaoyao stopped talking to Leng Chongyuan because she couldn't tell him everything. She could only set his mind at ease by action. Leng Chongyuan stopped worrying about the business and wanted to see how many pieces of jade Leng Xiaoyao could get. He hoped that she could cut out jade from most of the raw jade materials, but he didn't think it was possible. However, the truth was that there was jade in every raw jade material and the jade was of high quality. Leng Xiaoyao simply couldn't tell them right now, or they would be suspicious. Shen Xin was surprised to see a large pile of raw jade materials after opening the door of the underground room. There are a lot. When can we get jade by cutting them? Shen Xin believed that there could be jade in some of them, but how much could there be? She thought that the probability was 10% at most. She had confidence in Leng Xiaoyao, but stone gambling was really too difficult. Even in West Zhejiang, the probability was only about 10% and that was already unbelievable. She grew up in Province Yun and had never heard that someone could cut out that much jade. Even famous stone gambling experts could only cut out 3 pieces of jade out of 5 raw jade materials once, and the jade would be at middle level. Anyway, that was already rare. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing. Sometimes actions spoke louder than words. No matter what she said, it was useless. As long as she could really cut out jade, it would prove everything. Grandpa, it will be noisy when we cut these raw jade materials. Will that be a problem? Although she knew that Leng Chongyuan didn't care, she still asked out of respect. It's not a problem at all. You can cut them as long as you want, said Leng Chongyuan. It wasn't a big deal even if it was a little noisy. Yao, don't worry, the underground was a soundproof room. Although it can't completely stop the sound from going out, it's effective and won't affect other people, said Leng Yeqing. Great, then I don't need to worry about it, Leng Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, she plugged it in, then picked up a raw jade material containing strong magical power to cut. Can you do that? Do you need your uncle or someone who has the skill to help you? Asked Leng Chongyuan worriedly. I can do this, Leng Xiaoyao beamed. After that, she turned it on and started working. Once the machine was turned on, it was loud enough to be heard by everyone in the house. The domestic servants felt nothing, but Song Meiyu was talking with Leng Yuqi. Song Meiyu was already irritated since Leng Yuqi refused to give her a response, so she was angered by the noise. The noise wasn't that loud, but it still bothered her. As a result, Song Meiyu walked out to have a look. On the second floor, she met Leng Yehua who walked out of the study, so she asked, "What is that noise?" "I don't know." Leng Yehua was also displeased. He was in a worse mood because of the noise. They went to the living room and asked a maid, "What's happening? Where are the noises coming from?" "They're from the underground room. Master Leng, Lord Yeqing, and Miss Xiaoyao are there," said the maid. Hearing that, Song Meiyu and Leng Yehua immediately thought of those raw jade materials. Leng Xiaoyao and the others must be cutting them. Didn't Leng Xiaoyao say that those raw jade materials belonged to Li Machun? Why were they cutting them then? Or did they actually belong to Leng Xiaoyao instead of Li Machun? Song Meiyu and Leng Yehua already had doubts, so they weren't surprised even if it turned out to be true. However, they, especially Song Meiyu, got jealous upon thinking that there was jade in those raw jade materials. Song Meiyu hoped that there was no jade. Anyway, it wasn't up to them. Therefore, they walked to the underground room to check the situation. Unfortunately, the door of the underground room was locked, so they couldn't go inside. Song Meiyu was mad. Why did they lock the door? Are they afraid that we'll see something or what? Song Meiyu exclaimed angrily. Let's go. Leng Yehua was also unhappy, but he wasn't as angry as Song Meiyu. Since the door was closed, he wouldn't go in. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Song Meiyu was reluctant to accept the result, but she could do nothing about it, so she had to leave. When they got back to the living room, they didn't go upstairs, but waited for Leng Xiaoyao and the others. "Mei Zhang, get me a cup of tea," said Song Meiyu. "Sure." Mei Zhang answered and immediately went to pour a cup of tea for Song Meiyu. In the underground room, after the first cut, No green showed, so Leng Xiaoyao continued. When she started, Leng Chongyuan and the others waited at the side nervously. Only Leng Xiaoyao stayed calm as usual. They were disappointed when they didn't see green after the first cut. Even if they were aware that it was impossible to cut out jade in one cut, they were still looking forward to seeing green. After the second cut, green showed. Leng Chongyuan and the others immediately became excited. There is green. There is green. Leng Xiaoyao, on the other hand, didn't look excited. Leng Chongyuan asked, Yao Yao, why are you so calm? Because I have confidence in myself. Even if there isn't jade in this one, I am sure there must be jade in the next one, Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. Fine. Leng Chongyuan didn't know what to say. He felt that Leng Xiaoyao was too confident. If there was no jade, she would be embarrassed. Luckily, it was green, so he didn't want to be the wet blanket. What type is it? Asked Leng Yeqing. Leng Xiaoyao observed it for a while, then said, It isn't clear yet. I need to make another cut. Leng Xiaoyao continued to cut the raw jade material. Although there was green, they were afraid that it was only a thin layer, so they were still worried. After the third cut, they saw that it was a complete piece of jade and felt relieved. The jade was bright green and transparent. Its texture was fine and moist with few cracks and cotton lines. The jade crystals were fine columnar fiber aggregates. The outline of the crystal was clear. When knocked, it made a metallic crisp sound. This is a piece of high-level jade. It's gold wire jade, Leng Xiaoyao said with a big smile. Even though she knew there was high-level jade inside, she was still very happy after finding out the type. She could make a fortune with it. Leng Xiaoyao absorbed the magical power of the jade and felt quite comfortable. Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing didn't know what gold wire was, but they understood that a piece of high-level jade could be worth a lot. Gold wire jade wasn't rare, but it wasn't easy to get either. In fact, high and top-level jade was difficult to cut out. At that moment, Xin admired Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. I am sure there must be more high-quality jade in this pile of raw jade materials since you can cut one out so easily, Leng Yeqing said. Leng Xiaoyao replied, I agree. Leng Chongyuan was somewhat worried. If other people know about it, will it? He was afraid that the fortune might bring them bad luck. There is no need to worry. I don't think anyone would dare to steal raw jade materials in the Leng family's mansion, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think it was a big deal. I'm not worried about that, but I'm afraid that you'll be in danger, Leng Chongyuan exclaimed. I'm so strong. I don't think anyone can hurt me, but you must be careful, said Leng Xiaoyao. She was suddenly worried about their safety. Oh, when I went to City Qin, I got several safety talismans. I'll go fetch them later for the three of you. Remember to carry it with you. Don't let it touch water. Take it off when you need to take a shower and put it back on once you finish. Grandpa, Uncle, I know you don't really believe in it, but it represents my good wishes, so please don't turn me down. Leng Xiaoyao didn't realize that she should give them a safety talisman until today. One could never be too careful. Although they weren't likely to be hurt, it was still possible. Xin had witnessed Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, so she believed in her completely. Since Leng Xiaoyao said that they needed it, she was more than willing to accept it. Sure, we'll carry it with us everywhere, said Leng Chongyuan. He didn't really believe it, but he would accept it if Leng Xiaoyao gave it to him. Thank you, Xiaoyao, said Xin. She couldn't promise that she would always be safe, but with Leng Xiaoyao's safety talisman she could be at ease. Leng Xiaoyao continued to cut the raw jade material. A while later, the jade was out. It was as big as a basketball and was worth a lot of money. Leng Xiaoyao chose another raw jade material with strong magical power. However, this one was much smaller. They didn't think that it was easy to cut out jade. After cutting one piece from the first raw jade material, they thought that it would be very hard to get another piece from the second one. However, they also felt that it was likely to cut out jade again after succeeding once. Anyway, they had mixed emotions and were even more nervous than earlier. After the first cut, green showed. They were excited and relieved. Afterwards, they observed the quality of the jade. Its texture was fine and pure without blemishes. The color was clear, bright, mellow, and a uniform emerald green. Leng Xiaoyao was also excited when she saw it. This is old pit glass jade. Hearing that, everyone was astonished and excited. Even though both the old pit glass jade and the gold wire jade were at high level, there was a difference between their value. The old pit glass jade was more precious than the gold wire jade. Is this a dream? Asked Leng Yeqing. Although he knew that Leng Xiaoyao was good at stone gambling, he still felt that it was unbelievable. How could it be so easy for Leng Xiaoyao to cut out jade? Are you doubting Yao Yao's abilities? Leng Chongyuan asked unhappily. Even if he was also amazed, he understood that it was real. Of course not. I'm just surprised. Leng Yeqing denied at once. He would never doubt Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Xin also found it amazing, but she said nothing. After Leng Xiaoyao cut the old pit glass jade out, it was as big as 2 fists, so it was extremely valuable too. Alright, that's enough for today. You can make some jewelry with these 2 pieces. I'll see whether I can cut out jade of other colors. Leng Xiaoyao said, giving the 2 pieces of jade to Xin. Xin, however, didn't dare to take them. It's too valuable. I can't take them. And I actually don't need so much. Why don't you give me several parts according to the sizes I need? Take some time to make a piece of jewelry. After I finish one piece, you can have a look. When you're satisfied, I'll continue. Fine. Leng Xiaoyao agreed and cut out several small pieces according to Xin's needs. In the end, Xin took jade the size of 3 pieces of jewelry and left the rest with Leng Xiaoyao. They walked out of the storage room, locked the door, and left the underground floor. Song Meiyu didn't see them coming out for an hour. Although she had already lost her patience, she didn't want to leave before seeing them. When they came out, Song Meiyu saw the jade in Leng Xiaoyao's hands and was immediately displeased. Leng Xiaoyao really had cut out jade. Xiaoyao, didn't you say these raw jade materials belong to Mr. Li? Why are you cutting them now? Asked Song Meiyu, acting curious. However, she was sure that these raw jade materials were Leng Xiaoyao's. Leng Xiaoyao owned these raw jade materials, but claimed that they belonged to Li Machun. Obviously, Leng Xiaoyao said that in case Song Meiyu stole them. It was humiliating. Song Meiyu asked that in front of Xin because she believed that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't embarrass her when there was an outsider. However, Leng Xiaoyao retorted, "It has nothing to do with you. They're not yours anyway." In the beginning, Xin wanted to exchange greetings with Song Meiyu. She didn't know Song Meiyu, but guessed that she was Leng Xiaoyao's aunt. However, after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's tone, she realized that Leng Xiaoyao didn't have a good relationship with Song Meiyu. Therefore, she didn't bother to give a polite greeting. If she greeted Song Meiyu kindly at this moment, Leng Xiaoyao would be embarrassed. You? Song Meiyu didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to embarrass her in front of an outsider, so she was angry. I simply care about the Leng family. Since they belong to Mr. Li might blame the Leng family if you cut them. Don't worry, he won't blame you for it anyway, said Leng Xiaoyao. Afterwards, she ignored Song Meiyu and said to Xin, "Go up with me." She was afraid that Xin wouldn't be comfortable being alone in the living room. Sure, said Xin. After that, Xin followed Leng Xiaoyao upstairs. Song Meiyu was furious and felt extremely uncomfortable. I told you not to interfere in Yao Yao's business. You should educate Yuqi properly first, Leng Chongyuan coldly said to Song Meiyu. Song Meiyu wasn't considerate at all. Couldn't she behave? Why did she have to cause trouble all the time? Song Meiyu opened her mouth a little, but didn't know what to say. Without a word, she turned around and went upstairs. Xin followed Leng Xiaoyao to her room. Then Leng Xiaoyao took out yellow paper and a pen. I want to know whether you can give me one more piece? I want to give it to Qinjun, Xin finally said. Leng Xiaoyao beamed. No problem. It was just a talisman and wasn't a big deal. I can draw one for your mother, your father, and Qinmeng as well. You can give it to them. Really? Xin was excited and thanked Leng Xiaoyao at once. Thank you, Xiaoyao. You're welcome. It's not difficult at all, said Leng Xiaoyao. After setting out the necessary materials, Leng Xiaoyao started drawing. It consumed a lot of magical power to draw 7 safety talismans at a time. As a result, her face became slightly pale and she lost a lot of energy. "Are you all right?" Xin asked nervously. "I'm fine. I'll be fine again after resting for a while," Leng Xiaoyao said. She folded the safety talismans up, then handed them to Xin. "Xioyo, thank you so much." Xin was very grateful. "My pleasure," said Leng Xiaoyao. After resting for 10 minutes, Leng Xiaoyao regained much of her energy, so she went downstairs with Xin. Leng Xiaoyao handed a safety talisman to Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing. She told them to keep it well. "Let me send you home," Leng Xiaoyao said to Xin. "No need. I can drive home on my own. If you send me home, you will need to take a taxi back. It'll take too much time." Xin turned her down. It was only 9:30 p.m., so it was still early. Most importantly, Xin understood that Leng Xiaoyao had used a lot of energy, so she didn't want to bother her again. "It's fine. Let me send you home. I have something to talk to you about," said Leng Xiaoyao. If so, Xin didn't insist. "I'll drive behind you. After Miss Xin is home, Yao can come back with me," Leng Yeqing offered. Since Leng Xiaoyao needed to send Xin home, he definitely wouldn't let her take a taxi home. "Right, Yeqing can go with you and take Yao home," said Leng Chongyuan. It was the final decision. However, right after they went out of the gate, they saw Chu Jiayu. "Chu Jiayu, don't you know what happened between Chu Jinan and Lang Yuqi? Did you come here to be humiliated?" Leng Xiaoyao said with interest. She bet that Chu Jiayu didn't know about it yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to see Lang Yuqi. Leng Xiaoyao talked to her like that, not because she wanted to help Chu Jiayu, but because there was no need to make a scene. After all, it had nothing to do with Chu Jiayu. "What do you mean?" Chu Jiayu asked confusedly. Chu Jinan slept with Zhang Yihan behind Lang Yuqi's back. It was exposed yesterday, but Chu Jinan denied his relationship with Lang Yuqi, so he's the Lang family's enemy right now. "Do you think we'll still be polite to the Chu family?" Leng Xiaoyao mocked. "What? That's impossible." Chu Jiayu was shocked. Chu Jinan slept with Zhang Yihan behind Lang Yuqi's back? Why didn't she know? Actually, why did she have to know? Chu Jinan had an affair with Zhang Yihan, so no one else knew till Leng Xiaoyao found out and exposed it. Chu Jiayu didn't think it was possible because Chu Jinan loved Lang Yuqi so much. He even ended his engagement with Leng Xiaoyao for Lang Yuqi. How did he betray Lang Yuqi for Zhang Yihan within such a short time? Besides, why did Zhang Yihan sleep with Chu Jinan while knowing that Lang Yuqi was together with him? Chu Jiayu didn't think it was a problem when Lang Yuqi stole Chu Jinan away from Leng Xiaoyao as they were still engaged. In fact, Chu Jiayu even supported Lang Yuqi in doing that. However, she couldn't accept it when Zhang Yihan did the same thing. Why would Zhang Yihan do that? "You can ask her about it if you want to know the answer," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Chu Jiayu believed that it was impossible, she understood that there was no reason for Leng Xiaoyao to lie to her. Actually, because Lang Yuqi didn't answer her calls all day, she felt that it was likely true. In that case, Chu Jiayu didn't go ahead to see Lang Yuqi. Instead, she went back to her family's car and left. If the truth was what Leng Xiaoyao just said, she would only be locked outside the door or embarrassed. Even though it was Chu Jinan who betrayed Lang Yuqi, she was Chu Jinan's younger sister. She would undoubtedly be criticized too. What was worse, they might even think that she knew and deliberately kept it a secret from Lang Yuqi. Xin didn't know what had happened between Lang Xiaoyao and Chu Jinan, but she had an impression that Chu Jinan was a terrible person given their conversation. Xin hated these types of men the most, so she complained. "This man called Chu Jinan is such a terrible guy. I'm afraid that's barely enough to describe him. Many years ago, my father rescued his father. Because of that, Chu Jinan and I were engaged. However, because I was a spoiled, troublesome, arrogant, and ugly girl, Chu Jinan never liked me. He even got together with my cousin, Lang Yuqi. He tried to force me to end our engagement. About a month ago, I was pushed to the ground by him. My head hit the ground hard. After I woke up again, I became clear-headed and lost interest in him. I agreed to end our engagement, But only a month later, Chu Jinan betrayed Leng Yuqi for her best friend, Leng Xiaoyao explained. She didn't bother to lie since it wasn't a secret. What? Hearing that, Xin Xin was shocked. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoyao had suffered something like that before. If so, Chu Jinan was an extremely terrible person. Have you ever done anything to punish him? Asked Xin Xin. Although she wasn't familiar with Leng Xiaoyao, she knew that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't weak. If anyone dared to offend her, she wouldn't hesitate to punish them. For example, Leng Xiaoyao took action right after her company was smashed last time. She was only worried that Leng Xiaoyao still had interest in Chu Jinan and so hesitated to pay him back. I punished him lightly once, but I beat him seriously yesterday. It's enough to make him live in pain for a while, Leng Xiaoyao said. She had no intention of forgiving Chu Jinan. Even though Chu Jinan had betrayed her, there was no love between them. It was a decision made by their fathers. Therefore, it was understandable that Chu Jinan hated it and betrayed her. It also wasn't very serious when he pushed her to the ground. Her soul was different in this incarnation, but she recovered after resting a week in the previous incarnation. However, Leng Xiaoyao hated Chu Jinan for his scheme against her at the Mo family's party. She almost died that day. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao made up her mind to ruin him. She did nothing yet simply because she was waiting for a good opportunity. After all, she was too busy to cultivate these days, let alone dealing with Chu Jinan. Paying Chu Jinan back was just an insignificant part of her life. After all, she wasn't reincarnated to take revenge, so her hatred for Chu Jinan wasn't the main thing she was going to do. Moreover, she wanted to see what would happen to Chu Jinan and Jiang Yihan, so she couldn't rush to punish Chu Jinan. Xin Xin was relieved. Terrible men like Chu Jinan deserved a serious punishment. Oh, doesn't Xinjun know that we're partners now? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Yeah, he knows and he's very supportive. To be honest, neither of us lack money, so we don't need to give up our dreams for money. We can fight for our future and we're determined to fulfill our potential. Once we become the best, money shouldn't be a problem, said Xin Xin. If they were born in ordinary families, she would be a designer and do her job without taking any risks. She wouldn't have the courage or ambition to start a business. She dared to join Leng Xiaoyao simply because her family was rich enough to support her. Xin Xin was just talking about herself. There were people who were born in ordinary families trying to be successful. Unfortunately, most of them failed. Leng Xiaoyao agreed with Xin Xin on that. If a person was struggling to survive, it was impossible for them to chase their dream. After Leng Xiaoyao sent Xin Xin home, she went back with Leng Yeqing. When Leng Xiaoyao was alone with Leng Yeqing, she said, "Uncle, I beat Chu Jinan last night. He will have to stay in the hospital for at least half a month." Hearing that, Leng Yeqing was surprised. "You're so fast." Leng Yeqing was pleased when he heard that Chu Jinan had to stay in the hospital for at least half a month, but it had nothing to do with Leng Yuqi. He hated Chu Jinan simply because Chu Jinan's actions humiliated the Leng family. Afterwards, he said worriedly, "Does he know that it was you? I damaged the surveillance cameras before going there. It's impossible for them to find anything. Even if the Chu family found out, do you think they would dare to come and criticize me? They humiliated us first," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't care. In that case, Leng Yeqing agreed and was no longer worried. As soon as Chu Jiayu got home, she asked her mother about Leng Yuqi's relationship with Chu Jinan. "Mom, did Jinan betray Yuqi?" asked Chu Jiayu. Upon hearing the word betray, Mrs. Chu was displeased and said, "It's not betrayal. There is nothing between Jinan and Leng Yuqi. The Leng family wouldn't allow them to be together when they came to end Jinan's engagement with Leng Xiaoyao. Even though Chu Jinan indeed betrayed Leng Yuqi, Mrs. Chu wouldn't allow other people to say that. It was too humiliating. If the news spread, the Chu family would become a joke. So what's happening between Jinan and Jiang Yihan is true." Chu Jiayu had mixed emotions. She couldn't accept it, but Chu Jinan was her older brother, so she had to side with him. Jiang Yihan's behavior was unacceptable, but Chu Jiayu didn't really hate her. She simply didn't know how to face her again. It's not a big deal. Jinan won't marry her anyway, Mrs. Chu said airily. She was unwilling to talk about it any longer. All right, it has nothing to do with you. You don't need to know so much about it. Chu Jiayu didn't dare to ask again. After all, she was the most unimportant person in her family, so she never dared to annoy her parents. Although Mrs. Chu said nothing about Chu Jinan and Zhang Yihan, she attached no importance to Zhang Yihan. Therefore, she didn't care that Chu Jinan was still playing around. However, if Zhang Yihan wanted to marry Chu Jinan, she would stop it from happening. She would never allow a girl like Zhang Yihan to marry into the Chu family. Mrs. Chu disdained Zhang Yihan because Zhang Yihan betrayed Leng Yuqi for Chu Jinan. If the news spread, the Chu family would be humiliated. Although Leng Yuqi did the same thing before, Chu Jinan hadn't ended his engagement with Leng Xiaoyao yet. Mrs. Chu would ask Chu Jinan to marry Leng Yuqi rather than Leng Xiaoyao. Because of that, Mrs. Chu forgave Leng Yuqi's behavior. After all, it was better than marrying a rich, arrogant, and ugly girl like Leng Xiaoyao. However, the situation was different. Chu Jinan had ended his engagement with Leng Xiaoyao. He had the right to make the best choice. So, why couldn't they compare Zhang Yihan with other girls? Zhang Yihan's family was also rich and wasn't much lower than the Leng family, but Mrs. Chu wanted a better daughter-in-law than Zhang Yihan. If Zhang Yihan was born in a first-rate or second-rate rich family, Mrs. Chu wouldn't care about her behavior at all. Instead, Mrs. Chu wished that a daughter from a first-rate or second-rate rich family could steal Chu Jinan. Back in her room, Chu Jiayu thought about it for a while. Then, she still called Zhang Yihan. She wanted to ask Zhang Yihan why she did it. Now she couldn't be friends with Leng Yuqi any longer and wouldn't take Zhang Yihan as her friend either. Seeing Chu Jiayu's call, Zhang Yihan was too guilty to answer it. She knew that Chu Jiayu must have heard about her affair with Chu Jinan. However, even if she refused to answer it today, Chu Jiayu could ask her about it in front of other classmates tomorrow. By then, everyone would know and it would be even more humiliating. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yihan answered the phone as Chu Jiayu was about to stop. Hi Jiayu, is something up? Why are you calling me so late? Zhang Yihan asked in a panic. Why did you betray Yuqi and secretly get together with Jinan? Chu Jiayu directly questioned. She sounded displeased, but she wasn't actually that mad. Zhang Yihan wasn't surprised. Since she decided to answer Chu Jiayu's call, she knew how to face it. I know that I hurt Yuqi because of my affair with Jinan, but I didn't do it on purpose. I went to a club with my friends one day. I didn't expect Jinan to be friends with my friend's older brother. We met by chance and we were both drunk. Jinan sent me to a hotel and we did it. I know we shouldn't have done that, but we could barely remember what we did that night. If I had been clear-headed, I wouldn't have done it, Zhang Yihan said, sounding pitiful and as if she was a victim too. Are you still having an affair with Jinan? Asked Chu Jiayu. Yes, said Zhang Yihan. You said it was an accident. Why did you continue to be with Jinan? Asked Chu Jiayu. In the past, she didn't dare to do that. However, after their secret relationship was exposed, Chu Jinan didn't care about Leng Yuqi's feelings. Because of that, she dared to pin the blame on Chu Jinan. Anyway, Chu Jinan only cared about her right now. He shouldn't be mad at her for that. Jinan lost interest in Yuqi? How is that possible? Chu Jiayu didn't think it was possible. After all, Chu Jinan liked Leng Yuqi so much before. It was impossible that he suddenly changed. If Jinan really loved Ui, he wouldn't agree to have an affair with me. Jiayu, I know you can't accept it, but it's the truth. I don't want our relationship to be affected. I hope we can still be friends, said Zhang Yihan. She honestly didn't want to lose a friend like Chu Jiayu. After all, Chu Jiayu was a member of the Chu family, so she hoped that she could be closer to Chu Jiayu. How about Yuqi? Asked Chu Jiayu. Zhang Yihan was struck dumb for a second, and became a little mad. She felt that Chu Jiayu was defending Leng Yuqi and didn't take her as a friend. If Chu Jiayu really regarded her as a friend, shouldn't Chu Jiayu feel happy for her after hearing the news? Nevertheless, Zhang Yihan didn't say that aloud. Instead, she acted guilty and said, I know I hurt Yuqi. I want to be friends with her, but I don't think she'll forgive me. Chu Jiayu didn't know what to say. She didn't have moral standards either, so she didn't think that Zhang Yihan's words were wrong. She just couldn't accept it right away. So be it. Chu Jiayu didn't know what to say, so she said nothing and hung up on Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yihan felt guilty at the beginning, but she relaxed after having the call with Chu Jiayu. No matter how Chu Jiayu thought of her, Chu Jiayu couldn't be friends with Leng Yuqi any longer. Therefore, she didn't think that Chu Jiayu would be dumb enough to side with Leng Yuqi. She was only afraid that Leng Yuqi would spread the news because she would be humiliated. Therefore, she hoped that Leng Yuqi would keep it among them. However, what Zhang Yihan didn't know was that Mrs. Chu hated her for stealing Chu Jinan. If their relationship wasn't serious, Mrs. Chu wouldn't say anything about it. Unfortunately, if she wanted to marry Chu Jinan, Mrs. Chu would definitely prevent it from happening. Therefore, Zhang Yihan was doomed to suffer a double loss. Chu Jinan's entire body hurt, so he could hardly sleep for a whole night. After a day, he became very haggard, which filled his parents with anxiety. However, they could do nothing about it. What was worse, they failed to find the criminal. Although they guessed that it might have something to do with Mo Jinlin or the Leng family, they had no evidence. Chu Jianan, however, was suspicious of Leng Xiaoyao, because only she had the ability to injure him like that among his enemies. Unfortunately, no matter how suspicious he was of her, he didn't have any evidence. Shi Yuran was found in the park by passers-by an hour later. They called the police at once and Shi Yuran was sent to the hospital afterwards. The Shi family was informed of the bad news. Shi Yuran's parents were scared upon hearing that their daughter was seriously injured. They immediately asked the police to find the criminals. They were determined to get revenge. However, when they arrived at the hospital and saw Shi Yuran stopped them from going to the police for help. She told them that those criminals had something on her, so they threatened her not to try to arrest them. If she dared to do that, they would expose her dirty secrets too. Shi Yuran never told her parents what she had done before, because she was afraid that they would be mad at her. However, now she had to be honest. After hearing about her bad deeds, Shi Yuran's parents were furious. Nevertheless, they couldn't call the police or take revenge. As soon as they did, not only would Shi Yuran be put in jail, but the Shi family would be greatly affected as well. All in all, Shi Yuran asked for it herself. "Why were you beaten by them?" asked Shi Yuran's father, Shi Guangnan. Because I paid them to beat Leng Xiaoyao," Shi Yuran admitted. Upon hearing Leng Xiaoyao's name, Shi Yuran's parents realized that she harbored a grudge against Leng Xiaoyao ever since the party held by the Mo family. The Shi family was indeed humiliated at the party that day, so they were also mad at Leng Xiaoyao. So they felt nothing when Shi Yuran tried to cause trouble for Leng Xiaoyao. They were only confused about why those people paid by Shi Yuran to beat Leng Xiaoyao suddenly came to beat her. Shi Guangnan asked, "Why did they beat you instead then?" It seemed that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't simple since she was able to make those men beat Shi Yuran instead. "They told me that Leng Xiaoyao is their head's friend," Shi Yuran said. "What?" Shi Yuran's parents were shocked. It turned out that Leng Xiaoyao was the head of the Qiao gang, Ji Yanxi's friend. How could a young girl like her form a close relationship with Ji Yanxi? Did she do anything she couldn't mention? No matter what, since Leng Xiaoyao was Ji Yanxi's friend, they had to carefully think about it if they wanted to get revenge. It was not only the Shi family, any of the major families were basically in awe of the Qiao gang. The Qiao gang respected those major families and would avoid having conflict with them, unless it was because of a conflict of interest or a serious problem. "Honey, even if we can't call the police to punish those men, we can pay Leng Xiaoyao back. If it wasn't for her, Yuran wouldn't have been injured," said Mrs. Shi. Anyway, they were unwilling to let Leng Xiaoyao get away with it. Frowning Shi Guangnan said nothing. He had the same idea but was worried. After a long while, Shi Guangnan said, "We can talk about it later. Since Leng Xiaoyao has a good relationship with Ji Yanxi, it shouldn't be easy for us to pay her back. We can't suffer a double loss." Shi Guangnan wasn't impulsive. He wouldn't take action until he was sure that he would win. He made his judgments according to his abilities, but the result depended on his opponent's abilities. Mrs. Shi was reluctant to accept the situation, but she didn't dare to disagree with her husband. Sure, Yuan was the same. She hated Leng Xiaoyao to death right now. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoyao was on the phone with Li Machun. She asked him about the situation in City Qin. After all, it happened because of her, so Leng Xiaoyao cared about it. Li Machun told Leng Xiaoyao that he found nothing abnormal. Just like Leng Xiaoyao said, those people wouldn't arrive until a few days later. Apart from that, Leng Xiaoyao didn't know what to say to Li Machun. Li Machun was also embarrassed. As a result, they fell into silence after several simple questions about each other's condition. In order to not be even more embarrassed, Leng Xiaoyao made up an excuse that she needed to deal with other things and hung up. Actually, they wanted to say more, but unfortunately they didn't know what to talk about. After having the call, Leng Xiaoyao had an absent expression for a long while. Then she started working. There were other game characters left to be drawn. Li Machun, on the other hand, didn't know what to do after the call. He couldn't help thinking about Leng Xiaoyao. The next day, Leng Yuqi was absent from school again, so Zhang Yihan felt relieved. She was much calmer when facing Chu Jiayu. However, Chu Jiayu didn't bother to greet her or give her a glance. Chu Jiayu was in no mood to talk to Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yihan understood and stayed away from her. The day passed quickly. Leng Xiaoyao focused on studying for the whole day. She didn't help her classmates with reviews because the liberal arts defense would be starting tomorrow. Even if she had confidence in herself, she still needed to prepare for it. Chu Jianan received a piece of terrible news today. The agreement between Cheng Tian and him was cancelled all of a sudden. Because they hadn't signed a contract yet, Cheng Tian didn't need to pay him any liquidated damages. Hearing the bad news, Chu Jianan, who was in a lot of pain, fainted from anger. Chu Xiaofeng couldn't accept it, so he immediately went to look for the reason. Cheng Tian didn't suffer any losses, but the Chu family's company suffered a great loss. In order to get the project, they had invested a lot of money in it in an attempt to start a joint venture. They didn't sign the contract and failed to achieve the joint venture, so the Chu family didn't need to pay for anything. However, they disappointed many people, so it would be hard for them to raise money next time. As a well-known, rich family in Citychong, the Chu family owned dozens of billion yuan in assets, but it included current and real assets. They didn't have enough current assets to fund a project. They had to borrow from the bank or find business partners. They were working on more than one project, so they couldn't invest all of their current assets into one. After asking many people, Chu Xiaofeng learned that the Ling family interfered and robbed them of the project. Didn't the Ling family not have any interest in it? Why did they suddenly steal it? Did the Ling family have a grudge against the Chu family? Chu Xiaofeng didn't think that he had offended the Ling family before. Was it because of Chu Jianan? After Chu Jianan woke up, Chu Xiaofeng asked him whether he had messed with the Ling family. Chu Jianan didn't think that he had done that. He rarely had interactions with members of the Ling family. No matter how Chu Jianan tried, he couldn't figure it out. An idea dawned on him. It might have something to do with Leng Xiaoyao. However, he quickly discarded that thought. He didn't know that it was Leng Xiaoyao who beat him, nor did he know about Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with the Ling family. Besides, he didn't think that the Ling family would stand up for Leng Xiaoyao or the Leng family. Because the agreement between the Chu family's company and the Chengtian Corporation was terminated, Chu Xiaofeng's business partners all blamed him for messing up a sure thing. It was impossible for them not to be mad. When Leng Yeqing heard the news in the afternoon, he immediately thought of Leng Xiaoyao. Could it have something to do with her? At the Mo family's party, he saw Leng Xiaoyao staying with Ling Tianqi, the Ling family's heir. However, he wasn't sure, so he asked Leng Xiaoyao about it when she got home at night. Yao, the Ling family just robbed the Chu family of a project. Does it have something to do with you? Leng Xiaoyao was struck dumb for a second. She thought that it might be a coincidence, but she realized that it could also be Ling Tianqi's idea to pay Chu Jianan back for her. I don't know, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she guessed that it might have been done by Ling Tianqi for her, she didn't call him to ask. If that wasn't his idea, she would be embarrassed. If it was, since Ling Tianqi didn't tell her, he must want to do her a favor in private. In that case, there was no need for her to ask about it. Since she said that, Leng Yeqing didn't ask further. Anyway, the Chu family suffered a loss this time. On Wednesday, the liberal arts defense of high school students was held in City Chong. Early in the morning, Leng Xiaoyao followed their teacher to number 1 high school for the competition. There were 10 high schools in City Chong and each school had a quota of 3 students. Leng Xiaoyao, Gao Qilu, and a male student, Qin Siyuan, was representing their school. Gao Qilu was aware that Leng Xiaoyao was one of the 3 students early on, while Leng Xiaoyao didn't know who the other students were until today. Gao Qilu had tried to attack Leng Xiaoyao to make her unable to take part in the competition. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoyao took her family's car to go to school and back home. There was no chance for them to act, which made Gao Qilu angry. Therefore, when Gao Qilu saw Leng Xiaoyao, she looked cold. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to pay any attention to her. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know that the champion of today's competition could participate in the National Liberal Arts Defense in the capital city until that moment. In addition, the top 3 of the National Liberal Arts Defense would directly be accepted by the Capital University. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about being accepted by the Capital University, but she would do her best since she was taking part in the competition. Their teacher was Mr. Chun. Because Leng Xiaoyao had the highest score among the 3 students, Mr. Chun paid more attention to her. On their way, he asked, "Xiaoyao, are you nervous?" Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Not at all. Great. I'm glad to hear that. I have confidence in you," Mr. Chun said. He only said that to Leng Xiaoyao, so Gao Qilu and Qin Siyuan were displeased and jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Qilu joked half seriously, "Mr. Chen, do you have a bias toward Leng Xiaoyao? You only asked about her feelings. Don't you care about me and Qin Siyuan?" "Oh, you're right. It's my fault." "So, are you too nervous?" Mr. Chun asked embarrassedly. "Haha, Mr. Chun. I'm joking. We're not nervous. After all, this isn't our first time." Gao Qilu laughed. "Right, this isn't your first time, so you're surely not nervous," Mr. Chun said with a smile. He believed in them, he simply had more confidence in Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, the situation became different in an instant. Mr. Chun only asked Leng Xiaoyao because this was the first time that she had participated in the competition. It was Gao Qilu's thought and the impression she tried to leave on Leng Xiaoyao. However, she couldn't change Mr. Chen's real thoughts with a simple conversation. Leng Xiaoyao understood Gao Qilu's implication, but felt that it was childish, so she didn't care. "Leng Xiaoyao, Qin Siyuan, and I have taken part in competitions like this many times before. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us. We'll tell you as long as we know the answer," Gao Qilu said meaningfully. She sounded kind, but was actually just showing off and making fun of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao was better than her at studying and was prettier than her, but the Leng family wasn't comparable to the Gao family. Therefore, Gao Qilu was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, but also disdained her. Even if Leng Xiaoyao was better than her at studying, this was the first time that Leng Xiaoyao had ever participated in a competition like this. It was hard for her not to be nervous. Once she got nervous, she wouldn't be able to do her best. In that case, she wouldn't get a good result. "It's not a big deal. I don't need to be nervous just for that," Leng Xiaoyao replied airily, being slightly arrogant. A competition like this? She had enough competitions like this in her previous incarnation and had won countless prizes. Leng Xiaoran and she were always the top 2. Upon thinking of Leng Xiaoran, Leng Xiaoyao became upset. She really missed Leng Xiaoran, her parents, her grandma, her great-grandfather, and Master Shangguan. She missed her friends too. Li Mochin was already very powerful. After 2 years, he should be able to defeat his enemies. By then, Li Mochin would be fine and she might disappear in this time-space. Thinking that she would disappear in 2 years, Leng Xiaoyao felt somewhat irritated. No one noticed the change in Leng Xiaoyao's mood. Actually, when they heard her reply, they were a little unhappy, including Mr. Chun. He wondered whether he had too high of an expectation for Leng Xiaoyao. Given her attitude, she was too arrogant. He appreciated confident students, but disliked arrogant ones. Confidence was a good thing, but it would become arrogance if there was too much of it. Leng Xiaoyao's attitude made him think that she was arrogant. "Leng Xiaoyao, you look very confident. Are you going to win the championship? Gao Qilu smiled. She deliberately complimented Leng Xiaoyao. If Leng Xiaoyao dared to say yes, she would tell everyone about it. Then, if Leng Xiaoyao failed to win the championship, she would be extremely embarrassed. Even if Leng Xiaoyao said no, Gao Qilu would still spread the news. She simply didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao would be the champion. By then, Leng Xiaoyao would still be embarrassed. Leng Xiaoyao saw through Gao Qilu, so she said mockingly, Gao Qilu, that's going too far. I simply said that I'm not nervous. It has nothing to do with the championship. Why would you connect them? Gao Qilu was embarrassed. Aren't you too confident and that's why you don't feel nervous? If so, are you also too confident to be nervous? Are you also going to win the championship? Leng Xiaoyao asked in return, showing obvious mockery. Gao Qilu was struck dumb for a moment and didn't know what to say. She had no confidence to win the championship, although she really wanted to be the champion. All the participants were the best students from their schools, so it was extremely difficult to win the competition. In fact, when she took part in a competition like this for the first time, she had the confidence to win the championship, but was embarrassed in the end. Afterwards, she learned to keep a low profile. Even though she still targeted the championship, she wouldn't say that aloud. She only said that to Leng Xiaoyao because Leng Xiaoyao was also an excellent student and seemed arrogant. However, unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't easy to take advantage of. After hearing Leng Xiaoyao's retort, Mr. Chun had a more positive impression of her. It was true that Leng Xiaoyao only said that she wasn't nervous. She didn't say that she was going to win the championship. Although she wasn't nervous, it didn't mean that she would definitely be the champion. Gao Qilu, if you're confident because you think you'll be the champion, I can understand why you said that to me. If not, please don't jump to conclusions. It bothers me, Leng Xiaoyao warned. She didn't know what Gao Qilu wanted to do, but she knew that Gao Qilu must be doing it for a bad reason. Therefore, she decided to warn Gao Qilu first. Gao Qilu was too angry to speak, while Qin Siyuan remained silent. He was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao too, but he wouldn't fight with her. He wasn't that dumb. Gao Qilu said nothing else, so Leng Xiaoyao stopped arguing with her. Nevertheless, Gao Qilu hated Leng Xiaoyao more than ever because Leng Xiaoyao embarrassed her in front of Mr. Chan and Qin Siyuan. However, she was too self-centered to admit that she asked for it. If she hadn't tried to make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't have retorted like that. Before long, they arrived at the number 1 high school. Many students and teachers from other high schools were also present. Once Leng Xiaoyao and the others got out of the car, they heard an unkind male voice. Oh, isn't this Mr. Chun? Why do these 2 students show up at every competition? Don't you have other students in your school? The man was in his early 30s. He came with 3 excellent students from number 2 high school. Mr. Chun was annoyed. Although Gao Qilu and Qin Siyuan weren't the best students in their school, they had rich experience and had won their own prizes before. There were students who had higher scores than them, but those students couldn't stay calm at a competition, nor could they do their best. As a result, they didn't come. After all, they had a test in their school before coming. Mr. Yang, I don't think you came here with different students either, Mr. Chun argued. Mr. Yang didn't care about that. Mu Sihong was the champion last year, so he must come, but the other 2 students have rarely taken part in the competition before. Mr. Yang deliberately emphasized the word champion. Obviously, he was showing off. Although the liberal arts defense was held once every year, the high school general knowledge competition was held 3 times a year. It was mainly a single subject competition. Last time, it was a competition about language Y and Mu Sihong was the champion. When Mr. Yang mentioned Mu Sihong looked arrogant and didn't take Leng Xiaoyao as well as the others seriously at all. That angered Mr. Chun. It means that all of them have experience. Mr. Chun argued. You're right. Mr. Yang didn't care about that and continued. But your school is famous for students of high quality. If you can't win the championship again, I'm afraid your reputation will be damaged. Mr. Chun was embarrassed. For several years, their school failed to win the championship, so its reputation was indeed damaged a little. It wasn't serious, but it was upsetting. However, they couldn't blame anybody for that. After all, the students from other schools were really better and their representatives also did their best. It wasn't their fault that they failed. At this moment, Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, do you have confidence to win this time?" Mr. Yang and his students turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao and were amazed by her beauty. Leng Xiaoyao stood behind Mr. Yang, so they didn't see her until then. Among Mr. Yang's 3 students there was a girl. The moment she saw Leng Xiaoyao, she was amazed yet jealous. Leng Xiaoyao had the same intention as when Gao Qilu tested her earlier. If they said yes, they would be embarrassed if they couldn't win the championship. If they won, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if they denied it, nothing would happen. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao finished speaking, Gao Qilu opened her mouth before Mr. Yang could say anything. "Leng Xiaoyao, that's too much. Mr. Yang only said that Mu Sihong was the champion last time. Mr. Yang didn't say that Mu Sihong will be the champion again. If he says yes to your question, will you say that he's too arrogant? If he fails to win the championship, he'll be embarrassed. If he denies it, will you criticize him for not being confident?" Gao Qilu looked at Leng Xiaoyao mockingly. She wanted to see how Leng Xiaoyao would reply to the same question. Gao Qilu was mad at Leng Xiaoyao for embarrassing her earlier. Leng Xiaoyao sneered and felt that Gao Qilu was too stupid. Mr. Chun had a big frown. Gao Qilu was indeed stupid. How could she make things difficult for her schoolmates right in front of the teacher and students from another school? Besides, why did Leng Xiaoyao say so much about that? However, Mr. Chun couldn't criticize Leng Xiaoyao because she was defending their school. Different people had different thoughts. Mr. Yang didn't think that Gao Qilu was picking on Leng Xiaoyao. Instead, he believed that they were working together to make fun of him. He was immediately angry and said, "Yes, we have confidence to win the championship. So what? You've never won the championship anyway. Mr. Yang is right. We'll see you win the championship then," Leng Xiaoyao said in a louder voice which immediately attracted many people's attention. Many people heard the end of their conversation, so they disdained the number 2 high school. They were so arrogant that they claimed that they would win the championship even before the competition began. Weren't they afraid that they would end up being a joke in the end? Didn't they know the reason why they won the championship in the competition over language Y last time? It happened because Li Wenxuan from number 1 high school was suddenly sick. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mu Sihong to be the champion. Anyway, even if Mu Sihong couldn't be the champion, it was still very impressive that he won the second prize. In fact, no one could win the championship every time and the champion would always be different. Mr. Yang was a little embarrassed when he noticed other people glancing at him. He suddenly realized that Leng Xiaoyao trapped him. However, he didn't have any evidence. Therefore, he gave Leng Xiaoyao a cold glance, then left with his students after snorting. Mr. Chun, on the other hand, was very happy. Within a short time, the news would spread. If they couldn't win the championship this time, they would definitely be embarrassed. Once Mr. Yang walked away, Leng Xiaoyao turned and stared at Gao Qilu angrily. "Gao Qilu, it seems that you like number 2 high school very much. What do you mean? Why do I like number 2 high school all of a sudden?" Gao Qilu didn't understand why Leng Xiaoyao said that and angrily retorted. In fact, she only had interest in the experimental high school and the number 1 high school. The experimental high school was as famous as the number 1 high school in City Chong. If not, why did you side with Mr. Yang from the number 2 high school earlier? Do you have a close relationship with Mr. Yang? For you to help him embarrass us? Said Leng Xiaoyao. She understood that Gao Qilu did it to pick on her, but she was still unhappy that Gao Qilu did such a stupid thing. You? Gao Qilu immediately realized what Leng Xiaoyao was talking about and got angry. She didn't think about the situation much and simply wanted to make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao. How come I sided with him? I just told the truth. Didn't you say the same thing to me on our way here? Gao Qilu argued. Humph! Leng Xiaoyao sneered, then said mockingly, I'm sorry that you're too dumb to understand what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how you pick on me at our school, but we're both students from the experimental high school to outsiders. If students or teachers from other schools come to challenge us, We should team up against outsiders for the sake of our school's reputation. But you did the opposite just because you're mad at me. It wasn't a big deal, but Leng Xiaoyao wanted to teach Gao Qilu a lesson. You? Gao Qilu felt aggrieved. She only wanted to pick on Leng Xiaoyao and had no intention of damaging their school's reputation. However, what she did was indeed not right, so she didn't know how to explain it. All right, we're from the same school. We should be a team. Mr. Chun interrupted, though he agreed with Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao said nothing else. Gao Qilu also stopped. Unfortunately, her good student image was ruined in front of their teacher today by Leng Xiaoyao. As a result, she hated Leng Xiaoyao more than ever. She was determined to pay Leng Xiaoyao back. The news that Mr. Yang confidently said that they would win the championship quickly spread. Some teachers who wanted to see drama mocked Mr. Yang when they saw him. Oh, Mr. Yang, I heard that you're going to win the championship. Because they were from different schools, they saw one another as opponents. They didn't want to see anyone else win the championship and all wanted to see a joke. When many teachers laughed at him, Mr. Yang blamed Leng Xiaoyao. Don't you want to win the championship since you came here? Asked Mr. Yang. We all want to win the championship, but none of us would dare to say that we'll win before the competition even begins. After all the participants are the top students from different schools. It's hard to say who will win, right? Mr. Yang didn't want to waste time arguing with them, so he directly ignored them. They went to Multimedia Hall 1 where 6 judges waited. Among them, 4 were professors from universities and 2 were officials from the Education Bureau. When Leng Xiaoyao showed up, she attracted a lot of attention. Due to her stunning appearance, many girls were jealous of her. Staring at Leng Xiaoyao, they took her as a strong competitor. Gao Qilu also aroused a lot of jealousy. After all, Gao Qilu was the prettiest girl in the experimental high school. To be honest, Gao Qilu wasn't less pretty than Leng Xiaoyao, but Leng Xiaoyao had a more elegant aura. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao appeared more attractive. Gao Qilu got angry since Leng Xiaoyao attracted a lot more attention than her. She always used to be the focus of people's attention. However, they were in public, so she showed nothing on her face. There are many vixens from the experimental high school. Leng Xiaoyao heard a low female voice, but she paid no attention to it. Leng Xiaoyao never thought highly of herself because she was pretty. It was a good thing that she had a beautiful face. Instead, she was more proud of her abilities. She was never jealous of someone who was prettier or richer than her, and if someone had better skills than her, she would appreciate and admire them. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others were seated, a boy next to them immediately greeted Gao Qilu. Hi, Qilu, nice to see you. He was a straight-A student from the number 1 high school, Zhao Weihao. Zhao Weihao was born in a first-rate, rich family in City Chong. His family had a close relationship with the Gao family for generations, and he had feelings for Gao Qilu. Unfortunately, Gao Qilu disliked him. It wasn't because he was ugly. Actually, Zhao Weihao was very handsome. It wasn't because of their family backgrounds either. In fact, the Gao family was very rich, but it wasn't comparable to the Zhao family. Instead, Gao Qilu had no interest in Zhao Weihao because he wasn't the eldest son of his family and he disliked business. Therefore, he would only inherit a small part of his family's wealth. She loved a domineering and powerful rich man like in novels, so Zhao Weihao wasn't her type. In addition, she was going to study in the capital, so she wanted to have a boyfriend who was born in the capital. City Chong was a second-tier city and was economically strong, but was hardly comparable to the capital city. Hi, Gao Qilu replied in a flat tone. She had no interest in Zhao Weihao, but she enjoyed his interest. Therefore, she didn't push him away. When she needed him, she would talk to him. When she didn't need him, she would ignore him. What's that girl's name? Asked Zhao Weihao, pointing at Leng Xiaoyao. It seemed that he had an interest in Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Qilu was instantly angry and said in an unpleasant tone, "Why are you asking?" Although she disliked Zhao Weihao and wouldn't be his girlfriend, she couldn't accept it when he developed an interest in another girl. Besides, the girl was Leng Xiaoyao, who she hated the most. Because of that, she felt that she was being overshadowed by Leng Xiaoyao. She looks familiar, Zhao Weihao said. He was honest, otherwise he wouldn't be interested in Leng Xiaoyao. After all, he wasn't a superficial person and wouldn't be interested in a girl just because she was pretty. However, he had to admit that this girl was stunning and was even more attractive than Gao Qilu. She looks familiar? Is that true, or are you a pickup artist? Gao Qilu said coldly. She clearly knew that Zhao Weihao wasn't a playboy, but she was really unhappy. I'm being honest. She looks familiar, Zhao Weihao said seriously. He didn't notice that Gao Qilu was unhappy. After all, she always spoke to him in that tone. I'm not familiar with her. If you want to know her name, go ask her yourself, Gao Qilu said. She was unwilling to tell Zhao Weihao Leng Xiaoyao's name. This time, Zhao Weihao saw that Gao Qilu was unhappy. However, he didn't realize that she was jealous. He knew Gao Qilu's character very well. She must be displeased because Leng Xiaoyao was more attractive than her. That being the case, Zhao Weihao stopped asking about Leng Xiaoyao. He had feelings for Gao Qilu, but he was aware that she had no interest in him. Over the years, he lost his love for Gao Qilu and gave up on her. Before long, the competition began. The defense was all direct defense, and the opponent was determined by drawing lots. Those who got one were opponents with those who had two. Even if they were from the same school, they still needed to compete against each other. This was, after all, an individual competition, not a team competition. Nevertheless, no one wanted to compete against schoolmates. Luckily, there were many competitors in the first round, so only one pair was from the same school, while the others were all from different schools. There were 10 high schools, and each had 3 students, so there were 30 participants in all. In the first round, 15 people would be eliminated according to their final scores, instead of who lost in the pairs. In the second round, 7 people would be eliminated. In the third round, there would be 3 people, and the last 3 people would compete for the prizes. Liberal arts included articles, language Y, politics, history, and geography. There were 15 multiple-choice questions. Every question was worth a point. 15 multiple-choice questions, 2 points each, totaling 30 points. 10 true and false questions, 1 point each. 10 answer questions, 4.5 points each, totaling 45 points. The participating students needed to answer the questions on the stage. Each student would have a magnetic drawing board in his or her hands. The answers for the multiple-choice questions and true or false questions needed to be written down on the magnetic drawing board. Afterwards, students would show the answers to the audience. The teacher would then announce the correct answer. The answered questions were rush answer questions. Whoever got it first would answer first. If the answer was wrong, or the student failed to give an answer, the other students would have the opportunity to answer the question. If the answer was correct, then other students would no longer have a chance to answer. That was the most important part of the competition. The participants needed to listen to the questions from the radio before answering them. So this wasn't only a test of knowledge, but also a test of listening. It wasn't easy. On the side of the experimental high school, Leng Xiaoyao was number 15, a little behind the middle. Gao Qilu was number 6, which was relatively ahead. Qin Siyuan was number 12. In the middle, Zhao Weihao was number 3. All the participants were excellent students with rich experience, so the competition was quite tense. Participant number 1 failed to answer 3 questions correctly, with a score of 75.5 to 64. Afterwards, participants number 2 and number 3 were on the stage. Zhao Weihao competed against Mu Sihong, who was from the number 2 high school. Once they met, they took each other as bitter enemies. The final score was 72 to 75.5. Zhao Weihao had 72 points, while Mu Sihong had 75.5 points. Both of them answered a question incorrectly. There wasn't a big gap between them that existed in other pairs. Gao Qilu had a score of 75 points, while her opponent's score was 62 points. Both of them failed to answer 2 answer questions correctly. When it was Qin Siyuan's turn, he only had several points less than his opponent. After Qin Siyuan, it was Leng Xiaoyao's turn. When Leng Xiaoyao went to the stage, Mr. Chun was nervous. He wasn't that nervous when Gao Qilu and Qin Siyuan were on stage. Gao Qilu and Qin Siyuan also focused on Leng Xiaoyao. Although they hoped that their school could win, they didn't want the winner to be Leng Xiaoyao. Zhao Weihao focused on Leng Xiaoyao too. The longer he looked at Leng Xiaoyao, the more familiar he thought she was. However, he couldn't remember her name. It was not only Leng Xiaoyao's face. Her shape was also familiar to him. An idea dawned on him. She was the girl who had shown up at your circuit last time. After remembering who she was, Zhao Weihao was excited. However, because Leng Xiaoyao was participating in the competition, he couldn't go up and exchange greetings with her. Zhao Weihao was an excellent student, but he didn't stay in school all day. In fact, he was often absent from class and hung around outside. When Leng Xiaoyao had a race that day, he was in your circuit as well. Zhao Weihao loved car racing and always visited the circuit. To his surprise, this girl was so young and was a student of the experimental high school. When he saw Leng Xiaoyao last time, he knew that she was young, but he thought that she should be in her early 20s. Unexpectedly, she was the same age as him. She had amazing skills at such a young age, which was awesome. Zhao Weihao became more interested in Leng Xiaoyao at that moment. None of the questions were the same, but they were all at the same level. Leng Xiaoyao was right in of the single-choice questions, multiple-choice questions, and true-false questions. When answering the questions, Leng Xiaoyao basically got them first. Sometimes she failed to do it because she didn't want to attract too much attention in the first round. In the end, Leng Xiaoyao's score was 86.5 points, while her opponent's was 63.5 points. For the time being, Leng Xiaoyao had the highest score, which aroused jealousy from Gao Qilu, Qin Siyuan, and many other students and teachers. Mr. Chun was very satisfied and even sent Mr. Yang a glance. Didn't Mr. Yang have confidence in Mu Sihong? Leng Xiaoyao had a higher score than Mu Sihong, so Mr. Yang shouldn't be happy. Mr. Yang was indeed upset. To his astonishment, the girl who seemed unimportant was incredibly smart. Leng Xiaoyao let her opponent get 3 questions, or she could have gotten full marks. It was not only Mr. Yang. Other teachers and students also had a deep impression of Leng Xiaoyao. None of them wanted to compete against her. When Leng Xiaoyao went back to her seat, Mr. Chun complimented her and encouraged her to keep on doing her best. Zhao Weihao's gaze fell on Leng Xiaoyao the entire time. However, because they were in a competition, he couldn't go up and make friends with Leng Xiaoyao right away. When Zhao Weihao focused on Leng Xiaoyao, Gao Qilu noticed and got angry. Did Zhao Weihao fall in love with Leng Xiaoyao? Didn't he say that Gao Qilu was his love? Did he lose interest in her so quickly? Even if Gao Qilu disliked him, she wouldn't allow him to like Leng Xiaoyao. She could accept it if he went to chase another girl. Leng Xiaoyao sensed Zhao Weihao's gaze, but paid no attention to him. After the first round, it was almost 12 p.m., so it was time for lunch. They had a rest at noon, and the second round would begin at 2 p.m. At the same time, the list of participants who successfully went to the second round was announced. Those who were eliminated could leave or stay to watch the rest of the competition. Although Leng Xiaoyao already tried not to attract too much attention, she still had the highest score in the first round. All 3 students from the experimental high school went into the second round. As for lunch, they needed to find a meal on their own, so Mr. Chun took Leng Xiaoyao and the others outside. Right when they walked out of the multimedia classroom, Zhao Weihao went over to say hi to Leng Xiaoyao. Hi, Leng Xiaoyao, nice to see you. My name is Zhao Weihao. I saw you at the Yar circuit last time. You're incredible at racing. You're my idol. Can I talk to you for a while? Zhao Weihao said excitedly, showing his obvious admiration for Leng Xiaoyao. Really? Hearing that, everyone was astonished. Leng Xiaoyao was skilled at car racing? That was unbelievable. People turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao with doubts. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. She was just surprised that Zhao Weihao focused on her the whole time simply because he had watched her race at the circuit last time. Anyway, since he was being nice to her, she didn't mind spending some time with him. Therefore, she smiled and said, "Nice to meet you too. Aren't we talking to each other right now?" "Oh, right." Zhao Weihao put on a silly smile. Obviously, he doubted Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Of course, even many professional racers aren't able to surpass Leng Xiaoyao, said Zhao Weihao. He was unhappy about Mr. Yang's acidic words, but he still replied to him. Do you mean Leng Xiaoyao has competed against professional racers? Asked Mr. Yang. Even though Zhao Weihao said that Leng Xiaoyao was better than professional racers, Mr. Yang didn't agree. A teenage girl might be skilled, but she couldn't be that skilled. Mr. Yang, I told you so. If you don't believe it, why do you bother to ask and even mock us? If you want to know more about it, go to your circuit. There is a video of Leng Xiaoyao racing on the screen at the square. You can see her skill at a glance. Zhao Weihao argued straightforwardly. Given his family background, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Mr. Yang was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on Zhao Weihao due to his status. Therefore, he snorted and quickly walked away. Gao Qilu, on the other hand, was very unhappy that Zhao Weihao defended Leng Xiaoyao like that. When Mr. Yang and the others were gone, Zhao Weihao asked Leng Xiaoyao, Leng Xiaoyao, can we be friends? Friends were different from acquaintances. If they could be friends, Zhao Weihao might be able to do some racing with Leng Xiaoyao one day. Although he wasn't skilled, it was his hobby. In addition, it was a great honor to be friends with Leng Xiaoyao. Before Leng Xiaoyao said anything, Gao Qilu opened her mouth. Zhao Weihao, Leng Xiaoyao don't randomly make friends with other people. Even I was turned down, let alone you. Or is it possible that she treats boys and girls differently? Although Gao Qilu sounded to be joking, she was clearly picking on Leng Xiaoyao. Why did she say that Leng Xiaoyao probably treated boys and girls differently? Did that mean that Leng Xiaoyao made friends with Zhao Weihao simply because he was a boy? That Leng Xiaoyao only made friends with boys? In that case, Leng Xiaoyao would become notorious for doing that. Gao Qilu deliberately said that to separate Zhao Weihao from Leng Xiaoyao. The other people heard it and turned to look at Leng Xiaoyao. They wanted to see whether she was really that kind of girl. Zhao Weihao didn't think much about it. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao was aloof. Instead, he felt that he was a little rude. They just met and he asked to be friends with her, which wasn't appropriate. Leng Xiaoyao sneered and said, Gao Qilu, can you tell me your purpose for making friends with me? Other people aren't from the experimental high school, so they know little about you, but I clearly know your character. And I have many female friends in school. Why are you spreading rumors about me right in front of my face? People turned to stare at Gao Qilu with doubt. Leng Xiaoyao implied that Gao Qilu tried to make friends with her for an unkind purpose. Was it true? Gao Qilu panicked a little and got angry. However, she still acted innocent on the surface. I'm just joking. Are you mad, Leng Xiaoyao? I want to be friends with you because you're very pretty. You're joking? Do you think it's a joke to make fun of a girl's reputation? Did you do it by accident or on purpose? Are you smart or stupid? Leng Xiaoyao angrily replied. You? Gao Qilu was displeased. Onlookers also changed their impression of Gao Qilu. She really shouldn't have joked about a girl's reputation. Did she do it by accident or on purpose? Was she smart or stupid? Did Gao Qilu seem to be stupid? Absolutely not, so. Was Gao Qilu jealous of Leng Xiaoyao because Leng Xiaoyao was very pretty? Onlookers believed that that was the answer, so they started to disdain Gao Qilu. However, due to her status, they didn't dare to do it obviously. Unfortunately, other people easily saw her real purpose, so Gao Qilu got angry once more. At the same time, Leng Xiaoyao continued. Gao Qilu, I don't want to argue with you outside. Please behave yourself. Leng Xiaoyao, you... Gao Qilu felt extremely humiliated. She wanted to argue with Leng Xiaoyao, but suddenly didn't know what to say. Enough. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Mr. Chun snapped at her. Although there weren't many people around them, there were outsiders. If they continue, they would just be embarrassed. He knew little about Gao Qilu, but he could see that Gao Qilu was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao because she constantly tried to make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao. Even though Leng Xiaoyao wasn't kind to Gao Qilu either, for the sake of the reputation of their school, she didn't want to argue with Gao Qilu publicly. Gao Qilu, on the contrary, refused to stop. Once Mr. Chun spoke, Gao Qilu had to close her mouth. However, she hated Leng Xiaoyao more than ever and even blamed Mr. Chun. Anyway, she wouldn't do anything to Mr. Chun, but she was determined to pay Leng Xiaoyao back. Gao Qilu said nothing, but gave Zhao Weihao a glance. In the past, if someone dared to criticize her, Zhao Weihao would stand up for her. However, he did nothing today. Zhao Weihao wanted to help her, but he felt that Leng Xiaoyao was being reasonable. He honestly didn't know how to defend Gao Qilu. It was true that he had feelings for her, but he had his own principles too. In addition, he took Leng Xiaoyao as his idol, so he was unwilling to argue with her. As a result, he could only remain silent. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. What he didn't know was that Gao Qilu took it very seriously even though he and Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about it. Zhao Weihao only thought that way because he didn't know much about Gao Qilu. Because of Gao Qilu's interruption, Zhao Weihao didn't smoothly make friends with Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't affected, but Zhao Weihao still wanted to seize another chance to become familiar with Leng Xiaoyao. Then he could become her friend. After the meal, they had an hour of free time so they could walk freely on campus. Gao Qilu went to see Zhao Weihao and asked him unhappily, "Zhao Weihao, are you interested in Leng Xiaoyao now?" Zhao Weihao was struck dumb for a second, then denied it. "Of course not. I simply see her as my idol." "What? Are you jealous?" Saying that, he suddenly laughed. In fact, he clearly knew that it wasn't the reason. "That's ridiculous. I simply dislike Leng Xiaoyao, so I hope that you can keep a distance away from her. If you're close to her, I won't talk to you again," Gao Qilu said with a disdainful expression. She hated that Zhao Weihao said that she was jealous. She would never be jealous because of Zhao Weihao. Fine. Zhao Weihao was deeply hurt when Gao Qilu disdained him. "Did she offend you?" Given their conversation earlier, Leng Xiaoyao had never offended Gao Qilu before. Instead, it was Gao Qilu who wouldn't stop causing trouble. He understood that Gao Qilu disliked the girls who were prettier than her. Gao Qilu was gentle and kind sometimes, but had a quick temper. Sometimes she could be unreasonable, but she wasn't really a bad girl, so he accepted that. Girls all had a temper. However, at this moment, he somehow felt that Gao Qilu was being hateful. This was the first time that he had ever hated her. "It's none of your business. Just listen to me," Gao Qilu said in a domineering tone. Zhao Weihao was annoyed. "Are you jealous of her?" Gao Qilu immediately denied it emotionally. "Nonsense. Why should I be jealous of her? I'm no less pretty than her. I'm also an excellent student. My family is also much richer than hers. It's impossible that I'll be jealous of her." However, her emotional reaction betrayed her and proved that she was indeed jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. It was true that she wasn't less impressive than Leng Xiaoyao, but she still got jealous of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made things difficult for her. Zhao Weihao saw through her, but didn't point it out. "Since you don't like her, you can keep a distance from her. It won't affect you if I make friends with her." He didn't want to go against Gao Qilu, but Gao Qilu's behavior was unacceptable. He was really unhappy with it. Who did she think she was? If she was his girlfriend, he would listen to her and wouldn't have a close relationship with other girls. However, she wasn't his girlfriend. Even though Gao Qilu often talked to him like that and didn't allow him to do something, he agreed because he really liked her back then. He basically didn't want to upset her. However, today was different. He clearly knew that Gao Qilu had no interest in him and even disdained him, but she didn't stop using him. It consumed his affection for her. He had a temper too, and was bad-tempered, but he curbed his anger in front of the girl he cared about. Zhao Weihao would no longer please Gao Qilu as he used to do. He wanted to do whatever he liked and no one could stop him. "Zhao Weihao, what do you mean? Even if I won't talk to you again, you still want to be friends with her?" Zhao Weihao's attitude surprised Gao Qilu, and she couldn't accept it. Shouldn't he listen to her and keep his distance from Leng Xiaoyao? At that moment, Zhao Weihao somehow felt that it was ridiculous. "You never think of me when you don't need me. Qilu, what am I in your eyes? Do you think I'll always listen to you just because I like you? You..." This was the first time that Zhao Weihao had argued with her, and she felt that he was stolen away from her. Although Zhao Weihao didn't belong to her, she believed that he should listen to her because he liked her. "I can keep my distance from Leng Xiaoyao if you're my girlfriend. Will you agree to that?" said Zhao Weihao. In fact, he didn't care whether Gao Qilu would agree. He just wanted to test her. If Gao Qilu agreed, he would still be happy and fulfill his promise by keeping his distance from Leng Xiaoyao. After all, he had had feelings for Gao Qilu for a long time. It wasn't easy for him to get over her within a short time. He had also only just met Leng Xiaoyao. Wei Hao, you can't force me to love you. Even if we can't be a couple, we can be friends, Gao Qilu said. Even if she didn't accept Zhao Weihao as her boyfriend, she wouldn't keep her distance from him. Zhao Weihao always listened to her on everything, and their families had a close relationship for generations. It was impossible for them to be strangers. I don't need more friends, Zhao Weihao mocked, then turned around and walked away. At the same time, he was relieved when Gao Qilu rejected him. Now that his feelings for her faded, she couldn't force him to listen to her. After all, no one was willing to be forced to do something. For that reason, he had never forced Gao Qilu to do anything. He only did his best to please her, hoping that she would accept him one day. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Gao Qilu took his loyalty for granted. Zhao Weihao. Gao Qilu was mad, but didn't chase after him. Her pride wouldn't allow her to. After all, Zhao Weihao had always done everything to please her. When Zhao Weihao made Gao Qilu unhappy, she blamed Leng Xiaoyao. If it hadn't been for Leng Xiaoyao, Zhao Weihao wouldn't have treated her like that. Because of their argument, Gao Qilu was in a bad mood. As soon as she saw Leng Xiaoyao again, she was furious. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about her gaze. However, Gao Qilu wouldn't stop, so Leng Xiaoyao noticed. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to cause trouble, not because she was easygoing, but because she didn't take Gao Qilu seriously. However, since Gao Qilu provoked her again and again, she had to do something. Before Gao Qilu did anything to her, she couldn't take action. She simply returned Gao Qilu's unkind gaze with a cold look. Gao Qilu was scared and immediately withdrew her gaze. Zhao Weihao was also a bit upset, but he soon got over it. Before long, it was 2 p.m. and the second round began. Only 6 students out of 12 could pass the second round, so Leng Xiaoyao stopped keeping a low profile and started doing her best. After all, once she went to the final score would consist of the average score of the 3 rounds. Leng Xiaoyao had the highest score again in the second round, but this time she got full marks. Those questions were difficult for most senior high school students, but they weren't that hard for the participants. However, they weren't able to answer every question, Leng Xiaoyao excluded. She succeeded in the first and second round, but she needed to see what she could do in the third round. When Leng Xiaoyao had the highest score again, no one was happier than Mr. Chun. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, he was full of appreciation. Gao Qilu failed to get to the final, while Qin Siyuan, Zhao Weihao, and Mu Sihong succeeded. Although Gao Qilu failed, she had gotten a high score and ranked 9th. She only had 1 point less than the 8th rank. Leng Xiaoyao could see that Gao Qilu wasn't in a good condition. If she was in her best condition, she should have been able to be in the top 8. Without surprise, Gao Qilu blamed Leng Xiaoyao again. Leng Xiaoyao was completely innocent. She did nothing, but Gao Qilu pinned the blame on her every time. At the same time, Gao Qilu was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao for getting the highest score in every round. It seemed that Leng Xiaoyao might win the first prize. Qin Siyuan ranked 5th and got into the finals, but it wasn't very likely for him to get to the top 3. Zhao Weihao ranked the 5th, Mu Sihong ranked 2nd, and Li Wenxuan from the number 1 high school ranked 3rd. Li Wenxuan almost won the championship at the Language Y competition last time. Mr. Yang had confidence in Mu Sihong for a reason. If Leng Xiaoyao hadn't shown up, Mu Sihong might be the champion this time. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoyao came. Because of that, Mr. Yang stared at Leng Xiaoyao unhappily. Although Mu Sihong ranked right below Leng Xiaoyao, there was a gap between their scores. As a result, it wasn't easy for Mu Sihong to surpass her. It might happen if Leng Xiaoyao failed to do her best in the third round. However, Li Wenxuan, who ranked 3rd, was also a strong competitor. He only had 1 point less than Mu Sihong. A few minutes after the second round, the third round began. The final round was much more difficult than the first and second rounds. However, Leng Xiaoyao was still able to give a correct answer to every question. She aimed to be the champion, and as she hoped, she was the champion in the end. When everyone thought that Mu Sihong might win the second prize, he failed and got the third prize. Li Wenxuan won the second prize. Mu Sihong and his teacher were heavily hit. Originally, they had great confidence in Mu Sihong winning the first prize. After Ling Xiaoyao showed up, they thought that he might win the second prize. However, to their surprise, Li Wenxuan surpassed Mu Sihong. Honestly, most people weren't surprised by the result. After all, Li Wenxuan was an excellent student and Mu Sihong won the championship last time simply because he had good luck. When the experimental high school won the championship this time, everyone congratulated Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun was also very excited. Congratulations, Ling Xiaoyao. You're awesome. Why didn't you take part in competitions before? Zhao Weihao came to congratulate Ling Xiaoyao. He wasn't upset at all even though he didn't win a prize. Actually, he didn't want to participate this time, but their teacher asked him to. Left with no choice, he took part in it. Therefore, he didn't care about the result. Thank you for your compliment. I didn't focus on studying, so I wouldn't have gotten a good performance in previous competitions, said Ling Xiaoyao. You're too modest. Even if you didn't focus on studying, you couldn't be that bad given your ability to win the championship, Zhao Weihao said. He thought that Ling Xiaoyao was simply being modest. Ling Xiaoyao smiled and said nothing. There was no need to elaborate. Gao Qilu was furious when she saw Zhao Weihao talking happily with Ling Xiaoyao. But it had nothing to do with jealousy. She simply hated everything her opponents did. After the competition was over, it was late, so Ling Xiaoyao didn't go back to school for the evening class, but went to her company. Only the tables, cabinets, and computers were smashed, so they could continue to work with new equipment. There was no need to rebuild. They could finish buying new furniture within a few days. Mu Yufan and the others did that quickly, and they began to work as usual yesterday. Before Ling Xiaoyao went, she told Mu Yufan that she was coming. Therefore, Mu Yufan and the others waited for her in the company and they would eat together later. On her way, Ling Xiaoyao called Li Machun and told him that she won the championship at the liberal arts defense. Li Machun wasn't surprised at all because he was aware of Ling Xiaoyao's abilities, but he still congratulated her. Oh, our teacher said that the champion can take part in the national competition in the capital city. The top 3 can directly be accepted by the capital university. Even if I can't get into the top 3, I believe I will still be accepted by the capital university by passing the exam, Ling Xiaoyao said proudly. She wasn't difficult to talk to as before. Right now she was like a kid waiting for praise. Sure, I believe you can do that. When will you go to participate in the competition? I can take you to see the house, asked Li Machun. I don't know yet. I'll tell you when I know, said Ling Xiaoyao. She couldn't wait to see the house. No problem, said Li Machun. After that, Ling Xiaoyao asked Li Machun about the situation in City Qin. The competition was over, so she had time to go there now. Li Machun said that there was no news and stopped Ling Xiaoyao from going. They could handle it on their own. Ling Xiaoyao was just a girl. Even though she was extremely strong, Li Machun didn't want to bother her. Since Li Machun said that, Ling Xiaoyao didn't insist. There was nothing for her to be worried about. However, she still reminded him to be careful. Li Machun agreed and felt somewhat warmed. After having the call with Li Machun, the taxi driver said, "Girl, you're awesome. You won the first prize. I wish my son could be half as excellent as you at studying, but he's the worst student in their class." Sir, different people have different advantages. He's not good at studying. Perhaps he has other skills. Some students are excellent at studying, but they might not be successful in the future. After all, some doctors or masters still have an average job without a high salary, whereas some people who are highly skilled make a lot more money. Well, it's best to be a good student and have other skills, but it's really hard to have both. Sir, don't worry, and don't force your kid to listen to you. Perhaps they have good luck and will fulfill their potential in their own way. Ling Xiaoyao was in a good mood, so she said a lot to the taxi driver. You're right. Arriving at the office building, Ling Xiaoyao entered the elevator. The elevator was not too crowded, but as soon as Ling Xiaoyao walked inside, a man started moving towards her with a lecherous look, which immediately annoyed Ling Xiaoyao. The other people in the elevator did not try to stop him and instead looked at him with fear in their eyes. It seemed that this man had behaved like this before and had some kind of power, which prevented anyone from reporting him. As he got closer to Long Xiaoyao, he reached out his hand towards Long Xiaoyao's butt. However, before he could touch Long Xiaoyao, she grabbed his hand and with a loud snap, broke it. The elevator erupted into screams and everyone turned to look at them in surprise. Seeing that Long Xiaoyao grabbed the man's hand, and the man's face was distorted in pain, they realized where that cracking sound came from. The man, whose name was Lin Liping, was the personnel manager of the 19th floor design company and was known for being a pervert who frequently harassed young girls in the office building. Although he usually only touched them, it was enough to make them feel disgusted and scared. Why you? Lin Liping didn't expect this girl to break his hand. He was furious and wanted to accuse Ling Xiaoyao, but he was in too much pain to speak. Ling Xiaoyao stared at him coldly and said, "Not all girls are easy to bully. If you keep walking down this path, you'll eventually meet your match. Do you know who I am? If you dare to harm me, I'll make sure you won't be able to stay here for long." Lin Liping threatened, but he didn't dare to directly attack Ling Xiaoyao because her earlier move showed that she was skilled and he was no match for her. "If you have the guts, come and make me leave," Ling Xiaoyao replied fearlessly, even arrogantly. "Why you?" Seeing Ling Xiaoyao act so arrogantly, Lin Liping was momentarily speechless and wondered if she had a powerful background. However, then he thought their company was the largest in this office building. Even if this girl had a powerful background, could it be more powerful than his brother-in-law's? With this thought, Lin Liping was no longer afraid. At this point, they reached the 15th floor and Ling Xiaoyao was about to exit the elevator. Lin Liping immediately shouted, "Stop right there!" Ling Xiaoyao paused and turned back to face Lin Liping. "What's up?" she asked. "Stay here and don't leave," Lin Liping said. He wanted to go back to the company and tell his brother-in-law to seek revenge for him. The 15th floor was where Fengyang Technology used to be before it became Xiaoyao Technology, but it was just a small company and was not worth worrying about. Lin Liping was very confident. "Okay, if you don't come back within 10 minutes, you're a coward," Ling Xiaoyao said without any intention of making a mountain out of a molehill. Anyway, it couldn't be made less serious. This man would definitely come looking for trouble. While she was there, she wanted to solve the problem so that they wouldn't cause trouble when she wasn't around. "Let's go and see," Lin Liping said fiercely. Ling Xiaoyao arrived at the company and everyone was still there. After all, it was only 5:30 p.m. and their work ended at 6 p.m. As soon as Ling Xiaoyao arrived, she told Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai about what had happened in the elevator. They both looked extremely unhappy. That man must be Lin Liping, the nephew of the boss of Chongyun Design Company. He often does things like taking advantage of girls and even almost raped a girl once, Mu Yufan said. Mentioning Lin Liping made both Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai disgusted. "It seems like we need to deal with him. I don't want Xin to be targeted." Ling Xiaoyao frowned. If she let Xin be taken advantage of or harassed by this man, she would feel very guilty. Now that she knew about this hidden danger, it was necessary to solve it. Also, they should be coming to cause trouble soon. I'll see if I can find evidence to nail him and send him to jail if he dares to mess with us. If his brother-in-law dares to defend him, our tech company isn't afraid. We can easily make them go bankrupt, said Ling Xiaoyao. I see, replied Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai, immediately taking out their laptops for Ling Xiaoyao. Ling Xiaoyao began investigating the recent incident first, as she knew the exact time and it would be easy to find the evidence. As for the other incidents, they would need to be investigated slowly as they didn't know the exact time. If they could solve today's problem, there would be no need to continue investigating. However, if they couldn't solve it, then further investigation would be necessary. When Ling Xiaoyao found the elevator video, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were nervous as they didn't know if Lin Liping had touched Ling Xiaoyao. If he had, it would have been a huge insult to their boss. They felt the urge to cut off Lin Liping's hand, but Lin Liping's hand didn't touch Ling Xiaoyao and was instead grabbed and broken by her. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were excited and relieved to see this. Lin Liping deserves it. We need to teach him a lesson, said Mu Yufan. Yes, there are few people in this office who don't dislike him, especially the women. They avoid him at all costs, but unfortunately, Lin Liping has some powerful connections and not many people dare to mess with him, added Zhou Yunkai. Humph. While others may be afraid of him, I'm not, sneered Ling Xiaoyao. This kind of person needed to be dealt with. When Lin Liping returned to his company, he immediately went to his brother-in-law, Zhang Shigang, the owner of Chongyun Design Company. Lin Liping told Zhang Shigang that someone had broken his hand and asked him to help seek revenge. Zhang Shigang must know about Lin Liping's character and that he decided to go after the girl, but he ended up getting a taste of his own medicine. Nevertheless, Zhang Shigang still asked Lin Liping for the reason behind the incident. Lin Liping was not afraid of Zhang Shigang finding out and told him directly. Initially, Zhang Shigang was surprised that a woman could have enough strength to break Lin Liping's hand. He thought that Lin Liping was at fault, so he didn't want to make a scene and suggested that Lin Liping go to the hospital first. However, Lin Liping refused and insisted on seeking revenge even if it meant enduring the pain. When Zhang Shigang hesitated, Lin Liping threatened to involve his sister. Knowing his wife's true character, Zhang Shigang gave in. He was afraid of what his wife would do if he didn't help her brother. Zhang Shigang then gathered 8 people and followed Lin Liping down to the 15th floor. Upon entering the room, Lin Liping saw Ling Xiaoyao and angrily pointed at her, saying, "Brother-in-law, it's that slut who broke my hand." Long Xiaoyao stood up to greet them, followed by 6 others including Mu Yufan. Although their numbers were small, they exuded a strong aura, which came from Ling Xiaoyao. "What do you want?" asked Ling Xiaoyao arrogantly and lazily, not taking them seriously at all. However, Lin Liping misinterpreted her reaction and thought that she was afraid of their numbers. He became smug and said, "What do I want? As long as you accompany me for a night, no, a week, I won't pursue this matter any further." Lin Liping wasn't short of money, so compensation wasn't a consideration. However, Ling Xiaoyao's beauty made him want to have her. Upon hearing this, Mu Yufan and the others became angry and had the urge to hit him. However, before they could take action, Ling Xiaoyao acted first and picked up the nearby water cup, splashing it towards Lin Liping. Although they were about 2 meters apart, the water accurately splashed onto Lin Liping's face with a heavy force due to the use of spiritual power. It hit his face like a hard slap, making a crisp sound and causing him to scream in pain. Lin Liping looked at Ling Xiaoyao with anger and fear in his eyes. He couldn't understand why a mere cup of water could feel like a hard slap on his face. His face was now burning with pain. "Why you?" Lin Liping pointed at Ling Xiaoyao but couldn't find the words. Ling Xiaoyao coldly interrupted him. "Accompany you? What do you think you are? I'm afraid I wouldn't even be willing to let you be my shoe polisher." Ling Xiaoyao wasn't someone who would easily humiliate others, but if someone humiliated her first, she wouldn't hold back. She could say anything. "You?" Being regarded so lowly, Lin Liping was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. However, when he saw Ling Xiaoyao's icy-cold gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ling Xiaoyao ignored him and turned to Zhang Shigang, saying, "Are you here to defend him? Before that, let me remind you that you all know who Lin Liping is. If it weren't for his dirty tricks, why would I have taken action against him? I even find touching him dirty. You all know what my company does, technology. That includes dealing with computers and hacking. As long as I move my fingers, I can investigate and expose the videos of Lin Liping taking advantage of girls. Once it's exposed on the internet and handed over to the police, he won't be able to escape jail time. And as for your company, it's just a matter of using a computer to handle it." At these words, Zhang Shigang's face turned pale. How could he forget what their company does? They have hackers who can destroy a company by just touching a computer. Although their company also cooperates with other technology companies to maintain their system, that doesn't mean they don't have the ability to do something. He couldn't take the risk. Zhang Shigang completely abandoned the idea of defending Lin Liping. He didn't want to risk his company over such a small matter. Lin Lipping was also frightened. If they investigated and found those videos of him taking advantage of women, he might not be able to escape jail time. Lin Lipping knew that if his actions were exposed and reported to the police, he would be arrested. However, there was no one in the entire office building who was more powerful than his brother-in-law, and he had done so much without any consequences, so he dared to be so arrogant. "Miss, you misunderstood. I'm not here for him. A subordinate of mine got in trouble, so I came to figure out the situation and handle it accordingly." Zhang Shigang explained immediately. It was time to be wise. Brother-in-law? Lin Lipping knew that he shouldn't argue about it any longer, but he was still a little unwilling to accept the result. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared at by Zhang Shigang and fell silent. "All right, then let me show you the video," said Ling Xiaoyao, taking out her computer and playing the video she had retrieved for him. She knew that Zhang Shigang was trying to save face, so she didn't say anything. She didn't want to make things worse, even if she wouldn't be the one to suffer in the end. It would be best if they could solve the problem as soon as possible. There was no need to look for trouble. Although Zhang Shigang already knew the reason, he still watched it seriously. It was unclear whether it was out of guilt or something else, but Zhang Shigang didn't look happy. After watching the video, Zhang Shigang said, "Miss, it's true that Lin Lipping was wrong first, but you also broke his hand. Can we let it go?" Since Lin Lipping's hand was broken, it was impossible for them to apologize. Their compromise was only due to their fear of Leng Xiaoyao. If it were someone else, it might not be the case. Leng Xiaoyao didn't expect or need an apology. She just hoped that they wouldn't bully her or her people in the future. "Fine, but don't come here to cause trouble in the future, or I won't let you go so easily next time. Also, I hope Mr. Lin can behave himself and not harass my female colleagues, or I won't be polite to him either." Once she finished, Leng Xiaoyao crushed the glass in her hand into pieces, yet her hand remained unharmed. Everyone who saw this was stunned. This woman was too powerful. Zhang Shigang swallowed hard, becoming even more wary of Leng Xiaoyao. His attitude softened a bit. "Don't worry, miss. I promise my employees will behave properly." "What about you?" Leng Xiaoyao looked at Lin Lipping, wanting him to promise in person. Lin Lipping was unwilling to accept the result, but had to agree. "I won't do it again." Then Zhang Shigang and the others left. As soon as they were gone, Leng Xiaoyao said, "Although they agreed to behave, they might not keep their word. You all need to be careful and contact me immediately if anything happens. After all, one could never be too careful." "Of course." Mu Yufan and the others responded. The moment Zhang Shigang and the others entered the elevator, Lin Lipping said unwillingly, "Brother-in-law, do we have to swallow the humiliation like this?" Zhang Shigang looked at him coldly and said, "What do you want to do? Or do you think what the girl said is just to scare you?" Having achieved what he had today, Zhang Shigang was no fool. He knew very well that they shouldn't mess with that girl. No matter how powerful she was, she had the ability to bring him down. Lin Lipping opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He knew that the girl wasn't just trying to scare them, but he was reluctant to accept the result. Moreover, the girl was so beautiful that he could hardly forget her. "Lipping, I hope you truly remember what that girl said today. Otherwise, if you're really in trouble, I won't be able to protect you," Zhang Shigang warned. Given his knowledge of Lin Lipping, he worried that Lin Lipping might act recklessly. "I know." Lin Lipping replied impatiently but didn't fully listen to Zhang Shigang's words. Zhang Shigang understood what his real thought was, but could do nothing about it. He could only hope that Lin Lipping would really take his words to heart. After work in the afternoon, and Chenjun went to have dinner with Shenxin. Shenxin gave Chenjun the protection talisman she had received from Lang Xiaoyao and asked him to pass the rest on to the others. They all had to carry one. And Chenjun knew that Qinming's nightmares were caused by evil things and were resolved by Lang Xiaoyao, so he didn't doubt the effectiveness of the protection talisman. If it hadn't been for Qinming's incident, he wouldn't have believed in these things. But after that, he did. Therefore, when Shenxin got the protection talisman from Lang Xiaoyao, He was grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. As they were eating, a familiar female voice interrupted them. Chenjun, what a coincidence. It was Jin Yai, accompanied by another woman. Seeing Jin Yai, both in Chenjun and Xin were displeased. Although Chenjun didn't take Jin Yai seriously, he worried that Xin might misunderstand and get angry. Xin wouldn't misunderstand their interaction. After all, there was no relationship between Chenjun and Jin Yai. She just didn't want to see Jin Yai. Hi! And Chenjun replied politely but coldly and didn't say anything more. Although Jin Yai was annoyed, she didn't show it and continued smiling. Since it's such a coincidence, Chenjun, let me treat you to dinner. She deliberately ignored Xin. No need. I don't lack a meal. And Chenjun said coldly and mercilessly. Jin Yai's face stiffened, feeling embarrassed by Chenjun's rejection but not wanting to give up. I know you don't lack a meal, Chenjun. I just want to treat you to a meal. Xin couldn't stand it any longer and bluntly retorted. Miss Jin, it's not appropriate for you to flirt with Chenjun in front of his girlfriend. You're a wealthy heiress, not some cheap woman. If you keep on pestering Chenjun like this, people might think you want to be the other woman in our relationship. Xin appeared to be a quiet and gentle type on the surface, but she wasn't on the inside. When someone took advantage of her, she wouldn't hesitate to fight back. Upon hearing that, people around them looked over, and the looks directed towards Jin Yai were filled with disdain. What did you say? Jin Yai became furious upon hearing Xin's words. Although she was indeed trying to flirt with Chenjun and steal him away, she wouldn't allow anyone to speak about her like that. Even if she wanted to do it, she knew it was embarrassing and wouldn't care as long as no one mentioned it. Jin Yai was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe normally. She had wanted to directly scold Xin, but after thinking about it, she realized that doing so would make her appear uncultured. Jin Yai complained to Chenjun. Chenjun, did you see how she spoke of me? I only wanted to invite you to dinner, but she accused and humiliated me like this. Such a woman doesn't deserve you at all. Jin Yai seemed to think that Chenjun would help her. However, he didn't help her, and sided with Xin. Since Miss Jin doesn't want to be misunderstood, it's better not to casually invite men who have a girlfriend to dinner. Otherwise, even I will misunderstand. Also, whether my girlfriend deserves me or not is not something an outsider like you has the right to judge. Jin Yai was angry and aggrieved when she saw that Chenjun didn't help her and sided with Xin. She almost cried. Chenjun, you clearly know my intentions? So, are you really the kind of person Xin said? And Chenjun asked. Jin Yai was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say. If she said yes, she would lose face. If she denied it, then it meant she really liked Chenjun. Yai, we should go. Jin Yai's companion felt that they couldn't stay there any longer, and immediately pulled her away. Jin Yai couldn't stand it either. Once her friend said that, she left with them. At the same time, her resentment towards Xin grew even stronger. If it hadn't been for Xin, Chenjun would have become her boyfriend. It was ridiculous. If it hadn't been for Xin, Chenjun would have become her boyfriend? That was too presumptuous. Jin Yai was too confident for no reason. And Chenjun and Jin Yai were just high school classmates. It was Jin Yai who had secretly been in love with him all along. And Chenjun had never shown any interest in her. After Jin Yai left, Chenjun breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously glanced at Xin. When he saw that she wasn't angry, he felt relieved. Seeing Chenjun's reaction, Xin couldn't help but laugh and her mood was instantly lifted. Do you think I'm the kind of unreasonable person who would be angry about this? The one who's wrong is Jin Yai, not you, Xin said. But it's partly my fault too. If Jin Yai hadn't come to bother me, you wouldn't have been annoyed. And Chenjun said. He also hated Jin Yai very much. He loved Xin, so he had to consider her feelings. Moreover, Xin had left her hometown to be with him, so he had to take good care of her. Jin Yai was determined to make things difficult for Xin. After dealing with Lin Liping's matter, Leng Xiaoyao took the others out for a meal. After eating, Leng Xiaoyao went back home. Leng Chongyuan saw Leng Xiaoyao come back early, but he was already used to it, so he didn't say too much about it. Leng Xiaoyao told Leng Chongyuan that she won the championship in the high school liberal arts defense today, which made Leng Chongyuan very happy. Yao Yao, I'm so proud of you. Haha, as your granddaughter I can't embarrass you, Leng Xiaoyao said with satisfaction. She deliberately pleased Leng Chongyuan, filling him with happiness. What gift do you want? Leng Chongyuan asked. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't lack anything and could buy what she wanted herself, she was happy to receive a gift from Leng Chongyuan because it showed his love for her. After thinking for a moment, Leng Xiaoyao said, How about getting me a new phone? Leng Xiaoyao couldn't think of another gift other than a new phone. She had used the current phone for 2 years, so it was time to get a new one. Okay, I'll have your uncle buy you the latest phone tomorrow, said Leng Chongyuan. Thank you, Grandpa. You're the best, Leng Xiaoyao exclaimed, hugging Leng Chongyuan's arm and acting cute. The Chu family was unable to find the person who had attacked Chu Jianan, so they had to give up. Even if they had suspicions, there was no evidence to act upon. In City Qin, it was already 1 a.m. Mu Yang and the others were already asleep, while Li Machun was cultivating. These days, whenever he was alone, he would cultivate and he gradually became proficient in controlling the chaotic energy within his body. They monitored the island of bones in turns. In order to facilitate their departure, they had rented a yacht that could accommodate about 10 people and was parked on the shore. If they discovered anything, they could immediately set off. At 1:35 a.m., the person monitoring the surveillance noticed a boat approaching the island of bones and immediately notified Mu Yang, who then informed Li Machun. They continued to monitor the situation until the boat reached the island of bones. Then Li Machun and the others set off. When Li Machun and the others were halfway there, the boat had already docked at the island of bones. Many people had disembarked, some of whom were tied up. It was obvious that these people had been captured. They have captured about 20 people. These people are really brazen, said Mu Yang angrily. Those who were tied up didn't want to go. But if they didn't, they would be beaten. As a result, they had no choice but to go. To avoid being seen by someone on the boat, Li Machun and the others approached from another direction. After getting closer, they left 2 people to guard the yacht while the rest went to the island. Li Machun's magical senses didn't have the same range as Leng Xiaoyao's, but he had a strong sense of direction and didn't take many wrong turns, so they quickly arrived near the cave. Because there were many poisonous snakes and insects on the island, they had prepared in advance by sprinkling realgar powder on themselves, so they didn't get bitten on their way. Adding to that, Li Machun occasionally released a chaotic power, which kept even snakes and insects away. As they approached the cave, they stopped and Li Machun instructed them to wait while he checked the situation. Although Mu Yang and the others were worried, they knew that Li Machun was the most capable of them all, so they could only listen to him. Li Machun also warned them not to take any action without his signal, no matter what the situation was. Although it was their mission, they didn't mind following Li Machun's lead. To them, completing the task was more important than taking credit. Besides, Li Machun never cared about credit and always shared it with them. That was why they were grateful to him. And even if Li Machun did want all the credit, they wouldn't mind giving it to him since it was his achievement in the first place. There was no one outside the cave, as it had never been discovered before, so they were at ease. When Li Machun arrived outside the cave, he didn't immediately go in because he could hear their conversation from outside. He understood language Y, so when he heard them talking about leaving, he waited outside for them. Before long, some of the people inside came out. There were about 10 of them. When they were outside, Li Machun followed them without alerting them. When Mu Yang and the others saw this, they were worried that it would be dangerous for Li Machun to face them alone. However, Li Machun had instructed them beforehand not to interfere and ruin his plan. After they were a distance from the cave, Li Machun suddenly attacked them. Since they all had guns, Li Machun had to act quickly and decisively. Without delay, he used his chaotic power to attack them. The chaotic power was a powerful energy that rushed towards them like hundreds of pounds of force, causing those who were hit to be thrown and slammed into nearby trees or rocks. causing secondary injuries that left them severely hurt or even unconscious. Those people were terrified by the sudden attack and suspected that there might be demons or monsters lurking around. They were instantly frightened. What's going on here? Could there really be demons and monsters here? Oh my God! This is terrifying. Before they came, they had heard about the terrifying legends surrounding this place. However, they didn't believe in the existence of demons and monsters. They had been working here for several years and had only encountered poisonous snakes, insects, rats, and ants, which they could handle. Although they had gotten lost before, they had gradually figured out a few correct routes and were no longer afraid, but now, some of them were injured, whereas some could still walk. So when the chaotic power attacked them again, those who could walk didn't care about those who had fainted or couldn't walk and quickly got up and fled. However, it was impossible for Li Machin to let them leave. He released his chaotic power again and attacked them. Li Machin couldn't help but marvel at the power of his chaotic power. He had controlled and released a few layers of it, but it could unleash such a powerful force. If he could fully control it, he would be able to move mountains and seas. Seeing that they couldn't escape, Li Machin went back to where Mu Yang and the others were hiding. What happened? Where are they? Mu Yang asked. Follow me. Li Machin led Mu Yang to where the injured people were. They knew that Li Machin couldn't let those people go, so they assumed that those people had been injured by Li Machin. However, they were still uncertain because Li Machin had only left for a very short time. There were more than 10 people on the other side. Even though they were doubtful, they didn't dare to say anything to avoid alerting their enemies. The injured people were either unconscious or unable to walk. They were quite far from the cave, so even if they spoke, the people in the cave wouldn't hear them. Nevertheless, Li Machin was a man of few words. If they didn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. Anyway, they would arrive soon enough and they would find out what happened then. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the place where Li Machin had attacked those people. Although it was pitch black and they couldn't see clearly, they could hear a few wails. Li Machin turned on his flashlight and said, "These people were injured by me. Tie them up and leave 3 people to watch them. The rest will go to the cave to handle things." They had suspected that those people might have been injured by Li Machin, but now that it was confirmed, they were still surprised. Surprised as they were, when Li Machin spoke, they immediately helped those people up. Then Meng Fan and Mu Yang's 2 teammates stayed behind to watch over them while the others headed towards the cave. On the way, Mu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Machin, you're so awesome. You handled all of them so quickly." "Yeah." Li Macho didn't hesitate to agree. Although it was a fact, Mu Yang still felt a bit resigned. Li Machin was never modest. The other people, however, believed that Li Machin ought to be confident. If he was modest, it would seem hypocritical. Actually, Li Machin knew that it was his chaotic power that allowed him to quickly deal with the group of people. With chaotic power, he could attack all of them at once. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to take on the group alone because he couldn't handle them all at once. Once they fought back, it would be very difficult for him to defeat them. When they arrived at the cave, Li Machin instructed Mu Yang and the others to wait outside and only enter when they heard his signal. This made Mu Yang feel frustrated because he was taking all the credit while Li Machin did everything. Nevertheless, he trusted Li Machin completely. Those who brought the victims had left, leaving the doctors to perform surgery in the cave. Because no one else would come, they didn't take any precautions. The doctors were skilled in martial arts and had no problem guarding those victims. Li Machin went in and saw the men in white coats preparing to rest. Although the victims were delivered, it was too late and they were feeling sleepy. They decided to rest and perform the surgery the next day. Those who were brought in were locked in a cave with an iron door at the entrance. Although their mouths were sealed, they still made whimpering sounds that annoyed the men in white coats. The men went over and banged on the door, shouting a few times at them. They had to be quiet. This time, Li Machin didn't take action alone since it was their mission and he wanted to give the others a chance to take action. He went out and brought in Mu Yang and the others. The people inside were much easier to deal with than the ones Li Machin had dealt with before. Although Mu Yang and the others weren't as powerful as Li Machin, they were still formidable against ordinary people. Once they went in, they directly swept away the people inside, catching them off guard. Seeing Mu Yang and his team wearing camouflage suits, the people in the cave knew who they were. The men in white coats suddenly realized that they had been targeted by the military of the Seven-Star country. They wanted to resist and escape, but they had no ability to do so now. As soon as Mu Yang and his team came in, they were directly beaten into submission. They didn't know that their helpers had already been defeated by Li Mukin and his people, so they only hoped that their helpers would come to rescue them. The victims who were locked in another room heard the sounds outside and started to struggle, whimpering and crying. They didn't know whether the people outside came to rescue them, but they heard sounds of fighting which were probably for capturing those people. Therefore, they hoped to be rescued. Li Machin walked over and directly broke the iron door with his bare hands. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He was unbelievably strong. After opening the door, Li Machin stood still and let Mu Yuan untie them. As soon as they were untied, the crowd became chaotic because they were eager to escape. This place was simply hell. "Be quiet," Li Machin spoke. His voice wasn't loud but was very intimidating. The crowd instantly quieted down and looked at him with awe. Li Machin continued, "This island is very dangerous. Line up and follow us out quietly. Don't make noise." Although the crowd was still anxious, they had to listen to Li Machin. They didn't know who he was, but he was willing to lead them out, so they were naturally grateful. Then Mu Yang and his team walked in wearing camouflage suits. The crowd saw them and knew they were soldiers, which made them feel even more relieved. "Those people outside have all been captured. Shall we leave now?" Mu Yang asked Li Machin. Usually, when Li Machin was around, Mu Yang would habitually defer to him and ask him about everything. "You guys go out first and gather them where we were just now. I'll destroy everything here," Li Machin said. "Sure," Mu Yang replied and led the others out. After they had moved a distance from the cave, Li Machin released his chaotic power and destroyed everything inside the cave. No one saw it. If they had, they would have thought that Li Machin was a monster. Who else had the ability to shatter everything without even lifting a finger? Li Machin knew the wonders of his chaotic power and was eager to become even stronger. After destroying everything in the cave, Li Machin left to meet up with Mu Yang and the others. They soon arrived at the location of the people they had saved. The rescued people didn't know that Li Machin and his team were on their side. When they saw them, they were all frightened and screamed. However, Li Machin shouted at them, and they fell silent. The men in white coats, who were hoping to be rescued by their helpers, now had no hope left as they realized their helpers had already been caught. Li Machin was strong enough to carry 2 people. Mu Yuan carried 1, and Mu Yang's 2 teammates each carried 1. The others looked after the suspects. Although the suspects were tied up with ropes and were injured, they still needed to be watched. After walking for about half an hour, they finally approached the shore. In order to avoid alerting anyone on the boat, they had to be cautious and not leave immediately. Their yacht couldn't accommodate so many people. Therefore, Li Machin asked everyone to wait while he went to investigate alone. As expected, there were people on the boat since someone had to stay behind. Li Machin quietly entered the boat and quickly killed the 2 people inside. He then returned to bring Mu Yang and the others over. After arranging everyone on the boat, Mu Yuan came to pilot it. Before leaving, they went back to where their yacht was anchored and sent 2 people to bring it back. After that, Mu Yang would handle everything else. The captured victims would be handed over to the police upon reaching City Qin and would be sent back home, while they were responsible for dealing with the people from Country Y. Upon finishing everything, Li Machin's first thought was to tell Leng Xiaoyao. However, he checked the time and realized that it was already midnight. He didn't want to disturb her sleep, so he dismissed the idea. After reaching the shore, they didn't immediately handle the situation with the captured individuals, since it was already late. They didn't want to bother the police station at this time of night. They decided to wait until morning when they could turn them over to the authorities. The captured victims hadn't eaten properly for several days and were starving. They couldn't sleep in their current situation either. Fortunately, Li Machin and the others had prepared plenty of food on the yacht. They sent someone to take bread and water to them as a temporary solution. At 6 a.m. the next day, Li Machun couldn't wait to send a message to Lang Xiaoyao informing her that they had caught those people and rescued more than 10 others, and that when the police station opened in a while, they would turn over the captured victims to them and send the people from country Y back to the capital for further interrogation. Lang Xiaoyao had just woken up when she received the message. After learning that everything was completed properly, she replied to Li Machun, "Lang Xiaoyao, how about you? Are you going back to the capital city? Or are you going to leave to deal with something else? Or will you come back to City Chong?" Li Machun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the mention of City Chong. He had an inexplicable feeling about it. He wanted to go to City Chong even though there was nothing for him to deal with there. Lang Xiaoyao was waiting for him there. However, he had other matters to attend to and asked Lang Xiaoyao to let him know when she would go to the capital city. When Lang Xiaoyao arrived at the school gate, she saw a crowd outside staring at one particular spot. She followed their sight and looked over. Then she saw a banner hanging on the gate congratulating her for winning first place in the City Chong High School Liberal Arts Defense. Lang Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile at this sight and felt good about it. As she approached, everyone looked at her with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Just then, Chun Meng arrived and exclaimed upon seeing the banner, "Wow! Xiaoyao is amazing." Lang Xiaoyao looked over and saw Chun Meng, but she didn't say anything until she walked closer to her. "Boss, you're amazing. You actually won the championship. You have to treat us to a meal," Chun Meng said excitedly. "No problem," Lang Xiaoyao replied with a smile. She was generous when it came to treating her friends. At that moment, Xiong Manxin arrived. While she was happy for Lang Xiaoyao's victory, she complained, "Boss, when will you have time? And Qinming's dinner and KTV hasn't happened yet. We won't let her off the hook." Upon hearing that, Lang Xiaoyao couldn't help but rub her nose. She had forgotten about it. "I don't know. If I'm free this weekend, we can go." "Fine. I thought you guys forgot about it and I could save some money." Chun Meng joked with a helpless expression. "You wish," Xiong Manxin retorted. Although they didn't care about what had happened between them anymore, they still wanted to have that meal. In the classroom, everyone was congratulating and praising Lang Xiaoyao. Lang Xiaoyao didn't mind the noise and was actually in a good mood. Because Wang Yiming had not been discharged from the hospital yet, other teachers were still acting as their head teacher. During class, the acting head teacher announced to everyone that Lang Xiaoyao had won the championship in the City Chong Liberal Arts Defense. All the students applauded Lang Xiaoyao once again. In the last class, the principal came to see Lang Xiaoyao. The principal said that there was a national competition in the capital city next Monday. They needed to leave on Sunday morning. He wanted to know whether Lang Xiaoyao had any problems. The experimental high school hadn't won a championship several times in a row, and had been mocked by the other schools. The principal was embarrassed about it. This time, Lang Xiaoyao won the championship with a very high score, so the principal was very proud. Looking at Lang Xiaoyao, he was full of appreciation for her. Regarding the matter of going to the capital city to participate in the national competition, Lang Xiaoyao had no problem with that. She had long wanted to visit the capital city. Since she was going to the capital city this time, she decided to stay there for a few more days. Therefore, she talked about that with the principal in advance. Without asking for the reason, the principal agreed directly, only reminding her to be careful. After all, the teacher who accompanied Lang Xiaoyao would stay with her all the time. Moreover, Lang Xiaoyao was a girl, so the school specially arranged a female teacher for her. After finding out the time to go to the capital city, Lang Xiaoyao immediately sent a message to Li Machun, saying that it was on Sunday morning. The competition was being held on Monday, and she would stay in the capital city for 2 days after that. Lang Xiaoyao's 2-day stay in the capital city wasn't for fun. It was to find a suitable place for a work office. After all, if she wanted to move her company to the capital city, she needed to go there in advance to make arrangements. Although she could ask Li Machun for help, she didn't want to rely on him for everything unless it was something she couldn't do on her own. If she depended on others for everything, what was the point of starting a business? Starting a business was about showcasing one's abilities and proving oneself. How could one demonstrate and prove themselves without getting their hands dirty? She was going to look for office spaces, but not aimlessly. She had already conducted research online for available rental or sale properties in the Nanching district and found a few suitable options. From the photos provided by the sellers, the locations and environments looked good and the sizes were appropriate. However, she knew that she needed to physically inspect the properties as pictures could only serve as a reference. Leng Xiaoyao was primarily interested in purchasing an office building for herself as she felt that renting would never be as comfortable. If she owned the property, she could do whatever she wanted with it and wouldn't have to worry about disputes, but if there were no suitable properties for sale, she would have to settle for renting. Today, Leng Xiaoyao was the focus of everyone's attention, so Gao Qilu was furious. She didn't even make it to the finals, which was unexpected for everyone. Even her head teacher believed that even if Gao Qilu didn't place in the top 3, she wouldn't fall below the top 5. Unexpectedly, she didn't even make it into the top 8. Previously, whenever Gao Qilu participated in the competition, she either got 2nd or 3rd place, and at worst she would not fall below the top 5, but this time, as a result, her classmates whispered to each other, while the head teacher directly talked to her, asking her what had happened. Even though Gao Qilu was angry, she didn't lash out at their head teacher. Instead, she explained, "Maybe I ate something bad at lunch, so I didn't feel well at the time. It's okay." Fortunately, Leng Xiaoyao won the championship, which also brings glory to our school. Gao Qilu's head teacher didn't mean to blame her, and just wanted to know the reason. Their head teacher meant to comfort Gao Qilu, but Gao Qilu only felt humiliated. Leng Xiaoyao, it was Leng Xiaoyao again. If it hadn't been for Leng Xiaoyao, she wouldn't have performed so poorly. Damn Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Qilu promised to pay her back. Wasn't Leng Xiaoyao going to the capital city to participate in the finals? Gao Qilu would stop it from happening. Gao Qilu's eyes flashed with malice. At noon, Leng Xiaoyao invited An Qinmeng, Xiong Manxin, and the others to go out for a meal. Along the way, they heard people comparing her with Gao Qilu. In the past, Gao Qilu was pretty and performed well academically. She often won awards in high school competitions and was simply a goddess. But then Leng Xiaoyao suddenly emerged, and now Gao Qilu has been surpassed. Yeah, and Leng Xiaoyao's academic performance is much better than Gao Qilu's. She's also prettier than Gao Qilu. In terms of appearance, I think they are equally beautiful, but Leng Xiaoyao gives a more pleasing feeling while Gao Qilu appears fake. Men like that type, but women hate it. Right? Leng Xiaoyao looks much more down to earth, although it seems difficult to get along with her. Upon hearing these comments, An Qinmeng also became smug. I think Gao Qilu must hate you to death right now. She has always been unable to stand girls who are prettier than her. You are not only prettier than her, you are also better at studying. I think our boss should be wary of her. Maybe she will find someone to attack her. Xiong Manxin looked worried. Do you still doubt my abilities? If she really dares to do that, she will be the one who suffers the consequences. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't worried at all. Although the Gao family was indeed not something the Leng family could provoke, the premise was that she was just an ordinary person. If she was afraid of ordinary people as a cultivator, she would be too weak. In addition, she also had powerful hacking skills. Couldn't she threaten the Gao family? Boss, I know you're strong, but one can never be too careful. So you better be cautious, Wu Minmin said seriously. She didn't want Leng Xiaoyao's overconfidence to give Gao Qilu a chance to take advantage of her. After all, the Gao family wasn't just any wealthy family. It was a top-tier one with a lot of power. Of course. I'll be careful, don't worry, said Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't mind their fussing, instead feeling warmed because of their concern. Although the lunch break was short, they still had time to eat. However, many people went out to eat, so the waiting time was long. To avoid waiting too long, they decided to have a hot pot. After finishing the hot pot and leisurely walking back to the classroom, it was almost time for class. Since there was only a month left until the National College Entrance Examination, teachers didn't really give classes anymore and just reviewed questions. Knowing Leng Xiaoyao's grades, the teachers let her take charge. Whether it was teaching or arranging for everyone to do questions, the teachers felt reassured with Leng Xiaoyao around. After delivering several classes in a row, Leng Xiaoyao's mouth was dry from talking. Her classmates were considerate and bought her water and fruit. Leng Xiaoyao accepted their kindness. With Leng Xiaoyao's tutoring and question-solving these days, everyone's grades had improved to some extent. Therefore, they were very grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. Because Leng Xiaoyao was beautiful and intelligent, she became a goddess in people's eyes. For girls like her who were both beautiful and intelligent, outsiders usually had two extreme thoughts about them. Either they liked them a lot or they were jealous and disliked them. Although some girls in Class 8 were still envious and jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, they didn't hold any hostility towards her. After all, Leng Xiaoyao helped them with studying. Leng Xiaoyao went over the contents of the previous year's college entrance exam. Even though there was no guarantee that this year's exam would have the same questions, there might be some similarities. She not only covered the exams she took, but also went over many previous year's exams and important exam questions. Although it was tiring, Leng Xiaoyao was still happy to do it and didn't have any dissatisfaction or complaints. She had promised to help Xiong Manxin and the others with their revision. If she only helped them, it would have to be during her break time. However, if she helped all of her classmates, she could use the teacher's class time for it, which would give her more time to rest. A few days later, Leng Yuqi's condition had improved significantly, but she didn't come back to school. In fact, she transferred to the number 1 high school to avoid seeing Jiang Yihan and Chu Jiayu. The experimental high school was reluctant to let Leng Yuqi go because her academic performance was excellent. Even though they didn't know if she could get into the capital university, her grades were definitely not bad. To make things easier, Leng Yehua personally spoke to the principal about it. Leng Yehua didn't want to explain the situation, so he just insisted on transferring Leng Yuqi to another school. The principal couldn't ask too many questions. The national college entrance examination was approaching, so the number 1 high school readily accepted Leng Yuqi because the Leng family wasn't an ordinary family. Even if her grades weren't good, they would still do the favor. When Jiang Yihan and Chu Jiayu found out that Leng Yuqi had transferred, they were both relieved. Although Chu Jiayu had been ignoring Jiang Yihan for the past few days, she knew that she couldn't be friends with Leng Yuqi anymore. Therefore, she didn't want to have any conflicts with Jiang Yihan either. After all, Jiang Yihan was now Chu Jinan's girlfriend, and even her parents didn't say anything about it. So she didn't dare say anything either. She just didn't know how to face Leng Yuqi. So she was happy that she didn't have to see Leng Yuqi. For the harm that Leng Yuqi had suffered, Leng Yeqing and his wife definitely wouldn't let it go. He could do nothing to the Chu family, but they could do something to the Jiang family. As a result, there were suddenly some problems with the Jiang family's company. It wasn't serious, but it still caused a considerable loss. The news that Jiang Yihan had sex with a man also suddenly spread, especially in the experimental high school, where there was even video evidence. Although there was no big problem with couples having sex, the problem was that Jiang Yihan was only a senior high school student. Dating at this age was unacceptable to parents, let alone having sex, and now it was even made known to everyone. Therefore, when the secret was exposed, all the students in the class crowded around Jiang Yihan and asked her about what had happened. They didn't do it out of concern, but rather to join in the fun and gloat. Jiang Yihan, who is that man? How could you have sex with him? Oh my God! Jiang Yihan, you are so bold. You had sex with a man. If I did this and my family found out, they would definitely break my legs. Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan was about to go crazy and shouted at them, "He is my boyfriend!" Because the video was very clear, it was impossible to deny that it was her. Even if he is your boyfriend, you can't be so cheap. Although many teenagers nowadays had boyfriends and engaged in sexual activities, there wouldn't be any problem if no one knew about it. However, if someone found out, especially in a place like school, things could get complicated. Jiang Yihan couldn't take it anymore and ran out of the classroom. It must have something to do with the Leng family, otherwise who would make things difficult for her. Even though she knew that she was at fault, she felt that the Leng family had gone too far. Accordingly, after knowing what they did, she immediately called Leng Yuqi. However, Leng Yuqi had already blocked her number, and she couldn't get through. She then called Chu Jinan, but he didn't answer either because he was in pain and didn't want to talk to anyone. Besides, he had only been playing with Zhang Yihan in the first place, so naturally ignored her. When Chu Jinan didn't answer her call, she was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. The situation became more and more outrageous. Even if Zhang Yihan said that he was her boyfriend, some people spread malicious rumors and directly portrayed her as a promiscuous girl, saying who knew how many men she had slept with. Hearing that, Zhang Yihan was so angry that she almost passed out. Before long, their head teacher called Zhang Yihan in for questioning. Zhang Yihan explained, "Sir, he's my boyfriend. We had dinner and drank with friends that day. I got drunk, so he took me to the hotel in the bar to rest." Boyfriend? You are a high school student and you are about to take the National College Entrance Examination. Aren't you worried that having a boyfriend will affect your studies? Their head teacher asked. Nevertheless, after learning that the man was Zhang Yihan's boyfriend, his negative view of her was somewhat alleviated, but he still disapproved of her having a boyfriend. He had reminded his students more than once not to date early and to focus on their studies first. When they got to university, they could date as much as they wanted. Sir, I know, but my grades are as good as usual and I have been fully focused on my studies during this time, Zhang Yihan said. Her grades hadn't dropped since she started dating Chu Jinan, but her attention wasn't as focused on studying as before. She really liked Chu Jinan and wanted to see him every day. Even if she couldn't see him, she wanted to talk to him and chat with him. However, it was difficult to contact Chu Jinan, so she became anxious and sensitive. Their head teacher didn't scold her much since her grades hadn't dropped, and had even improved in this month's exam. After all, it was her own private matter. However, it had a considerable impact on the school, so it still needed to be dealt with. Do you know who uploaded this video? Or do you have any suspects? Their head teacher asked. No, I don't know, Zhang Yihan answered, lowering her eyes with a guilty conscience. She didn't want to tell the truth, afraid that things would get worse if more people knew. Have you offended anyone recently? Their head teacher asked again. No, Zhang Yihan replied, still looking nervous. Their head teacher noticed her nervousness but didn't point it out. Since she didn't want to say anything, there was no point in asking more questions. He let Zhang Yihan leave first. When Zhang Yihan was gone, their head teacher thought deeply about the news and somehow thought of Leng Yuqi. Zhang Yihan had a problem right after Leng Yuqi transferred to another school. Could they have had any conflicts? Leng Yehua didn't want to say much about Leng Yuqi's situation, so he couldn't ask too much. Obviously, it was embarrassing. Was it possible that there was an unusual relationship between Leng Yuqi, Zhang Yihan, and that man, and then the head teacher felt that he thought too far and was being too melodramatic, so he immediately stopped. Zhang Yihan was extremely mad and was in a very irritable mood. She was most afraid of her family finding out right now. If her family knew that she and Chu Jinan were together, they would be very happy. But the premise was that no scandals were involved. If there were scandals, it would be a different story. The rumors were too serious, so Zhang Yihan didn't dare to stay in school and took a leave of absence. After hearing the news, Leng Xiaoyao guessed that it was Leng Yuqi and her parents who did it because no one else knew about the video besides them. However, she didn't think that their behavior was wrong because she would do the same thing if she were in their shoes. Zhang Yihan's parents were already anxious because of the trouble their company was involved in. When they found out that it was related to Leng Yehua, they were angry and frustrated. Leng Yehua had a good relationship with them, and their daughter and Leng Yuqi were good friends. Why did Leng Yehua turn against them? Zhang Yihan's father, Zhang Yuming, immediately called Leng Yehua. Leng Yehua knew the purpose of Zhang Yoming's call but didn't refuse to answer it. Leng, my company has encountered some problems. After investigating, I found that it has something to do with you. Can you tell me why? Zhang Yuming angrily questioned. I did it, and there is only one reason, which is related to your daughter. She knew that my daughter Yuqi was dating Chu Jinan, but she still interfered and got together with Chu Jinan. They not only went to a hotel, but Zhang Yihan also frequently went to Chu Jinan's apartment. It had a great impact on Yuqi and almost caused her serious harm. Of course, Chu Jinan is the most guilty, But your daughter is not innocent either. Leng Yahua said honestly, his voice filled with anger. What? Upon hearing that, Jiang Yuming was stunned. Jiang Yihan had actually intervened in the relationship between Lang Yuqi and Chu Jianan, and even stayed in the same hotel room with Chu Jianan. Although he had his own selfish desires for Jiang Yihan to climb up the social ladder using Chu Jianan, he didn't want her to resort to such means. If the news spread, it would damage the Jiang family's reputation. Although he wanted wealth and power, he still had to consider his family's reputation. Unfortunately, Jiang Yihan had directly stolen Lang Yuqi's boyfriend, causing the Jiang family to suffer from retaliation from Lang Yahua. Although their family status wasn't too different, Lang Yahua was a government official while he was a businessman. If they really became enemies, he was bound to lose. The Jiang family knew many influential people, but so did the Leng family. When it came to connections, the Leng family's connections were stronger. Not only did Jiang Yihan steal Lang Yuqi's boyfriend, but she also stayed in the same hotel room with Chu Jianan. How despicable! Jiang Yuming was burning with anger, but had to remain calm and talk to Lang Yahua in a more gentle tone. Lang, I didn't know. Please forgive us and I will educate Yihan to behave properly in the future. Yihan will apologize to Yuqi. I'll see after she apologizes, Lang Yahua said, then hung up. He didn't want to go too far and risk retaliation from the Jiang family. If he went too far, the Jiang family would retaliate. He wouldn't benefit from it if it got worse. Therefore, he decided to vent some anger before leaving it. Lang Yahua had a sense of propriety. Anyway, even if he stopped right now, the Jiang family had already suffered some losses. No problem. Jiang Yuming said no more. After all, his family was in the wrong this time. If things got worse, he would lose even more. After hanging up with Lang Yahua, Jiang Yuming quickly called Jiang Yihan to solve the problem, while they hadn't suffered a serious loss yet. When Jiang Yihan saw Jiang Yuming's call, she was so scared that she almost dropped her phone. Did her father hear the news for him to call her at this time? Jiang Yihan was very scared and dared not answer the phone. But she was even more afraid of not answering it. After a while of ringing, she still picked it up. Before Jiang Yihan could say anything, Jiang Yuming shouted angrily, "Come home right now." "Fine," Jiang Yihan replied. Although she didn't dare to go home, she had no choice. At this moment, Jiang Yihan hated Lang Yuqi to death for causing her to be mocked by her classmates. She didn't even know how her parents would scold her. Although Jiang Yihan understood that she was in the wrong, she still blamed Lang Yuqi. Jiang Yuming was at work, but went home right after calling Jiang Yihan. When Mrs. Jiang saw Jiang Yuming return in a rage, she quickly asked, "Yuming, have you found out who's behind this? Who did this?" "It's Lang Yahua," Jiang Yuming said. "What? Don't you have a good relationship with him? Why would he do this?" Mrs. Jiang was surprised and asked in confusion. "It's all because of your well-educated daughter. She stole Chu Jianan away from Lang Yuqi, and even went to a hotel with him." Jiang Yuming's anger, which he had just suppressed, rose again and he lashed out at his wife. "What?" Mrs. Jiang was also surprised. She couldn't believe that her daughter would do such a thing. Although Mrs. Jiang didn't care about moral standards, she had her own principles. At most, she was just a bit more open-minded. While she did hope that Jiang Yihan could marry Chu Jianan because of his good family background, she didn't want her daughter to be so reckless in pursuing him. What was the difference between that and being a mistress? As a woman, she hated mistresses the most, so naturally she didn't want her daughter to be one. If Chu Jianan and Lang Yuqi were no longer good friends, then Jiang Yihan could approach Chu Jianan. However, since Lang Yuqi and Chu Jianan were dating, she couldn't steal Chu Jianan away and even stay in the same hotel room with him. Mrs. Jiang couldn't accept it. Although it took two to tango, it was undeniable that Jiang Yihan was in the wrong. If the news were to be spread, the Jiang family would be extremely humiliated. Besides, because of Jiang Yihan's deeds, the Jiang family suffered a not-so-small loss. If they didn't handle it well, the losses could be even greater. What did Lang Yahua say about this? Mrs. Jiang asked, knowing that this matter might not be easy to handle. If someone did this to her daughter, she wouldn't let it go easily. After all, every parent loved their child. Ihan should apologize first. Lung Yehua shouldn't go too far. After all, both of our families are powerful. If things get worse, it will only be a lose-lose situation, Jiang Yuming said. Anyway, he didn't want to suffer any losses. Since it was caused by their daughter, it was better to minimize the damage. Mrs. Jiang didn't know what to say and hoped that it could be resolved peacefully. However, with Ihan causing such trouble, the Chu family might not approve of her. If Chu Jianan abandoned Jiang Ihan in the future, it would be a double loss for them. As soon as Jiang Ihan came in, Jiang Yuming slapped her and angrily scolded her. "You're shameless! How could you do such a thing as stealing your friend's man and going out to sleep with him? How shameless can you be?" After being slapped, tears immediately streamed down Jiang Ihan's face, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Jiang Yuming continued, "Do you know how much damage you have caused to our family? Did you not think about the consequences before doing this? The Lung family even retaliated against our company." Upon hearing that, Jiang Ihan was surprised. She couldn't believe that the Lung family would retaliate against their company. Why did her family have to be dragged into trouble due to their personal affair? Jiang Ihan couldn't understand or accept it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ihan said, "This is originally a matter between me and Lung Yuqi. How can their family interfere with ours? This is too much." Jiang Yuming laughed in anger and said, "Does that mean if someone kills you, it's also a matter between you and them and we don't have to do anything?" Jiang Ihan was struck dumb for a second and was speechless, because she thought it was impossible. If she was bullied outside, her family would definitely support her. "Tell me, when did you start with Chu Jianan?" Jiang Yuming asked sternly. "Not even a month ago," Jiang Ihan weakly replied. "How did you get together?" Jiang Yuming asked again. This time, Jiang Ihan didn't know how to answer it because she didn't want to admit that she had seduced Chu Jianan. In fact, Chu Jianan was interested in her too. That was why he took the bait. So it wasn't entirely her fault. But she didn't dare to push all the blame onto Chu Jianan. What if he found out and got angry with her and didn't want to be with her any longer? "Tell me." Jiang Yuming snapped at her. Jiang Ihan was frightened and had to be honest. "That day I drank too much. He took me to the hotel and then..." She couldn't say the rest. "But Jianan said he likes me too. That's why we got together," Jiang Ihan said. "Chu Jianan isn't a good man. He was with Lung Yuqi because he didn't like Lung Xiaoyao. How long has it been since they broke up? Now he's messing with you. I don't think Chu Jianan really likes you. He's just playing with you," Mrs. Jiang said. Right now her impression of Chu Jianan couldn't be worse. Jiang Ihan opened her mouth to defend Chu Jianan but also felt that what her mother said was right. So she didn't know what to do next. Could it be that Chu Jianan was really just playing with her? Jiang Ihan was a little hurt inside and didn't want it to be true. "We'll talk about these things later. Let's visit the Lung family right now and apologize to Lung Yuqi," Jiang Yuming said. He didn't want to pursue so much. Solving the company's problems was more important. "I don't want to apologize to her." Jiang Ihan felt very resistant as soon as she heard that she had to apologize to Lung Yuqi. Slap! The moment Jiang Ihan finished speaking, she was slapped by Jiang Yuming. Jiang Yuming was angry and said, "What did you say? Do you want our family to suffer even more losses? You caused the trouble and we helped you deal with it. Is it wrong? If you don't apologize, then get out of the Jiang family. We don't have a daughter like you." Jiang Yuming had always been good to Jiang Ihan, but he still had the mindset of valuing sons over daughters. His company would be inherited by his son in the future, so the trouble that Jiang Ihan caused this time had caused a lot of losses to the Jiang family's company, and he was really angry with Jiang Ihan. If Jiang Ihan didn't know how to behave, he really might abandon her. Jiang Ihan was scared and also felt very angry. She thought that Jiang Yuming was being too harsh. The Jiang family wasn't inferior to the Lung family. Why were they afraid of them? Mrs. Jiang, however, didn't think that Jiang Yuming's words were too serious. On the contrary, she knew that he would do what he said. So she quickly persuaded her daughter. "Ihan, listen to your father and apologize. If you don't apologize, the Lung family won't let it go. You should pay for what you've done. Jiang Yihan realized the seriousness of the situation. So even though she was unwilling, she had to agree to apologize. Therefore, Jiang Yuming immediately took Jiang Yihan to visit the Lung family. Time was money, so wasting time meant losing money. It was already 6 p.m. So Lung Yehua had just returned from work and was about to have dinner when they arrived. Because Jiang Yuming came with Jiang Yihan, the Lung family postponed dinner. Everyone knew that Lung Yuqi's situation was related to Jiang Yihan, so no one was in a good mood. It was impossible for them to invite the Chu family to share the meal. When Song Meiyu saw Jiang Yihan, her eyes showed resentment, as if she wanted to tear her apart. If Lung Changyuan was absent, she might really have done so. The Lung family knew that Lung Yehua had taken action against the Jiang family, but they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Jiang Yihan wasn't innocent and should pay for it. Nevertheless, Lung Changyuan didn't allow things to go too far. Jiang Yihan was wrong, but Lung Yuqi asked for it herself. Uncle Lung Yehua, I came with my unfilial daughter to apologize and make amends. Yuqi. Jiang Yuming looked around but didn't see Lung Yuqi in the living room. Mr. Jiang, it's really unfortunate that Yuqi is still at school. She won't be back until the evening class is over, Lung Yehua said in a very cold tone. Jiang Yuming was taken aback and felt a little unhappy, but it wasn't Lung Yuqi's fault. He was too anxious and forgot that Lung Yuqi was still in school. He might not get what he wanted in this visit. Anyway, he didn't leave immediately and still apologized. Yehua, it's my fault for not educating my child well and letting her do such a thing. But the incident has happened and the damage has been done. We are very sorry for that. Ahan was wrong, but it's not just her fault. If Chu Jianan was a good man, it wouldn't have happened. Jiang Yuming understood that Jiang Yihan was wrong, but it wasn't only her fault. Therefore, he didn't want only Jiang Yihan to be punished. Lung Yehua's face stiffened slightly. He knew that it took two to tango, but he couldn't do anything to the Chu family, so he had to take action against the Jiang family first. However, he couldn't say that. You're right. I'll go to see Chu Jianan too, Lung Yehua said. In that case, Jiang Yuming couldn't say anything and had to leave with Jiang Yihan. He planned to come back when Lung Yuqi returned from the evening class. After they left, Lung Changyuan asked Lung Yehua, Did you do something to Chu Jianan? Before Lung Yehua said anything, Lung Yeqing opened his mouth. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Xiaoyao saw how angry you were about Chu Jianan's behavior, so she took it out on him. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao's credit to be stolen. Yao Yao did that? Lung Changyuan, Lung Yehua and Song Meiyu were all surprised. If this had happened before, Song Meiyu would have resented Leng Xiaoyao for attacking Chu Jianan. However, she didn't feel that now. She didn't feel grateful either because she still disliked Leng Xiaoyao. After all, Leng Xiaoyao didn't stand up for Lung Yuqi. I think the incident with the Chu family project being stolen away is also related to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao and Ling Tianqi are close, so it might have been Ling Tianqi's plan, Leng Yeqing said. He wasn't sure of it, but he felt that it was possible because he heard that Ling Tianqi was the one who stole the project from the Chu family. When Song Meiyu heard that Leng Xiaoyao had a good relationship with Ling Tianqi, she felt terrible because Ling Tianqi was much better than Chu Jianan in terms of family background, appearance, and even abilities. Song Meiyu thought it was unfair that Leng Xiaoyao had a connection with such a wealthy young heir. Even though Leng Xiaoyao was now more beautiful than Leng Yuqi and better at studying, Song Meiyu still felt that Leng Xiaoyao didn't deserve a rich heir like Ling Tianqi. If anyone deserved him, it should be Leng Yuqi. Therefore, Song Meiyu kept cursing Leng Xiaoyao and hoping that she would be abandoned even if she did end up with Ling Tianqi. She just couldn't stand seeing Leng Xiaoyao living a good life. Ling Tianqi did that for Xiaoyao? Does he have feelings for Xiaoyao? Leng Changyuan speculated, and this made him worried. Leng Changyuan didn't know Ling Tianqi well, but he had heard a lot about him. His reputation wasn't good or bad. He was capable and talented, but he was also a bit of a playboy. His family background was impeccable. If Xiaoyao was with him, it would be a good thing for the Leng family. However, Leng Changyuan wasn't someone who valued family background the most. In fact, he valued personal abilities and character more than anything else. If he cared about family background, he would have been thrilled that Ling Tianqi liked Leng Xiaoyao and wouldn't have worried. I don't know. Why don't we ask Xiaoyao when she comes home? Leng Yeqing replied. He hadn't thought too much about it, but he started to consider the situation more after hearing Leng Chongyuan's words. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao being with Ling Tianqi was her trying to climb up the social ladder. But he didn't feel that they were a good match. It wasn't that Ling Tianqi wasn't good enough for Leng Xiaoyao, but there was a big difference between them. Given Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, she could achieve even greater success. And Ling Tianqi? Leng Yeqing didn't look down on Ling Tianqi. Ling Tianqi was very outstanding, but he wasn't comparable to Leng Xiaoyao. After all, Ling Tianqi mainly relied on his family to be successful, while Leng Xiaoyao achieved everything on her own. It proved that they weren't the same type of people. In addition, Ling Tianqi was not the heir of the Ling family. Actually, Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing thought too much. Ling Tianqi didn't have any romantic feelings towards Leng Xiaoyao. He just took her as his idol. Leng Xiaoyao was very beautiful and capable, but not everyone's appreciation for her was romantic. Ling Tianqi's impression of Leng Xiaoyao was admiration and gratitude. So he admired her and was grateful to her. After evening self-study, Leng Xiaoyao came back home. The experimental high school was closer to the Lang family's mansion than the #1 high school, so Leng Xiaoyao got home earlier. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao came back, Leng Yeqing told her about Jiang Yoming's apology with Jiang Yihan. Just as Leng Yeqing finished talking about Jiang Yuming visited them again with Jiang Yihan. However, this time Leng Yuqi arrived home a few minutes later. When Leng Yuqi saw Jiang Yihan, her eyes immediately turned red and she angrily asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yihan didn't like being treated with this attitude, but she didn't dare to show it and weakly said, "I'm here to apologize to you." Her posture made it seem as if she was the one who was wronged. Apologize? Can an apology make up for everything? Leng Yuqi sneered and mocked. Jiang Yihan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She thought it was good enough that she came to apologize, but Leng Yuqi was being rude. Jiang Yihan felt very unhappy. Seeing that Jiang Yihan was silent, Jiang Yuming bumped her and said, "What are you standing there for?" Jiang Yihan was taken aback and immediately apologized. "Yuqi, I'm sorry. I know that an apology cannot make up for everything, but I don't know what I can do. Do you want to make it up? Great. Leave Chu Jinan," said Leng Yuqi, looking at Jiang Yihan with a mocking expression. Upon hearing that, everyone thought that Leng Yuqi still wanted to be with Chu Jinan, so they became angry. Chu Jinan treated her so badly, but she still wanted to be with him. Did she have a masochistic tendency? However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't think so. She didn't know whether Leng Yuqi still wanted to be with Chu Jinan or not. But what she knew was that Leng Yuqi wouldn't allow Jiang Yihan to have what she couldn't have. That's impossible. Jiang Yihan immediately refused. She betrayed Leng Yuqi because she liked Chu Jinan and wanted to be with him. Now that she had already betrayed Leng Yuqi and couldn't be friends with her any longer, if she had to break up with Chu Jinan to get Leng Yuqi's forgiveness, wouldn't she suffer a double loss? Yihan. Jiang Yuming snapped at Jiang Yihan. Although he agreed that Leng Yuqi's demand was a bit unacceptable, he believed that they should do it because he didn't have a good impression of Chu Jinan anymore. Even if Jiang Yihan was with Chu Jinan, it was unlikely that they would get married in the future. If they didn't get married in the end, then being together now would be a waste of time and effort. Given the current situation, the possibility of Chu Jinan and Jiang Yihan getting married was very small. In fact, it was almost zero because Chu Jinan was a scumbag who played with women. In the eyes of the Jiang family, Chu Jinan had been labeled as a scum man. Anyway, Jiang Yuming didn't believe that Chu Jinan really liked Jiang Yihan. As someone who had been through it before, he could see through it. Jiang Yihan didn't know what to do. Her desire wasn't to break up with Chu Jinan, but she was afraid of her father. After thinking about it, Jiang Yihan said, "Yuqi, even if I leave Jinan, he won't be with you either. I don't care, and I don't plan on being with him again, but you must leave him," said Leng Yuqi. How could you do this? If you don't plan on being with him, why can't I be with him? Jiang Yihan angrily questioned, feeling that Leng Yuqi was being unreasonable. Do it or not, Leng Yuqi said, ignoring Jiang Yihan and walking towards the stairs. Yihan, Jiang Yuming sternly reprimanded, giving her a warning look. Jiang Yihan didn't want to break ties with Chu Jianan, but it was impossible for her to sever ties with her family. Therefore, due to Jiang Yoming's coercion, Jiang Yihan had to agree. Fine, I'll leave him, Jiang Yihan said. She decided to agree for the time being, but no one knew about the future. Leng Yuqi paused for a moment, then walked upstairs without looking back. I hope you keep your promise. You can leave now, she said. After giving them the boot, Leng Yuqi went upstairs. Yehua. Jiang Yuming looked at Leng Yuhua. He had already apologized, so shouldn't the matter be resolved now? Since you've apologized, this is the end, Leng Yuhua said. Jiang Yuming was relieved and left the Leng family's mansion with Jiang Yihan. As soon as they stepped out of the Leng family's residence, Jiang Yoming's face turned extremely gloomy. Although he had compromised on this matter, he hated the Leng family more than ever and was extremely disappointed in Jiang Yihan. Chu Jianan isn't a good choice. You two have no chance to be together. It's best if you really break up with him, Jiang Yuming said heavily. But if he doesn't like me, he wouldn't have broken up with Leng Yuqi, Jiang Yihan retorted, believing that Chu Jianan did like her. Humph. He likes you? He's just a playboy who goes from one woman to another. He'll abandon you for another woman just like he abandoned Leng Yuqi. Do you really think that the Chu family would accept a woman who's been the other woman? Jiang Yuming said bluntly. If Chu Jianan didn't have all these dirty secrets, he would have been happy to climb up the Chu family's social ladder. However, he had his own bottom line. The reputation of the Jiang family was more important to him. What Jiang Yuming didn't know was that Jiang Yihan's situation had already become public knowledge in high society. Jiang Yihan wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words to refute and was afraid of making things worse. If you still consider me your father, then listen to me. If you don't, then get out of the Jiang family. Without the protection of the Jiang family, Chu Jianan will definitely abandon you in minutes. Jiang Yuming threatened. He could overlook what had already happened, but what was happening had to be done his way. Jiang Yihan's face turned pale. She realized the importance of the situation, and she had no choice but to agree. Although Leng Yuqi's condition had improved a lot, she still looked lost and absent-minded. It was understandable. How could she recover in just a few days after such a big blow? Seeing Leng Yuqi like this, Leng Chongyuan felt a little sorry for her, but he was also disappointed. As a result, he didn't bother to care about her anymore. After only Leng Chongyuan, Leng Yeqing and Leng Xiaoyao were left in the living room. Leng Yeqing asked Leng Xiaoyao directly, Yao Yao, what's your relationship with Ling Tianqi? Leng Xiaoyao was taken aback, but didn't think too much about it. Just friends. What kind of friends? Leng Yeqing continued. Ordinary friends. What's wrong? Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Xiaoyao wondered if there was something that Ling Tianqi needed help with. Really? Just ordinary friends. Leng Yeqing persisted. Uncle Yeqing, if you have something to say, just say it. Why beat around the bush with me? It's tiring. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't help rolling her eyes and said resignedly. Leng Yeqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After clearing his throat a few times, he said, I simply want to know if Ling Tianqi likes you or if you like him. He didn't finish, but the meaning was already very clear. Leng Xiaoyao had a resigned look for a moment. Why do you think Ling Tianqi likes me? There's nothing between us. We're honestly just friends. Well, not exactly ordinary. I've saved him a few times and he treats me as his idol. Nevertheless, I don't have any romantic feelings for Ling Tianqi. I just think he's a good and loyal friend with a good background. There's nothing wrong with being friends with him. She was a girl, so she wouldn't make friends with guys for no reason. It was mostly based on networking. Since it was a matter of connections, it was a mutually beneficial situation. They wouldn't just go out for meals and chat when there was nothing to do. Upon hearing that, Both Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing were surprised. Had Leng Xiaoyao saved Ling Tianqi? And more than once? Despite knowing that Leng Xiaoyao was skilled, they couldn't help but worry. How did you save him? Some people caused him trouble, and I helped him beat them up, said Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't elaborate. It was fine if Leng Yeqing was aware of her skills of car racing and gambling, but she couldn't let Leng Chongyuan know. Did those people hurt you? Leng Chongyuan asked. Those who dared to attack Ling Tianqi would naturally not take the Leng family seriously, so he couldn't help but worry. They don't have the guts or the ability, Leng Xiaoyao said confidently. They really didn't have the guts or the ability. As a cultivator, she wasn't afraid of ordinary people. Leng Chongyuan's face turned cold and he scolded her. Ordinary people may not be able to do anything to you, but there are many skilled people out there. Don't be too arrogant and be careful. Sure, I understand, Grandpa. Leng Xiaoyao obediently responded. She couldn't tell them that she was a cultivator and how powerful she really was, so she had to humbly accept their advice. Qin Wentao's ability was limited. He couldn't find evidence to prove that Qin Wenming framed him, nor could he find those people. Although he wanted to secretly take action against Qin Wenming, he was afraid that his grandfather would find out and it would have an even greater impact. Ling Tianqi waited for several days without any news from Qin Wentao. He knew that Qin Wentao couldn't find anything, so he took the initiative to call Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, it's been many days already. How's the situation on your end? Ling Tianqi asked lazily, not getting angry despite the lack of news from Qin Wentao. He did it in order to bother Qin Wentao. After all, he already had evidence that it was done by Qin Wenming, and he would take revenge himself. I haven't found anything yet, Qin Wentao said heavily. He was getting frustrated without any evidence. If you can't find it, I can only report it to the police, Ling Tianqi said resignedly. Ling Tianqi, Qin Wentao immediately shouted, wanting to stop him but not knowing how. What? Asked Ling Tianqi. Why don't you investigate yourself? It's not me you should be targeting, Qin Wentao said, feeling aggrieved. Although the incident started because of him, he didn't do it. How do I know it's not you? You haven't found any evidence. If I have to investigate, I'll have to report it to the police and let them help me investigate. After all, I'm the victim, Ling Tianqi said. What do you want? Asked Qin Wentao in irritation. Qin Wentao, you need to understand that by telling you this instead of reporting it directly to the police, I've given you a chance. If you can't find any evidence, you can find someone to beat up Qin Wenming and let this matter go, Ling Tianqi said. He deliberately wanted them to fight each other because he knew about the situation in the Qin family. Ling Tianqi, you're doing this on purpose. Qin Wentao gritted his teeth in anger. So what? However, I'll keep my word. I'll give you 2 more days. If I don't hear anything about Qin Wenming within 2 days, I'll have to report it to the police, Ling Tianqi said before hanging up. Qin Wentao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. He felt that Ling Tianqi was being too much. However, he forgot that when he bullied Ling Tianqi, he wasn't any better. In fact, Ling Tianqi was already being kind enough to him. If Ling Tianqi did the same thing as him, he might rebel. Sometimes, Qin Wentao thought about reporting to the police, since the mastermind behind the scenes wasn't him anyway. However, he was afraid that reporting would not only fail to uncover the true mastermind, but also incriminate himself. Qin Wenming wasn't doing any better than Qin Wentao. After all these days, Ling Tianqi hadn't come looking for Qin Wentao, and those people couldn't be contacted. He was very worried that something had been exposed. Even though Qin Wentao didn't seem to be acting suspiciously these days, he still felt that the current calm was like the calm before the storm. After thinking all day, Qin Wentao finally decided to take action against Qin Wenming, but not by paying someone else. He was going to do it himself. Qin Wentao was already an old hand at fighting, while Qin Wenming was weaker, so Qin Wenming wasn't a match for Qin Wentao and ended up in pain. Qin Wentao, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Qin Wenming angrily asked, but he lacked confidence because he thought that Qin Wentao must know something. Why am I hitting you? Don't you know the reason? Qin Wentao angrily retorted, hitting him harder. What evidence do you have to say it was me? Show me, Qin Wenming demanded. I don't have any evidence, but Ling Tianqi does. His friend is a hacker and they found out the truth. He simply told me first, Qin Wentao said. It was just a lie he made up, but he accidentally pointed out the truth. Qin Wentao had tried to hire a hacker to investigate it. But hackers weren't easy to find and he didn't know anyone who could find a hacker. As a result, he wasn't able to. This time he took a gamble, trusting Ling Tianqi's words and giving Qin Wenming a beating. What? Qin Wenming was surprised at the news that Ling Tianqi had hacker friends and had conducted an investigation. Qin Wenming didn't quite believe it, but he also felt that if it wasn't true, Qin Wentao wouldn't have dared to openly attack him at home. He would have been punished by their grandfather if he did. I didn't plot against you, but you came to plot against me. Qin Wenming, do you think I'm easy to bully? Qin Wentao said with a sinister expression. After a while, Qin Wentao finally stopped and threatened. If you don't want things to get worse, endure what happened today. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy. Qin Wenming was seriously injured, with a broken rib, and needed to rest for a few days. Qin Wenming was really afraid of Qin Wentao, so he didn't tell his family. Qin Wentao also suffered some minor injuries, but it wasn't serious. After beating Qin Wenming, he called Ling Tianqi and told him about what he had done, so Ling Tianqi stopped making things difficult for him. Ling Tianqi planned to take revenge on Qin Wenming, but he didn't intend to go too far. If he went too far, wouldn't that also help Qin Wentai remove obstacles and become the heir of the Qin family more smoothly? After school on Saturday afternoon, and Chen Meng took Ling Xiaoyao and others to have a meal. Although they were all rich and from prestigious families, they never chose high-end places to dine at. The food being delicious was the most important thing. Therefore, they didn't go to any high-end restaurants or dining halls, and instead went to have hot pot. The people hired by Gao Qilu had been trying to catch Ling Xiaoyao for a few days, but they hadn't been able to because Ling Xiaoyao was always driven to and from school by the Lang family's car. They really couldn't find a chance to make a move. However, today Ling Xiaoyao went out to eat with her classmates, which gave them a chance. When Ling Xiaoyao walked out of school, she noticed that she was being followed. She didn't do anything right away. If she had to take action, she would wait for them to make the first move. Nevertheless, she kept vigilant at all times and wouldn't let them hurt Chen Meng and others. Because Ling Xiaoyao and the others took a taxi as soon as they came out of school, those men had no chance to make a move and could only continue to follow them. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, they got out of the taxi and went in. The men again couldn't do anything and had to wait for them to finish eating. However, not long after they went in, Ling Xiaoyao came out because she wanted to deal with those men. Those men saw that she came out alone and knew that that was their chance. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, one man suddenly rushed out and headed to Ling Xiaoyao. The next moment, he threw the liquid at her. Ling Xiaoyao's first reaction was that it must be sulfuric acid, because she didn't smell any odor from the liquid. If it was gasoline or something similar, there would definitely be an odor. Couldn't be water either. It was ridiculous to think that he followed her all the way just to pour water on her. He shouldn't be so bored. When the liquid was about to be poured on Ling Xiaoyao, she suddenly used her backpack to block it and at the same time released her magical power to repel the liquid back, although some liquid was still splashed on Ling Xiaoyao. Most of it splashed back. The man who splashed the liquid couldn't dodge in time and was splashed all over by the returning liquid. His clothes immediately corroded. Because it was already May and the weather wasn't hot, most people were only wearing a long-sleeved shirt. As a result, when the liquid corroded the man's clothes, it immediately stuck to his skin, causing him to feel a burning pain and scream out loud. Ling Xiaoyao's backpack was also corroded, but she didn't have anything in her bag except for her ID card and bank card, so she didn't care too much about it. However, Ling Xiaoyao was furious since the man threw sulfuric acid at her. Who was behind him? Everyone was scared by this scene and moved away, afraid that the man still had sulfuric acid and that they might get hurt. They were all guessing what terrible thing the woman had done to make the man want to splash sulfuric acid at her. After seeing the man's condition, they all realized that it was sulfuric acid. The man's upper body was burned by the sulfuric acid and he immediately tried to run away. However, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't let that happen. She chased after him at once and gave him a kick. The man fell to the ground and was unable to get up. Seeing that, the man who was waiting nearby on a motorcycle immediately fled, not caring about his companion anymore. Leng Xiaoyao knew that he was an accomplice, but she didn't chase after him since he was on a motorcycle and she couldn't catch up. She couldn't use magic in public. Since one man was in her hands, it shouldn't be difficult to find his accomplices. Leng Xiaoyao approached the man and directly pulled off his mask, revealing a strange face. She coldly asked, "Who sent you?" Although the man was stressed in front of Leng Xiaoyao, he didn't say anything. Because he refused to say anything, Leng Xiaoyao didn't ask again and would investigate him later. Leng Xiaoyao didn't report to the police. If she did, she would have to go along to give a statement. The man was injured and couldn't be handled right away anyway. She preferred to solve these things privately. Anyway, she still dislocated the man's arms before walking away. The man screamed in pain, scaring the onlookers. No one thought that Leng Xiaoyao's actions were cruel. Instead, they found it satisfying. After all, the man had thrown acid at the girl. The incident didn't take much time. When Leng Xiaoyao returned to her seat, the dishes were being served one after another. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mention the incident in order to not affect their appetite. Meanwhile, after the man escaped, he immediately contacted Gao Qilu and told her about the situation. Gao Qilu was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. She couldn't believe that they failed. Gao Qilu asked the man to immediately find the guy and ask if he had exposed her. Even if he did, Gao Qilu wouldn't be afraid of Leng Xiaoyao given her family background. She was just concerned about her reputation. The man hadn't gone far, so he quickly found the injured man and sent him to the hospital. Although the injured man blamed his companion for abandoning him, he still didn't refuse to be taken to the hospital due to his injuries. The man asked the injured man if he had exposed Gao Qilu. The injured man said no. It was precisely because he didn't that Leng Xiaoyao dislocated his arms. After receiving the reply, Gao Qilu breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she failed this time, Gao Qilu had no intention of giving up and planned to find someone with better skills to deal with Leng Xiaoyao. After finishing their meal, and Chenmeng went to pay the bill. The 7 girls only spent 500 yuan. After all, most of them couldn't eat a lot. It's still early now. Why don't we go to the mall and shop for a while? Xiong Manxin suggested. They were currently in a food court next to a shopping mall, and the KTV they booked was also nearby, so there was no need to rush. No one objected, so they went to the mall. Because it was Saturday, there were a lot of people in the mall. There were many arcade games too. Girls were often interested in claw machines. When they saw a place with claw machines, they rushed over. Then each of them exchanged 50 yuan in coins and started playing on the claw machines. There were too many people, so it took a few minutes for 2 machines to become available. Leng Xiaoyao let them play first. After 10 unsuccessful attempts by each girl, they were discouraged. It was Leng Xiaoyao's turn. She missed on the first try, but succeeded on the second try. The group of girls cheered excitedly. The third and fourth ones were successfully caught, which impressed everyone. The fifth and sixth ones were missed, but the seventh and eighth ones were also caught. A lot of people were attracted at once. All of them complimented Leng Xiaoyao for her skills. She wasn't only skilled, she was also beautiful. It cost 2 yuan to play once, so 50 yuan was enough for 25 tries. Leng Xiaoyao managed to catch 16 dolls, which was a rare feat that made everyone worship her. "I don't like dolls. You can split them," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Okay. Thank you, boss." The other girls accepted it without hesitation. With 6 people and 16 dolls, it wasn't an even split. So when Chenmeng and the others gave their remaining coins to Leng Xiaoyao to play, Leng Xiaoyao caught another 8 dolls, so each girl received 4 dolls. At that moment, a little girl about 10 years old approached Leng Xiaoyao and handed her some coins, begging, "Can you help me catch a doll? Just one is fine." The woman accompanying the little girl looked embarrassed and unsure of what to do. The child really wanted a doll, but she couldn't catch one herself. The girl was really disappointed. Of course, Leng Xiaoyao didn't refuse. It wasn't a big deal. Thank you so much, the woman said apologetically. No problem, Lung Ziyu replied casually, then helped the little girl catch a doll. Thank you. The woman immediately thanked her. After getting the doll, the little girl jumped up and down happily and thanked Ling Xiaoyao. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Ling Xiaoyao smiled. After catching dolls, they still had some time left, so they decided to go clothes shopping. Although Lung Xiaoyao had many clothes bought by Lung Yeqing, she had never bought clothes for herself before. Therefore, she wanted to experience the pleasure of shopping and planned to buy a few outfits. Since Lung Xiaoyao wanted to shop for clothing, the other girls decided to do the same. Although they were born in rich families, they didn't pursue international brands. They just looked at some mid to high-end brands. However, when passing by a luxury men's clothing store, Lung Xiaoyao's sight fell on the model by chance. She even had an illusion that the model's face resembled Li Machen's. She felt that the clothes were perfect for him. Therefore, Lung Xiaoyao went in and wanted to buy Li Machen some clothes. Boss, who are you buying clothes for? And Chen Meng curiously asked. For my grandfather and third uncle, Lung Xiaoyao said. It wasn't a lie. She had thought of buying for Lung Chongyuan and Lung Yeqing when she bought clothes for Li Machen. She wouldn't forget her family just because of a man she liked. Why did she describe it like that? She and Li Machen were just friends, so it wasn't appropriate to describe it like that. Anyway, upon thinking of Li Machen's handsome face, Lung Xiaoyao couldn't help being distracted. Because this was a luxury brand store, each piece of clothing cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. Few young people came to look around in it. Even if they did, they usually came with their elders. As a result, right when Lung Xiaoyao and the others entered, they were stopped by a salesperson. The clothes here cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. Can you afford them? If you can't afford them, don't come in and cause trouble. This salesperson had a condescending attitude. Obviously, this salesperson didn't think that Lung Xiaoyao and her friends could afford it. They were just here to look around. And Chen Meng and the others weren't easy to bully. When they heard the salesperson's words, they were instantly annoyed. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Why do you think we can't afford? Just because you work as a salesperson here doesn't make you superior. You're just a worker. You should treat everyone who comes in as a guest, regardless of whether we can afford it or not. You must show a proper attitude. If you don't have the ability to provide this service, then don't do this job. Although Lung Xiaoyao didn't join in the argument, she didn't stop the others either because she was also annoyed by the attitude of the salesperson. The salesperson flushed amid the criticism, but didn't think they did anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Lung Xiaoyao and her friends were going too far. Several customers in the store were also attracted by the argument and were unhappy with the noise from Lung Xiaoyao and her friends. They were also unhappy with the salesperson's attitude. No matter who entered the store, that person was a customer, regardless of whether they could afford to buy anything or not. The salesperson should be polite. However, not everyone thought this way. A woman and a young woman walked over, looking at Lung Xiaoyao and her friends with contempt. While showing contempt, the young woman also showed jealousy towards Lung Xiaoyao. Oh, is your store open to stray cats and dogs? These people look like they can't afford anything. Are they here to hook up with a rich man? The woman sneered. You shut up. You're the ones who are like stray cats and dogs. You're here to fish for rich men, biting people like dogs and looking for trouble. Do you want to get beaten up? And Chen Meng immediately cursed. Even though she had become more stable after spending some time with Lung Xiaoyao, she still instinctively lost her temper when there was trouble. Why you? The woman was so angry that her nose was crooked. How dared this girl call her a dog? She was the one who called them stray cats and dogs just then. Do you know who I am? The woman asked. Aren't you just a stray cat or dog? Xiong Manxin said. Why you? The woman was once again so angry that she couldn't say anything. Lung Xiaoyao didn't stop Xiong Manxi because these were the words she wanted to say. I'm the fiancé of the young master of the Pei family. Do you know the Pei family? They're a second-rate family in City Chong. You can't afford to provoke them, the young woman said with a posture of false bravado. Originally, the other salespeople were coming over to handle the situation, But when they heard about the second-rate Pei family, they didn't dare to say a word. What? Leng Xiaoyao and the others were surprised by her words. The Pei family, a second-rate family, wasn't that Pei Heron's family? And there was only Pei Heron in the Pei family who wasn't married yet. Was this woman Pei Heron's fiancée? Seeing their reaction, the young woman thought that they were afraid and became even more arrogant. What? Are you scared now? Kneel down and apologize to us. We can forgive you. Otherwise. Before the young woman could finish, and Chun Meng spoke up first, full of skepticism. I don't believe Pei Heron would be interested in someone like you. As soon as the young woman heard Chun Meng mention Pei Heron's name, both she and the older woman were startled. Obviously, this girl knew Pei Heron. Didn't Heron say he doesn't have a girlfriend? When did he get an fiancé? Xiong Manxin also expressed doubts. Heron? Who were these girls? The elder woman and the young women were displeased, even showing signs of guilt. They felt guilty because this young woman wasn't really Pei Heron's fiancé. However, they weren't completely unrelated. Who are you? How do you know Pei Heron? The elder woman asked, suspecting that they might be wealthy young ladies. If they were, offending them wouldn't be beneficial to her. It's none of your business? And Chen Meng retorted. You? The elder woman was furious, but she didn't dare to act rashly until she figured out their identities. The young woman, however, felt that these people knew Pei Heron, but only in passing. So she said, You don't even know Heron. You're just acting. And Chun Meng and the others rolled their eyes. Xiong Manxin said, Do we need to act with you? Who are you? If you're Heron's fiancé, I have to question his taste. With so many young ladies with good character, family background and looks, he chose someone like you who bites people all around and has no manners. Regardless of whether this woman was Pei Heron's fiancé or not, Xiong Manxin didn't care about her face. The woman used the Pei family's influence to show off her power, but she was probably not a person of great importance herself. You? The woman was so angry that she had an impulse to hit someone. However, there were too many people in Leng Xiaoyao's group, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to fight back. As a result, she tried hard to control her impulse. At that moment, the store manager came back from outside and was shocked to see what was happening inside. He quickly went to see what was going on. Miss Xiong, what's going on here? The manager recognized Chun Meng and Xiong Manxin because they had come to this store with their mother several times before. Seeing the manager being so polite to them, the salesperson, who had blocked their way earlier, became flustered. Damn it! The mother and daughter also realized that these girls' backgrounds weren't simple. Manager, you came just in time. This saleswoman stopped us and wouldn't let us in, saying we couldn't afford it. Then these two women said we're just here to hook up with rich men. Do you think we look like we're here to hook up with rich men? And Chen Meng said. The manager was taken aback and said, How could Miss N and Miss Xiong not be able to afford it? Your mothers are our SVIP members. The N family and the Xiong family are both wealthy families in City Chong. Few could match your wealth in City Chong. Upon hearing that, the saleswoman and the mother and daughter were all stunned. The N family and the Xiong family? The two families were definitely wealthy families. How could they not afford it? How could they be hooking up with rich men? It should be the other way around. The saleswoman quickly realized her mistake and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss N and Miss Xiong. I failed to recognize you. Please forgive me this time. Luxury brand stores actually had strict rules. If a salesperson offended a customer, he or she might get their salary deducted or even get fired. The wages of luxury brand stores were much higher than those of ordinary brand stores. People who worked in luxury brand stores often had a sense of superiority, so there were often incidents of looking down on customers. Some customers made a scene while others didn't. This salesperson had looked down on customers before, but this time she met her match. And Chen Meng continued, I'm not that forgiving to forgive someone who made me angry. I need answers today. She wasn't weak and was only tolerant in front of Leng Xiaoyao. Even her parents didn't receive that treatment. The manager didn't dare plead for the salesperson and simply said, Go settle your salary and leave. He had reminded them more than once to treat all customers politely, regardless of whether they could afford to buy or not. However, the salesperson had gone against this advice. If the customer hadn't pursued the matter, she wouldn't have been fired, but since the customer did pursue it, the manager wouldn't cover for her. After all, she had been warned multiple times. The manager didn't need to offend these wealthy customers for the sake of the employees. "Manager, I know I was wrong. Please don't fire me," the salesperson cried. Unfortunately, no one sympathized with her because this wasn't the first time she had behaved this way. Although Leng Xiaoyao thought the punishment was a bit severe, she realized that if she had an employee like this, she would have fired them without hesitation. Therefore, she didn't think it was too much. After failing to get the manager and Chunmeng to change their minds, the salesperson reluctantly collected her salary and left. However, she harbored hatred towards the manager and Chunmeng, thinking that it was their fault that she was fired. However, her hatred was useless. She was just an ordinary person who couldn't do anything to them. The mother and daughter didn't say anything either and left quietly. "I don't think that woman is really Heron's fiancé. If she were, she wouldn't be so scared," said Xiong Manxin. "She's not. She was too nervous just now," said Chunmeng. Nevertheless, they didn't keep bothering the mother and daughter. "Little panda, you call Pei Heron brother even though he's your younger uncle's friend. Your status seems a bit confused," Leng Xiaoyao teased Xiong Manxin. "Well, he's only a few years older than me. I can't call him uncle, can? Then he would be taking advantage of me," Xiong Manxin replied, refusing to use the title her younger uncle had also suggested. The other girls also laughed and teased Xiong Manxin. Leng Xiaoyao had the salesperson get the clothes from the model in a size which would fit someone who was 185 centimeters, which was similar to Li Mokena's height. Then she picked out clothes for Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing. "Boss, weren't you only buying for your grandpa and third uncle? Why did you buy 3 items? Tell us, who's the third one for?" And Chunmeng asked playfully, sensing some gossip. The 3 items were all different sizes. If 2 of them were the same size, they wouldn't think it was for 3 people. "I guess it's for Mr. Li," guessed Xiong Manxin, thinking that Leng Xiaoyao's relationship with Li Moken was different. However, it was just a wild guess. "Right, it's for him," Leng Xiaoyao admitted without feeling embarrassed or awkward. "Wow, boss, are you and Mr. Li together?" Wu Minmin immediately asked. Although she had only seen Li Moken once at the Mo family's event, he was the most handsome and charismatic man she had ever seen. Leng Xiaoyao was so good-looking and talented. It was hard to find a man who deserved her. Li Mochen seemed to be a good match for Leng Xiaoyao. Because they had some blind admiration for Leng Xiaoyao, they believed that she was the best. "Not at all, he helped me out, so I just want to thank him," Leng Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing that they weren't together, the other girls were disappointed. However, they didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's reply as they believed that she wouldn't lie. If they were really together, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't hide it because there was no need to. The manager served them in person. Leng Xiaoyao bought 3 items for over 6,000 yuan, and the commission went directly to the manager. If the salesperson had treated Leng Xiaoyao well, she wouldn't have been fired and could have earned a lot of commission. After shopping, they went to the KTV at 8:30 p.m. They played without any worries, singing and drinking fruit juice without any alcohol content. They finished playing at around 11 p.m. and were picked up by their families' cars. Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to worry. She only told them to send a message to the WeChat group to prove that they were safely home. When Leng Xiaoyao went home with the clothes, she gave them to Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing. Both Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing were very happy. Although they didn't lack clothes, they were happy because of Leng Xiaoyao's care for them. If she directly gave them money, they might not be too happy, but if she gave them gifts, no matter how valuable they were, they would be very happy. After returning home, Leng Xiaoyao investigated the sulfuric acid incident that occurred earlier. Before long, she found out that Gao Qilu was the mastermind. It was no surprise. Gao Qilu was just a young woman, so she didn't have much ability to hide her actions. Despite the fact that Gao Qilu was a girl, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't going to let her get away with it. While she didn't want to physically harm Gao Qilu, Leng Xiaoyao was determined to ruin her reputation. Leng Xiaoyao gathered the evidence and created new accounts on Weibo and several campus forums to post about the accident. She even found evidence of Gao Qilu bullying other students in the past. Because surveillance footage was usually only kept for a month or two, Leng Xiaoyao was only able to investigate incidents from the past 2 months. However, during that time, 2 other girls had fallen victim to Gao Qilu's viciousness. Today's event had been investigated and revealed, but it took Leng Xiaoyao an hour to uncover the previous accidents. The prettiest girl of the experimental high school, Gao Qilu, the daughter of a first-class wealthy family in Sidichong, is so vicious that she paid someone to splash sulfuric acid on a female schoolmate. The prettiest girl of the experimental high school in Sidichong, Gao Qilu, has secretly bullied her female schoolmates simply because she's jealous of their good looks. With surveillance videos and recorded phone calls, Gao Qilu was now firmly established as a person planning to harm and bully her schoolmates. It was clear that Leng Xiaoyao didn't care whether Gao Qilu could pass the national college entrance examination or not. She never hesitated to deal with those who wanted to harm her. Although the posts were posted in the middle of the night, there were still many night owls. The campus forum was already lively, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to manipulate it deliberately. Instead, she used her hacking skills to set up a pop-up window on Weibo. Anyone who was still browsing Weibo at this time would be able to see it, but whether they would click on it or not was unknown. Anyway, even if not everyone clicked on it, there were still a lot of people who did. Therefore, the exposure was relatively high. As soon as the post was sent out, people saw it, and there were quite a few of them. This clout was rapidly increasing. Because there was evidence, everyone was cursing Gao Qilu. Is this how privileged daughters act? Bullying female schoolmates and plotting against them, that's right. She's so privileged that she doesn't have to pay for murder. Damn it! She's too arrogant. I can't believe such an evil person is the prettiest girl in their school. She should be the ugliest. Students from the experimental high school soon saw the post. Wow! Gao Qilu is so ruthless? Will Leng Xiaoyao also be targeted by her? It seems that Leng Xiaoyao is in danger. She's not only prettier than Gao Qilu, she is also better at studying. Why does the person who was splashed with sulfuric acid look a bit like Leng Xiaoyao? When someone said that, everyone looked at that part of the video again and felt that it looked more and more like Leng Xiaoyao. To be honest, I had already guessed that Gao Qilu might go after Leng Xiaoyao, since similar things have happened before. Regarding the situation where Gao Qilu was different in public and private, only a small part of it was known. Leng Xiaoyao only posted it on forums and Weibo. She didn't report it to the police. The Gao family was an extremely wealthy family in Sidichong. Even if they reported it to the police, they would still protect Gao Qilu. It would only be different when there was a more important figure involved on Leng Xiaoyao's side. However, Leng Xiaoyao's hatred towards Gao Qilu wasn't strong enough to want to completely eliminate her. The damage to Gao Qilu's reputation was enough to cause her trouble. Gao Qilu found out about this the next day at around 9 a.m. The news was discovered by a friend of hers first, then she was told over the phone. Reading the comments online, Gao Qilu's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Who posted these things? How did the person get these things? She wasn't afraid of being arrested by the police because of the Gao family. However, she was afraid that her reputation would be damaged. Even if she did these shameful things, she still didn't want them to be spread. Now what could she do? Left with no choice, Gao Qilu had to turn to her father for help. When Gao Zhongheng, Gao Qilu's father, learned that his daughter had bullied her schoolmates and it had been spread online, he was also very angry. He didn't think it was a big deal for Gao Qilu to bully female schoolmates. It must be because they provoked Gao Qilu. Bullying female schoolmates wasn't a big deal. Why make it public and let everyone know? The Gao family was humiliated. Gao Zhongheng found the post online and couldn't help frowning when he saw the part about the sulfuric acid. He also thought that was going too far, but he was still biased towards his own daughter. He immediately called his secretary to handle it. After learning about the situation, The secretary felt disgusted with Gao Qilu, but there was nothing he could do. After all, she was his boss's daughter. Even if he didn't like her, he still had to handle it. The first thing the secretary did was to find the website administrator who posted these articles and ask them to delete them, as well as investigate who posted them. The Gao family was very influential. Once the Gao family intervened, the forum and Weibo administrators agreed to delete the posts. However, when they tried to delete the posts, they found that they couldn't delete them, nor could they find the poster's ID. They instantly realized that they had been hacked. Being hacked meant that they couldn't help the Gao family anymore. They were angry about it too. Without delay, they sought out their own team of hackers. As a networking platform, they naturally had technical personnel. Unfortunately, as soon as the hacker got started, the computer immediately got infected with a virus. A line of words appeared. Just want to expose the evil deeds on the platform. Do not remove them. The virus won't harm your computer. The posts would be deleted after 24 hours. After 24 hours, the news would have already spread widely. Even if it was deleted, the impact was enough. Moreover, deletion was only for the original post. After it was released, countless people had taken screenshots and reposted or edited it. It wouldn't be easy to delete them all. Even if they did delete them, it couldn't be easier for Leng Xiaoyao to repost it Ogum. She simply wanted to teach Gao Qilu a lesson, not to kill her. All of the major forums and Weibo suffered the same thing. All of them were amazed by the hacker's skills. As a result, they informed Gao Zhongheng's secretary about the situation. After Gao Zhongheng's secretary received the reply, he was also surprised and immediately reported it to Gao Zhongheng. Gao Zhongheng was shocked and angry. Obviously, someone wanted to ruin Gao Qilu. To ruin Gao Qilu? If Leng Xiaoyao really wanted to ruin Gao Qilu, the news wouldn't just be posted online. She would directly report it to the police and find high-ranking officials to suppress them, leaving the Gao family helpless and letting Gao Qilu go to jail. The Gao family was a first-class wealthy family in City Chong, but the most powerful were still those in the government. If Leng Chongyuan were still the vice president, the Gao family would also be wary of him to some extent. Although the Leng family still had connections, they were far inferior to the Gao family. After all, the Gao family had members in the government, not just connections. They couldn't delete these posts, nor could they identify who posted them. It made Gao Zhongheng very angry. Therefore, he decided to focus on those female schoolmates who were bullied by Gao Qilu to see who had the potential for revenge. Gao Zhongheng immediately went home and asked about the backgrounds of these students. After Gao Qilu told her father what had happened, she hid in her room and didn't even tell her mother until Mrs. Gao received a call from the school principal. The principal was very angry about what Gao Qilu had done. Although he had heard about Gao Qilu bullying her classmates before, he didn't think it was a big deal because it hadn't caused any trouble. Besides, Gao Qilu's family background made him turn a blind eye to it because he didn't want to offend the Gao family. Just like in Chunmeng and Leng Xiaoyao, who had bullied their schoolmates before, teachers also turned a blind eye because things didn't get out of hand and didn't go viral. However, this time, things were more serious, and everyone in the high schools in City Chong knew about it. If he remained indifferent, his career as the principal would be over. After Mrs. Gao found out about it, instead of reflecting on the fact that Gao Qilu had bullied her schoolmates and even used sulfuric acid to attack them, she blamed the person who posted the information for not taking the Gao family seriously. She said this directly to the principal, who was left speechless. Given Mrs. Gao's attitude, Gao Qilu obviously wouldn't have moral standards either. Because it's serious and the evidence is conclusive, we have decided to expel Gao Qilu, the principal said. Even though he knew that this would offend the Gao family, he had to do it because their reputation wasn't as important as his future. Moreover, Gao Qilu asked for it herself. What? Expel Qilu? Mrs. Gao exclaimed angrily upon hearing that. She couldn't believe that the principal wanted to expel Gao Qilu. Then she said with a threatening tone, "Sir, are you kidding me? Expelling Gao Qilu is in the rules. If I don't do this, I'll be the one who gets expelled. I'm just following school regulations. Of course, if you can convince the Education Bureau's executive officer or the highest executive in City Chong not to pursue it, then we won't have to expel her," the principal said, passing the responsibility onto others. He could make the decision to not expel a student for breaking school rules, but if he allowed it to negatively impact the school's reputation, he would also be held responsible. He cared about the school's reputation, but his power was limited. If the Education Bureau's executive officer personally told him not to pursue it, he wouldn't dare to do so. If senior leaders said that it wasn't a problem, he could be safe and wouldn't care so much about the result. You? Mrs. Gao was too angry to speak. The next moment, she directly hung up on the principal. Right after she hung up, Gao Zhongheng returned. Mrs. Gao immediately told him about the principal's call to expel Gao Qilu. This principal doesn't take our family seriously. Isn't he afraid we'll cause him trouble? And he said we need to convince the Education Bureau's executive officer, or the highest executive in City Chong, to not pursue it. If Gao Qilu was expelled, their family would become a joke. Honestly, Gao Qilu already made herself a joke. In the era of the internet, news like this spread quickly, and netizens were already attacking Gao Qilu heavily. It filled Gao Qilu with fury. If they were in front of Gao Qilu, they wouldn't dare to insult her. However, on the internet, they could basically get away with anything. Therefore, everyone said whatever they wanted to say without caring about other people's feelings. These people are so despicable. 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 Gao Qilu was so angry that she wanted to throw her phone, but she still wanted to read these comments. When Gao Zhongheng learned that Gao Qilu was going to be expelled, although it wasn't unexpected and was understandable, he was also a little angry. Nevertheless, he went to Gao Qilu's room first. Tell me, what is the family background of the schoolmates you've bullied? Gao Zhongheng asked Gao Qilu. Although his attitude was very serious, he didn't blame Gao Qilu too much. After all, people from higher families tended to be more arrogant and used to bullying the weak. It also depended on their character. They're all people without any influence. If there's anyone with a little influence, it should be the one who was splashed with sulfuric acid yesterday. Her name is Leng Xiaoyao. She's from the Leng family, Gao Qilu said. Even though Leng Xiaoyao's family had a little influence, Gao Qilu didn't care about it. The Leng family was very familiar to the Gao family. Their influence wasn't as great as the Gao family's, but it wasn't insignificant either. The Gao family didn't need to fear them, but they were also not people that could be provoked easily. After all, Leng Yehua held a significant position in the government. If the news got out of hand, it wouldn't be beneficial for the Gao family either. Why did you have to provoke Leng Xiaoyao? Gao Zhongheng asked, his voice tinged with anger. I just don't like her, and she doesn't care about my reputation. Gao Qilu replied defiantly. What did she do? Gao Zhongheng asked. He knew exactly what his daughter was like. She was always the one bullying others. Given her status, not many dared to provoke her. I was just trying to talk to her, but she mocked me, Gao Qilu said without a hint of guilt. Her parents, however, didn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao would mock Gao Qilu without a reason. Nevertheless, it wasn't important. They didn't feel guilty about it either. Instead, they were suspicious of the Leng family and got angry. Could it have been the Leng family's idea? Mrs. Gao fumed. She was angry? How could she be mad at Leng Xiaoyao? What right did she have to be angry? Her daughter had paid someone to throw sulfuric acid on a girl and tried to ruin her. If Leng Xiaoyao had been an ordinary girl, she would have been disfigured. It's possible, Gao Zhongheng said. Since the other students were from ordinary families, they wouldn't have the ability to do such things. It must be Leng Xiaoyao. Dad, you have to avenge me. It has spread throughout the school. How can I still go there? Gao Qilu insisted that it was Leng Xiaoyao. Even if it wasn't, she didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to get off lightly. After all, she had intended to ruin Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Zhongheng frowned. It may not necessarily be the Leng family. After all, we have many enemies. Who knows if someone is using this matter to target the Gao family? We need to investigate it thoroughly. However, it wasn't easy at all. The forums and Weibo all said that they couldn't find the poster's ID, so they didn't know who posted it. As a result, he could only try to find a hacker. Upon hearing that, Gao Qilu was very resentful. She even showed her resentment openly. Even if it's not Leng Xiaoyao, I don't want to see her doing well. Gao Zhongheng laughed out loud. How will you make her suffer? Haven't you learned your lesson? Would you have been exposed if you hadn't caused trouble? That was my carelessness. I found someone who was useless. Gao Qilu defended herself cunningly. As long as you help me, Dad, we can make it happen. It's not a big deal for you to deal with Leng Xiaoyao. It's not like you have to deal with the whole Leng family. It was true that she just wanted to pay Leng Xiaoyao back, not the whole Leng family, because that was unnecessary. Paying Leng Xiaoyao back isn't dealing with the whole Leng family? Do you think the Leng family won't care if something happens to Leng Xiaoyao? Do you think only you have family members to back you up? Gao Zhongheng said angrily, becoming even more dissatisfied with Gao Qilu. She was really brainless and didn't think about the consequences of her actions. Even if we have to face the Leng family, there is nothing to be afraid of, Gao Qilu argued. She didn't take the Leng family seriously, so she dared to make things difficult for Leng Xiaoyao. If it was a first- or second-tier wealthy family, or a high-ranking official family, she wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You? Gao Zhongheng was so angry that he couldn't breathe. Unfortunately, at that moment his wife chimed in. As long as it's done discreetly, no one will know. Idiots! You have no idea what it means. Now that Qilu has run into trouble, instead of handling it properly and suppressing public opinion, you still want to cause trouble? Do you have shit in your brains? Do you think the Leng family is nothing? They may have connections in the government. I also heard that the Leng family has a good relationship with the Yin family and the Ling families, Gao Zhongheng said. But they may not help the Leng family, Mrs. Gao said, a little dissatisfied. What if they do? Gao Zhongheng asked. Mrs. Gao opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. You'd better behave yourselves. If you cause trouble for the Gao family again, you can get out of here. Gao Zhongheng was so angry that he didn't want to talk to them anymore and left afterwards. For him, the Gao family's business was more important than his wife and daughter. Before long, Zhao Weihao called Gao Qilu and said, Gao Qilu, I never thought you were this kind of person. You actually threw sulfuric acid on Leng Xiaoyao because of jealousy and often bullied your classmates. I was wrong about you. After finding out about what happened, Zhao Weihao was devastated. He couldn't believe that Gao Qilu was so malicious, especially since he had liked her so much. He knew that Gao Qilu was spoiled and aloof, but he never imagined that she could be so cruel as to pay someone to throw sulfuric acid on another person. This news had caused his feelings for Gao Qilu to fade even more. It had nothing to do with Leng Xiaoyao. Rather, it was Gao Qilu's own actions. His family had also heard the news. Although they didn't blame Gao Qilu directly, they advised Zhao Weihao to stay away from her. They had liked Gao Qilu before and wanted her to become their daughter-in-law. But now they didn't dare to take that risk. What if she also wanted to throw sulfuric acid at them when they had conflicts? Zhao Weihao didn't give Gao Qilu a chance to respond and quickly hung up the phone. Gao Qilu was so angry that she smashed her phone. Although she didn't like Zhao Weihao, she felt that he should prioritize her. However, now he accused her because of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao, it was Leng Xiaoyao again. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to release her anger until she taught Leng Xiaoyao an unforgettable lesson. At that moment, Gao Qilu's mindset was that anyone who defended Leng Xiaoyao was going against her, and would increase her resentment towards Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't care less about Gao Qilu. She went to meet up with the female teacher in charge at school before heading to the airport. The female teacher was called Zhou Jing. She was a young teacher in her late 20s who was very pretty and looked gentle and quiet. However, one shouldn't be fooled by her appearance because she was tough and had even learned Taekwondo. The school arranged for Zhou Jing to be in charge because they were worried about any unexpected situations that might arise during the trip. If they had assigned a delicate teacher, they would have to rely on Leng Xiaoyao to take care of the students. In addition, Zhou Jing graduated from a university in the capital city and was somewhat familiar with the area, which made things easier. Zhou Jing had a very good impression of Leng Xiaoyao. She used to hate Leng Xiaoyao, but Leng Xiaoyao was different now, so she didn't hold any negative feelings towards her any longer. Although Zhou Jing knew that Leng Xiaoyao was very smart, she still encouraged her not to be nervous and not to feel any psychological burden. Although Xiaoyao wasn't nervous and didn't have any psychological burden, she still humbly listened to her teacher. The Leng family didn't pay attention to the news about Gao Qilu, so they didn't know about the fact that Leng Xiaoyao was splashed with sulfuric acid. Otherwise, they would have already visited the Gao family, regardless of whether they could do anything or not. However, and Chunmeng and the others knew about it. Later, the Yin family and Ling Tianqi heard about it too. They were all very angry. Yesterday, when they dined outside together, Leng Xiaoyao said that she needed to go out for a while. Unexpectedly, that incident happened. Even though Leng Xiaoyao was fine, it didn't mean that they weren't angry. When Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the airport in the capital city and turned on her phone, she saw several missed calls and messages from Chunmeng and Ling Tianqi. She knew that they must have read the news about Gao Qilu. Leng Xiaoyao didn't reply to each of them individually. Instead, she sent out a message in their WeChat friend group. After that, she called Ling Tianqi. Xiaoyao, I read in the news that you were splashed with sulfuric acid because of Gao Qilu yesterday. Are you all right? Ling Tianqi asked with concern. Because the surveillance video wasn't clear, he couldn't be sure. In addition, he cared about Leng Xiaoyao, so it was necessary for him to ask her how she was doing. I'm fine. My bag just got stained, said Leng Xiaoyao. Do you want us to do something to punish the Gao family? Ling Tianqi asked. He was eager to take action against the Gao family when he heard about the accident. But the Gao family wasn't an ordinary family, and it wouldn't be easy to take action against them. Nevertheless, if Leng Xiaoyao needed his help, he wouldn't hesitate. No need, I'm fine. It's not necessary to go all out against Gao Qilu. The public opinion is enough for her to deal with. Leng Xiaoyao declined Ling Tianqi's offer. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. Don't hesitate to call me. Ling Tianqi respected Leng Xiaoyao's decision. Meanwhile, Qinming's father called Gao Zhongheng directly. Chairman Gao, your daughter doesn't have many moral standards. She actually laid her hands on my goddaughter, Mr. Yin said coldly. Although the Yin family wasn't as powerful as the Gao family, they were not afraid of them. After all, it was the Gao family's fault this time. Since Mr. Yin stood out for Leng Xiaoyao, he needed an appropriate identity, so he directly referred to her as his goddaughter. Who is your goddaughter? Gao Zhongheng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. He had already guessed that it was Leng Xiaoyao because there were rumors that the Leng family and Yin families were very close. Unexpectedly, the Yin family indeed stood out for Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao. And Fu said. It wasn't surprising. Although the Yin family was only a second-rate wealthy family in terms of assets, their strength and connections wasn't inferior to the Gao family. Gao Zhongheng could become the head of a first-class wealthy family because he wasn't a reckless and arrogant man. He always weighed the pros and cons of everything. If he didn't suffer a loss, he would bully others without feeling guilty and wouldn't bother to explain why. However, if his interests were threatened, he would still compromise when necessary. Therefore, since the Yin family stepped in, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, it was indeed Gao Qilu's fault. This is indeed my daughter's fault. Fortunately, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't injured. Rest assured, Chairman N, I will take my daughter to apologize to Leng Xiaoyao. If compensation is needed, we will do our best to compensate, Gao Zhongheng said. Mr. Yin stopped talking about it because he knew that if Leng Xiaoyao was fine, the incident wouldn't escalate further. When Gao Zhongheng promised to apologize, he naturally meant it and went to talk to Gao Qilu about it. As soon as Gao Qilu heard that she had to apologize to Leng Xiaoyao, she exploded in anger. What? You want me to apologize to Leng Xiaoyao? Why should I? No. She was still thinking about how to teach Leng Xiaoyao a more severe lesson. It was impossible for her to apologize. Mrs. Gao couldn't accept it either. Why should Qilu apologize when everything is fine? Why should we be afraid of the Leng family? You're both idiots, Gao Zhongheng said angrily. And Wei Ping just called me and said that Leng Xiaoyao is his goddaughter. He asked me to give an explanation to her. He felt that his wife and daughter had serious issues with their intelligence. What? Leng Xiaoyao is Wei Ping's goddaughter. This news surprised Mrs. Gao and Gao Qilu, but they still didn't think there was anything to be afraid of. The Yin family is just a second-rate wealthy family. We, the Gao family, are not afraid of them, Mrs. Gao said. Shut up. Gao Zhongheng was furious and scolded them coldly. His icy gaze frightened Mrs. Gao and Gao Qilu completely. Do you think that just because you are Mrs. and Miss Gao, you can take all the Gao family's resources and expect the Gao family to unconditionally protect you? You are overestimating yourselves. I'm the most important member of the Gao family's business, but it's not just me who owns it. If you cause any harm to the interests of the Gao family, I, as the chairman, will be unseated. You only care about your own pleasure and teaching whoever you don't like a lesson. Have you ever thought about the interests of the Gao family? Without the Gao family, you are nobodies. If you can't bring benefits to the Gao family, then stop causing trouble for us. The Yin family is a second-rate wealthy family and isn't comparable to the Gao family, but if they try to harm us, we won't benefit from it either. Do you think the Yin family won't harm their own interests to help Ling Xiaoyao? Since An Weiping called me, it means he has control over the situation. Apologize and compensate a little so that nobody can make a big deal out of it. No one will lose anything. If you resist stubbornly, then get ready to go to jail. The Gao family won't sacrifice our interests to save you, said Gao Zhongheng. Mrs. Gao and Gao Qilu were both scared at the mention of going to jail. Although the news had really damaged Gao Qilu's reputation, it would soon be forgotten. However, if she went to jail, it would be a different story. Qilu, just listen to your dad. Mrs. Gao couldn't accept the thought of her daughter going to jail. Gao Qilu didn't say anything because she was unwilling to accept the result. But she couldn't do anything about it. Today is Sunday. The Lung family should be at home. Pack up and go with me to visit them. Once Gao Zhongheng finished speaking, he turned and left. As soon as Gao Zhongheng left, Gao Qilu couldn't help but complain to her mother. Mom, I don't want to apologize to Ling Xiaoyao. What about my reputation? Who is she to deserve this? However, then again, why did she bully Ling Xiaoyao? The Education Bureau arranged for accommodation and meals for the students who participated in the national competition. However, they didn't provide airport pickup services. Therefore, a friend of Zhou Jing's from the capital city came to pick her up. Originally, Li Machun was coming to pick Ling Xiaoyao up, but since Zhou Jing had a friend coming, Ling Xiaoyao told Li Machun not to come. She planned to meet him after arriving at the hotel. Ling Xiaoyao couldn't help feeling a little excited at the thought of meeting Li Machun. Although Ling Xiaoyao told Li Machun not to come, he still went to the airport to pick her up anyway. However, he didn't tell Ling Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiaoyao quickly spotted him. When their eyes met, her heart thumped wildly. Why did he come? Ling Xiaoyao couldn't help thinking about it, because Li Machun's actions were easy to misinterpret. Li Machun also felt his heart beating irregularly when he saw Ling Xiaoyao. He even felt nervous when he looked at her. Why did he have that feeling? A young man, who was quite handsome, came to pick up Zhou Jing. Upon seeing Ling Xiaoyao, he was amazed by her beauty. The man was straightforward and said to Zhou Jing at once, Zhou Jing, your student is stunning. He praised Ling Xiaoyao's stunning look without any ulterior motives. Zhou Jing replied, of course, Ling Xiaoyao isn't only beautiful, she also excels in her studies. The man continued, I can tell she's excellent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to participate in the national competition. A student of mine, Zhu Xiaoxiao, who was one of the top students in our grade, couldn't even win first place. Zhou Jing then introduced the man. This is Gao Lei, my college schoolmate and a senior high school teacher at the number 8 high school in the capital city. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gao. Ling Xiaoyao greeted him. Nice to meet you too, Ling Xiaoyao. Gao Lei replied. Let's go. Get in the car. They all got into the car and left. After Ling Xiaoyao left in the car, Li Machun followed her in his car. Gao Lei suggested, let's have dinner first, then we'll go to the hotel. Sure. Is it okay with you, Ling Xiaoyao? Zhou Jing asked and turned to Ling Xiaoyao. I'm sorry. I have plans with a friend who's waiting for me at the hotel. I'll go out with him later, Ling Xiaoyao replied. I see. Well then, be careful, Zhou Jing said, reminding her. She was worried about Leng Xiaoyao being alone in the capital city, but the principal had instructed them not to restrict her during non-competition time. She was aware that Leng Xiaoyao was very strong and wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if she encountered trouble. Zhou Jing, how could you agree to this? Leng Xiaoyao is just a girl. What if something goes wrong? Gao Lei strongly disagreed. Even if Leng Xiaoyao was going to hang out with her friend, it might not be safe. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. I'm very skilled, and so is my friend. Anyone who messes with us will only end up getting hurt. Leng Xiaoyao reassured him, grateful for Gao Lei's concern. Hearing that, Gao Lei was surprised. This delicate-looking girl turned out to be skilled in martial arts. In fact, Zhou Jing seemed quiet and gentle, but was also a martial artist. Even so, there are many powerful people in the capital city. If we accidentally offend them, it could be. Although it was unlikely, Gao Lei couldn't help but worry about Leng Xiaoyao getting into trouble and causing problems for Zhou Jing. No need to worry, Mr. Gao. My friend is also from a very important family. I'm sure we'll be fine, Leng Xiaoyao said. Gao Lei didn't know what to say after hearing Leng Xiaoyao's reply. The national competition would be held at the capital university, so the hotel was also nearby. Once they arrived in the city center, Leng Xiaoyao asked Gao Lei to drop her off. I actually have a friend following behind us. They were going to pick me up, but I refused and thought I'd meet them later in the hotel. Since you're also going to dinner, there's no need to go back to the hotel, Leng Xiaoyao explained. Therefore, Gao Lei parked the car in a spot where he could. Li Machen's car followed behind them. When he saw their car stop, he pulled over as well. Leng Xiaoyao only had a small bag with her, and her luggage was left in Gao Lei's car. Zhou Jing would take care of it and bring it to the hotel later. Then Leng Xiaoyao got out of the car and walked towards Li Machen's car. Then she got inside. Gao Lei and Zhou Jing both saw Li Machen's car and were amazed. It was a Maybach. Although they didn't know what model it was, it must have cost several million yuan. Only very rich people could afford such an expensive car. It was clear that a man was driving. They just couldn't see what he looked like. Zhou Jing, what is Leng Xiaoyao's family background? How does she know such a rich person? Is she reliable? Could she be a gold digger? Gao Lei asked. He didn't know much about Leng Xiaoyao, so he felt suspicious of her. Leng Xiaoyao's grandfather once served as the deputy mayor of City Chang. Her elder uncle is an executive officer of a certain bureau. Her younger uncle runs a design company with assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Her friends are also from prominent official families in City Chang. As for Leng Xiaoyao herself, she used to be mischievous and always got into fights, but recently she has changed completely. She has been studying hard and even taught and tutored her classmates, improving the overall grades of the class. I don't think she is a materialistic person, Zhou Jing said. After learning about Leng Xiaoyao's family background, Gao Lei dismissed his suspicion that she was a god digger. Just because someone was from a wealthy family didn't mean they weren't materialistic, because some people still wanted to climb higher up the social ladder. However, based on what Zhou Jing said, Leng Xiaoyao tutoring the whole class proved that she wasn't someone without moral standards. Even if the man was very rich, as long as he wasn't married or in a romantic relationship, there was nothing wrong with them being together. Moreover, Gao Lei didn't even know what their relationship was, so he shouldn't judge so much. Thinking of that, Gao Lei stopped thinking too much and drove with Zhou Jing to grab some food. Meanwhile, as soon as Leng Xiaoyao got into the car, Li Machen began to feel uneasy and didn't dare to meet her eyes. What do you want to eat? Li Machen asked. It's my first time in the capital city, so I don't know what's good to eat here. You decide, Leng Xiaoyao said. Okay. Li Machen replied and started driving without telling her where they were going. Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to ask either. She would find out when they arrived. Didn't I tell you not to pick me up? Why did you still go to the airport? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. I was just sending a friend off. Since you were about to arrive, I thought I'd wait for you. Li Machen replied. Despite being able to lie without batting an eye, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. I thought you came specifically to wait for me. Leng Xiaoyao said disappointedly. Actually, Li Moken was anxious and wanted to explain it. However, he stopped right after opening his mouth. He realized that explaining might only make things worse, so he decided not to. What were you going to say? Leng Xiaoyao persisted. Nothing, said Li Mochen. Fine. Leng Xiaoyao didn't ask any further, but her mood had already become despondent. She gazed out of the window and said nothing else. Li Moken understood that she was angry, so he couldn't hold it in any longer. I did actually come to wait for you. Waiting is waiting, whether it's at the airport or elsewhere. Honestly, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't really angry. She wasn't that petty. She simply couldn't resist teasing Li Moken a bit. When he admitted it, she wanted to tease him again. So why did you say you were sending off a friend? Could it be that you like me but don't want me to know? So you're feeling guilty and can't tell the truth? That's not the reason. Li Moken immediately denied, looking as if he was worried that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't believe him. However, why was he also worried that she would believe his words? This strange feeling made Li Moken feel conflicted. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Li Moken hadn't yet acknowledged his feelings for Leng Xiaoyao, but he often thought of her and even dreamed about her, wanting to see her. Okay, I guess I was overthinking things, Leng Xiaoyao said disappointedly. Li Moken opened his mouth, but said nothing. Half an hour later, Li Moken took Leng Xiaoyao to an old-fashioned roast duck restaurant. Since they were in the capital city, they might as well try the original local cuisine. They could eat something else elsewhere anyway. Leng Xiaoyao was quite nostalgic about roast duck. In her previous incarnation, she grew up in the capital city and often ate the local specialty. She just didn't know if the taste was still the same. She had previously searched for pictures of the capital city of Seven-Star Country online and found that it was different from the capital city she had been in her previous incarnation. They arrived relatively early, so there were still plenty of seats available. Li Mochen directly requested a private room. Although Gao Qilu was unwilling, she was still taken to the Leng family's mansion by Gao Zhongheng. Gao Qilu knew about Leng Xiaoyao's participation in the national competition in the capital city today, but she forgot about it due to all these events. It wasn't until they arrived at the Leng family's mansion that they found out Leng Xiaoyao wasn't there and had gone to the capital city to participate in the National Liberal Arts Defense. However, since they were already here, they naturally had to tell the Leng family why they came. Even if the Leng family didn't know yet, wouldn't they start to suspect and investigate if they suddenly showed up like this? The Leng family would know about their purpose sooner or later. Therefore, if they didn't say it, it would only make things worse. All of the members of the Leng family were present. They were very surprised by Gao Zhongheng and his daughter's arrival. Although they knew each other, they had never been close. After all, a family like the Gao family wouldn't bother with socializing with a family like the Leng family. What brings Chairman Gao to our door? Leng Changyuan asked. Gao Zhongheng was slightly embarrassed, but he still said, the thing is, my daughter had a conflict with Leng Xiaoyao and made a mistake, so I brought her here to apologize to Leng Xiaoyao and to see what compensation she wants. We will do our best to make up for it. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked. What? What did you do to Yao Yao? Leng Changyuan asked emotionally, looking at Gao Qilu with anger in his eyes. Although Gao Qilu was a young lady from the Gao family, she was still a teenager. While Leng Changyuan was someone who had held leadership positions before, his authority and presence weren't something Gao Qilu could bear. At most, she could use her status to make trouble for her peers. As a result, when Leng Changyuan showed his power, Gao Qilu felt greatly oppressed. Even Gao Zhongheng was slightly affected and immediately explained. Master Leng, rest assured that Leng Xiaoyao hasn't been harmed in any way. I only found out about this after it happened and brought my daughter here to apologize as soon as possible. What did she do to Yao Yao? Leng Yeqing asked coldly. Even if Leng Xiaoyao wasn't harmed, if Gao Qilu had laid a hand on her, it couldn't be overlooked. Gao Zhongheng found it difficult to be honest at the moment. He regretted coming directly to the Leng family's mansion. If he had known that the Leng family didn't know about this incident, he would have first found Leng Xiaoyao's phone number and contacted her. Perhaps she might not tell her family about it after the call. Can we talk to Leng Xiaoyao first? This seems to be a conflict between two children, and I'd like to hear Leng Xiaoyao's opinion, Gao Zhongheng said. The Leng family thought it wasn't simple. Otherwise Gao Zhongheng wouldn't have brought Gao Qilu to apologize. However, since Gao Zhongheng said to talk to Leng Xiaoyao first, Leng Chongyuan didn't refuse. Because Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell them about it, it meant that she could handle it herself, or that she had already solved the problem. Both Leng Chongyuan and Lang Yeqing believed that she must have solved the problem, and it caused an impact on Gao Qilu. That was why they came and apologized. Give Yao Yao a call, Leng Chongyuan said to Leng Yeqing. Of course. Leng Yeqing answered and called Leng Xiaoyao. At that moment, Leng Xiaoyao was having dinner with Li Machun. However, when Leng Yeqing's call came in, she answered it at once. What's up, Uncle Yeqing? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Gao Qilu and her father came to apologize to you, saying that you had a conflict and she made a mistake. They're at our home now. What happened? Leng Yeqing asked. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao was shocked. Gao Qilu's father came to apologize with her? She couldn't believe it. However, she didn't think that they knew about the posts and their connection to her. After all, she left no traces. She was confident about that. Then why did they come? She had told Ling Tianqi not to get involved. Otherwise, was it just because the Gao family was afraid of being pursued by the Leng family so they came to apologize first? In terms of their family background, it shouldn't be the answer. Either way, it could only mean that Gao Qilu's family had moral standards. I'm fine. Tell them to leave. No need to apologize. Just tell Gao Qilu not to provoke me in the future, Leng Xiaoyao said. She really didn't have any plans to pursue this matter further. These scandals were enough to teach Gao Qilu a lesson. As for the specific reason, Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to tell her family. She didn't want them to worry unless they saw the posts themselves or someone told them. However, upon hearing Leng Yeqing's question, she knew that they still didn't know.